In the realm of Naruto, within the village of Kanahagakure, the golden rays of the setting sun filtered into the ninja academy, casting an aura of serene elegance. Yet amidst this tranquility, one child stood out as an anomaly. Shadow clone Jutsu. With a puff of white smoke, no clone materialized, failed again. A faint smile of resignation graced Yuya's face. He had resided in this world for several years now. It was a realm of shinobi, and Yuya once dreamed of becoming a prodigy, astonishing all and commanding respect within the ninja world. However, the harsh reality was that his body struggled to harness chakra, let alone master ninjutsu. His chakra capacity was merely a fraction of that of his peers, and he was unable to successfully cultivate even the most basic techniques, regardless of the effort he exerted. While it is true that the practice of taijutsu, such as the 8 gates technique, can rival even the likes of 6 paths Madara, what I seek is not fleeting glory, but everlasting brilliance. Yuya lamented as he gazed wistfully at the heavens. Oh, heavens, must you toy with him so? Sigh, in just 2 years, the second shinobi world war will erupt. By then, not only will I lack the strength of a genin, but even a chunin or jonin will struggle to protect themselves. Another sigh escaped his lips. He had arrived in this world on the eve of the second shinobi world war, an exceptionally dire juncture. At merely 8 years of age, his time was rapidly dwindling. Within 2 years, lacking sufficient self-defense capabilities, he would be destined for a fate akin to cannon fodder amidst the chaos of the impending war. Yuya had no desire to become a mere pawn. Enough of this. I should not dwell on such thoughts. I must return to the back mountain and continue training in taijutsu. Even if mastering ninjutsu proves elusive, I cannot surrender so easily. Shaking his head, he cast aside his troubling thoughts and rose to his feet, making his way towards the woods behind the academy. As he walked, he caught the curious glances of fellow students from the ninja school. That I heard that guy hasn't succeeded in a single ninjutsu, yet he probably won't even pass the graduation exam. Indeed, those from small ninja villages can never measure up to the geniuses born in Konoha. Whispers of derision accompanied their disdainful stares. Yuya chose to ignore them. A group of insignificant children in 2 years, when the second shinobi world war ignites, they would come to understand true despair. Yet, one could argue that his own fortune was rather unfortunate. It was one thing to arrive in this world. He could have simply become a standard ninja of Konoha, and he did not even aspire to belong to the esteemed Senju or Uchiha clans. Even a normal family would suffice. However, the reality was that he had no family at all. Yuya was not born in Konoha, but hailed from a small ninja village, one that had been obliterated by Sunagakure, one of the 5 great ninja villages. He was likely the sole survivor, discovered by Konoha shinobi and brought back to their village. Though merely a child, those from outside villages were not well received in Konoha, often met with cold stares. Yet, Yuya had long since grown accustomed to such treatment. Upon arriving at the small grove behind the school, Yuya approached a wooden post. At the top of this post, there was a conspicuous dent, a mark created through countless side kicks and relentless punches, meticulously forged over time. Despite lacking any innate talent for ninjutsu, Yuya had never entertained the notion of surrendering. Gazing at the bandages wrapped around his hands and feet, he took a deep breath and suddenly unleashed a kick that landed squarely in the indentation of the post. 1, 2, 335, 36. Sweat poured down his brow. Before long, an overwhelming sense of fatigue washed over him, particularly in his ankles, which began to ache, throb, and swell. Yet, Yuya did not relent. Instead, he gritted his teeth and pressed on in this secluded spot, where darkness was encroaching and no one else was present. Yuya toiled alone in his physical training. Unable to master ninjutsu, he recognized that his only path for development lay in physical prowess, necessitating an effort that far exceeded that of his peers, perhaps by several fold or even dozens of times. Huffing and puffing, Yuya's breath grew labored, his garments thoroughly drenched in perspiration, droplets cascading to the ground. At last, when his legs felt numb and he struggled to maintain his balance, he paused. Time for a break. Next up is 500 straight punches, followed by 200 side kicks. Yuya sat down for a moment, gazing at the last remnants of twilight on the horizon, a faint smile of relaxation gracing his features. If only he could engage in such training daily while savoring the beauty of the surroundings. But alas, with the specters of the 2nd, 3rd, and 4th great ninja wars looming overhead, tranquility was a luxury he could scarcely afford. As Yuya rested, preparing to rise anew for his training, a sudden sound of surprise escaped his lips. He had noticed that as the final rays of sunlight faded, they seemed to cast a peculiar shadow in a certain direction within the grove. What could that be? Curiosity flickered across Yuya's face. The shadow was small, resembling the size of an apple. Could there be any delectable fruits hidden within this grove? Driven by intrigue, Yuya slowly moved towards the source of the shadow. As twilight deepened into complete darkness, he retrieved a light-emitting ninja tool, pressing onward. After walking a short distance, he halted before a patch of grass, his expression instantly turning blank, as if he had encountered a ghost. Clang! In his astonishment, the light he held slipped from his grasp, clattering to the ground. With the illumination extinguished, darkness enveloped him. What is this? Quickly, Yuya crouched down, feeling around until he retrieved the light once more, directing it towards the peculiar object concealed within the grass. His expression remained one of bewilderment. Finally, with utmost caution, Yuya extended his hand to grasp the enigmatic item from the thicket. This is a fruit of peculiar appearance, one that any denizen of the Naruto world would be utterly unable to identify. They would likely dismiss it as a toxic fruit and discard it without a second thought. Yet, Yuya was different. As a former anime enthusiast, he recognized it almost immediately. A devil fruit. How could this thing possibly appear in the Naruto world? Gazing at the exquisitely crafted fruit in his hand, which bore no semblance of being a counterfeit, Yuya's expression turned blank. It made no sense. Could it merely be some toxic fruit that fortuitously grew into this shape? This thought flickered through his mind. However, Yuya quickly shook his head. No, it resembled the real thing far too much. It was impossible to perceive it as anything but authentic. Ultimately, despite an overwhelming sense of disbelief, Yuya gritted his teeth and consumed the suspected devil fruit. 1 second, 2 seconds. No changes manifested within him. It appears not to be a toxic oddity. Yet seems no special ability has emerged. Standing there, he displayed a hint of disappointment. Unable to discern the nature of the fruit's powers after all, he had resided in this world for quite some time, and his memories had begun to blur. Yet, as he sensed no abilities materializing, it seemed he had merely indulged in a fanciful whim. The fruit was likely just an anomaly in shape. Never mind. After shaking his head, Yuya returned to the wooden post where he had previously trained, lit a lamp, and prepared to commence his regimen of 500 straight punches. However, just as he clenched his fists and prepared to strike the post, a look of astonishment crossed his face. What is this? In that moment, he felt a slight stirring of chakra within him, accompanied by a delicate white aura enveloping his fist. In the next instant, realization struck him. His face lit up with unmistakable excitement. Could this be the ability of that devil fruit? Wait, this white aura feels so familiar. Could it be? In his fervor, disbelief flickered in his eyes, akin to someone suddenly struck by a windfall. Though faint, this white aura appeared to embody that very ability. With this thought igniting his enthusiasm, Yuya, without hesitation, hurled a punch toward the wooden post. Buzz! As his fist neared the post, the faint white aura suddenly erupted. Crack! A barely audible sound emanated from where his fist made contact, reminiscent of ice or glass shattering, as slender cracks spiderwebbed through the air. It was peculiar. The air seemed to transform into a mirror, fracturing. Then, a wave of force surged forth, crashing against the wooden post, which had already been indented profoundly by Yuya's strike. Crack! The post was abruptly severed at the indentation, cleaved apart by sheer force. Withdrawing his fist, Yuya could no longer conceal his astonishment. Indeed, it was the very power he had longed for, renowned in the world of One Piece as one of the mightiest fruits, the Tremor fruit. The individual who consumes the Tremor fruit can unleash all forms of tremors at will, whether they be air tremors, earthquakes, or sea quakes. When fully mastered, it possesses the potential to obliterate the world. This moment, Yuya did not even pause to ponder how a devil fruit had manifested in the realm of Naruto. He was overwhelmed with exhilaration, clenching his fists tightly and gazing at the faint white glow emanating from them, his face alight with joy and astonishment. With this power, even if he could not master ninjutsu, what did it matter? After a considerable duration, Yuya gradually regained his composure. Though it is truly remarkable to have acquired the power of the Tremor fruit, it seems to differ slightly from my expectations. After musing aloud, Yuya approached a great tree. The wooden stake he had previously utilized had been broken, leaving him no choice but to experiment with this tree instead. Ha! Accompanied by a surge of determination, Yuya exclaimed softly as he tightened his fist with vigor. Buzz. Once again, a white radiance emerged, albeit rather dim. In the next moment, Yuya abruptly swung his fist towards the trunk. Boom! With a resounding blast, Yui's fist did not make contact with the trunk. It halted a few inches away, yet he felt as though he had struck something tangible. This was the power of the tremor fruit and air tremor that could strike the air as if it were a solid entity, and with further development, it might even shatter the very fabric of space. Crack. Delicate fissures spread through the air, resembling cracks in reality itself. However, these fractures were exceedingly fine. The mighty tree, thick enough to be embraced, trembled slightly under the force of the shockwave, shedding a few leaves in the process. TSK. As expected, it is impossible to shatter everything with a single punch. Right after acquiring this power, diligent training and continued development are essential. Yuya nodded in agreement, a hint of intrigue crossing his features, for he had distinctly sensed a slight depletion of chakra within him when he wielded the ability of the tremor fruit. Of course, it was only an exceedingly minute amount. Could it be that the power of the tremor fruit in the Naruto universe is entirely linked to chakra, transforming it into something akin to a bloodline limit of the tremor? Release? Pondering this perplexity, Yuya resumed his detailed experimentation. After a while, he finally began to grasp the essence of his newfound abilities. The tremor fruit, now referred to by Yuya as the tremor release bloodline limit, enabled his punches, taijutsu, and even the shuriken and kunai he hurled to possess tremorous force. Yet, the magnitude of this power was directly correlated with his physical strength. In simpler terms, the stronger his body, the greater the tremorous force he could unleash. If he were to unlock the 8th gate of the 8 gates of might, entering the state of the 8 gates, it would not be implausible for him to shatter the moon with a single blow. In addition, the power of tremors does consume chakra, albeit to a negligible extent. The chakra expended in unleashing the tremor is significantly less than that required for a Drank ninjutsu. Even with Yuya's relatively poor physique, activating it poses no strain whatsoever. This implies that chakra is not a pressing concern. Rather, Yuya's paramount objective remains the enhancement of his physical strength and the cultivation of taijutsu. The greater the mastery of taijutsu, the more formidable the tremor's potency and ki present. Yuya's fist can merely jolt a tree of considerable girth, dislodging a few leaves, while shattering a crank ninjutsu remains a formidable challenge. Such a level is evidently unsatisfactory for Yuya, that he yearns for greater strength. There are numerous forbidden techniques for enhancing the body. Sage mode. Immense strength. The lightning release techniques of the 3rd Raikage from the village hidden in the clouds. And the 8 gates. With each thought, a glimmer of hope sparkled in Yuya's eyes, yet ultimately he could only muster a resigned smile. For he possessed none of these techniques, and acquiring them seemed a daunting task. With this in mind, Yuya resolved to cast aside such musings and focus on relentlessly augmenting his physical prowess. Once he had attained sufficient strength, he would gradually seek out these esoteric techniques. Just as he was preparing to resume his training, a sudden spark of insight illuminated his mind. Devil fruit users possess a significant weakness: their aversion to seawater and sea prism stone. Although such stones do not exist in this world, fearing water could still pose a considerable inconvenience. Resolute, Yuya decided to conduct a test. Upon returning home, he procured a wooden tub, a rather rudimentary item typically used for bathing. Given his status as an outsider, he was grateful for the modest accommodations provided by Konoha, and thus did not mind the simplicity of his surroundings. Filling the tub with water, Yuya shed his garments and leaped into the vessel, crouching down to immerse his entire body in the liquid. While ordinary water lacks the same restrictions as seawater, in the original narrative, even devil fruit users experience weakness when submerged. 1 second, 2 seconds. As a minute elapsed, Yuya felt no signs of weakness whatsoever. Suddenly rising to his feet, a look of surprise illuminated his face. Ordinary water has no adverse effects. Though elated, he remained somewhat perplexed and inquisitive. After all, it was not seawater. Or could it be? Recalling his memories, he remembered that those who consume a devil fruit are cursed by the sea, becoming landlocked. However, that curse belongs to the world of One Piece. This is the world of Naruto. Despite being unsure of how the devil fruit had manifested here, it was unlikely that any oceanic curse existed in this realm. Thus, even if there was a fear of water, it should pertain to the seas of the One Piece world. In essence, the power of this tremor fruit is no longer merely a devil fruit in this world, but rather the Kekei Genkai of tremor release. This is splendid. That a smile of joy graced his features. As the evening unfurled, Yuya decided to indulge in a bath, washing away the scent of sweat that had accumulated from his rigorous training. The day's myriad surprises and unexpected events weighed heavily upon him, and he sought solace and relaxation to regain his composure. Just as Yuya emerged from the wooden tub, preparing to don his attire, a faint creak echoed through the air. The door to his home was abruptly thrust open, revealing a familiar visage peering inquisitively within a small red-haired girl, Uzumaki Kushina. "Yuya, are you home?" Her voice faltered, abruptly ceasing. At that moment, the 8 or 9-year-old Kushina's face froze in astonishment. Yuya, equally taken aback, had not locked the door, merely testing his own aversion to water. Yet, the primary concern was not the door, but rather the fact that it was already dark outside, and he could not fathom why Kushina would suddenly appear at his residence. Wah! Finally regaining her senses, Kushina let out a piercing scream before slamming the door shut. "Yeah, you scoundrel! Pervert! Just you wait! You're doomed tomorrow at school." Her indignant shouts reverberated through the street, leaving Yuya expressionless. Goodness, this had nothing to do with him. Moreover, was it necessary to shout at such a late hour? Fantastic. I suppose I won't be attending school tomorrow, Yuya lamented with a pained expression as he finished dressing and opened the door once more. Indeed, there stood Kushina, still outside, her face flushed with embarrassment and indignation. "Ahem. So what brings you here?" he asked, slightly awkward as he sought to redirect the conversation. Surely, she had a reason for visiting him at this hour. Both Yuya and Kushina hailed from distant villages and had arrived in Konoha around the same time. Upon discovering that she was the Kushina from the original tale, he was naturally drawn to her, and they quickly forged a close friendship. However, their circumstances were starkly different. Kushina was essentially the next Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails, hailing from the Uzumaki clan, which held an alliance with Konoha. The previous Jinchuriki had been Uzumaki Mito, the wife of the first Hokage, Senju Hashirama. Being a member of the Uzumaki clan, Mito had taken particular care of Kushina, and with such connections, Kushina even had the audacity to tease the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen. In contrast, Yuya found himself in a rather tragic predicament lacking any significant background and originating from a village that was deemed untrustworthy. Although that village had been annihilated, Yuya still faced skepticism from the ninjas of Konoha. When Kushina first arrived in the village, she was alone, without parents. However, as Yuya grew closer to her, he frequently assisted and cared for her. Yet, as Kushina's status was far more complex than that of an ordinary girl from a foreign village, the dynamics of their relationship gradually shifted from her being the one in need of assistance to Yuya assuming that role. Nevertheless, despite all this, Kushina never harbored any animosity towards Yuya and willingly offered her assistance. It was Yuya who, during her initial arrival in Konoha, alleviated her solitude, providing warmth and helping her regain her cheerful disposition. Thus, even if others perceive Yuya as a useless individual incapable of mastering ninjutsu, Kushina never looked down upon him. "I'm delivering this to you in advance, because I'm afraid you might get beaten up tomorrow," she stated, a faint blush adorning her delicate face as she shot him a fierce glare, before extending a small package towards him. Upon hearing her words, Yuya recalled the practical assessment schedule for the following day at the Ninja Academy. Under normal circumstances, an unknown practical evaluation would pose little threat, as the presence of a Chunin instructor ensured that students would not sustain severe injuries. However, Yuya's situation was markedly different. The Chunin instructor held no regard for him, an outsider, maintaining an indifferent attitude that permitted any outcome as long as he was not killed, resulting in Yuya frequently finding himself injured. "Thank you," he responded, rubbing his nose as he gratefully accepted the small package. A glance inside revealed it to contain various healing medicines. While he felt grateful, an inexplicable twitch at the corner of his mouth suggested something felt off. "Who said you could thank me? I couldn't care less," Kushina retorted, still preoccupied with her earlier irritation. Her cheeks flushed cutely as she pouted at Yuya. Seeing her flustered expression, Yuya couldn't help but chuckle, suddenly struck by the thought that had it been Kushina rather than himself in an embarrassing situation, he might have been relentlessly pursued throughout the village. Anyway, that's how it is. Even if you can't practice ninjutsu, I will always protect you. If you can't win tomorrow, just admit defeat without putting on a brave front, she declared, extending her small fist towards Yuya in a show of defiance before breaking into a giggle and scampering away, her figure gradually fading into the darkness. Yuya stood there, staring blankly at Kushina's retreating silhouette, suddenly jolted into realization. Admit defeat? Always protect him? Damn it! Was she suggesting he rely on her? His expression soured at the thought. Even if his ninjutsu aptitude was dismal, he was still leagues away from being dependent on anyone. With a surge of frustration, Yuya returned to his room, foregoing rest to embark on a relentless training regimen. Point 126, 127, 231, 232. He mentally counted, his body drenched in perspiration. The ground beneath him became damp with sweat. His arms grew increasingly stiff and heavy, as if they could no longer support his body. Yet, before him, visions of the Ninja World War danced in his mind, alongside memories of a past life spent in mediocrity, culminating in an untimely demise. His arms had become numb, devoid of sensation. Now, he relied solely on willpower to extract every ounce of strength from his body, determined to shatter his physical limits. In the previous attempt, Yuya managed to complete a mere 276 repetitions. However, this time, with gritted teeth, he persevered to reach 320. Yet his arms had succumbed to complete numbness. Straining to achieve 350, he ultimately collapsed at 345. Exhausted, he collapsed onto the ground, gasping for breath. Nevertheless, Yuya had surpassed his previous performance by a significant margin, thereby shattering his physical limits. Excellent. The next objective shall be to increase by 100. Without such rigorous training, it would be impossible to catch up to characters like Akai from the original work. Although his arms were nearly frozen in their immobility, not a trace of despondency was found in Yuya's gaze. Instead, it radiated an even greater resolve. After a brief respite, he forced himself to rise once more, initiating a series of squats. I must surpass my previous record by 100 squats. With this goal set, Yuya began to squat repeatedly, rising each time. He lost count of the sweat that poured from him. Ultimately, he managed to perform 160 more squats than before, exceeding his established target. Finally, utterly drained of strength, Yuya stood one last time before collapsing on his bed and falling into a deep slumber, not awakening until the following day. Due to his habitual extreme training, he found that even after an exhausting day, he could recover swiftly. After all, this world was one of ninjas, and despite the challenges he faced in refining chakra and his subpar ninjutsu talent, chakra still resided within him. It seems that after breaking through 2 limits yesterday, my physique has strengthened somewhat, Yuya mused, clenching his fists and feeling a slight increase in his strength, which brought a flicker of joy to his expression. If only he could break through such limits every day. Of course, it was also plausible that the recent acquisition of the Tremor fruit and the subsequent attainment of the Tremor Release bloodline limit had contributed positively to his physical fortitude. The power of the Tremor Release included the addition of shockwaves, capable of producing air tremors with a punch or seismic waves that could shake the earth and trigger tsunamis. Let me test the power of the air tremor once more. A hint of excitement flickered in Yuya's eyes as he clenched his fist, bent his arm, and struck suddenly to the side. Buzz! A faintly bright white light shimmered, abruptly exploding in the air. Yuya's punch met the air, yet it felt akin to striking a mirror. Crack! The mirror shattered, resembling a scene where space itself was violently fractured. However, the fissures were not pronounced, they merely extended slightly outward, forming delicate seams before halting. Indeed, the power of the air tremor has intensified, Yuya reflected. Retracting his fist with a satisfied expression, it appeared that the shockwaves emitted from his punches, provided they were not infused with chakra-altering properties like kunai or shuriken, could effectively be halted. Alas, the force still lacks the capacity to impact distant targets. Slightly leaving Yuya with a sense of unfulfillment was the realization that the range of his empty shockwave, unleashed by his fist, extended no further than approximately 1 meter. Of course, this limitation was intrinsically tied to its power. Should he amplify the strength of his shockwave, the range of his attacks would undoubtedly increase in tandem. However, for the time being, his fist remained suitable solely for close combat. Yet, when it came to ranged attacks, Yuya was not devoid of options. Drawing forth a kunai, he gripped it firmly with his fist. Buzz! At that moment, a faint ring of white light appeared at the tip of the kunai. Subsequently, Yuya hurled the kunai towards a distant tree with sudden force. Crack! The kunai embedded itself deeply into the trunk of the tree, and the shock wave erupted forth, causing a layer of bark to splinter and scatter around. Though this method of long-range attack incurs a loss of some shockwave power, it remains considerably effective, he mused. Most lower-ranking and mid-ranking ninjas do not possess the ability to infuse their kunai with chakra nature transformation to enhance its piercing capability. Approaching the tree, Yuya extracted the kunai and inspected the resulting damage, nodding in satisfaction. Remembering that he had a practical assessment scheduled for the day, Yuya decided against engaging in early morning training, choosing instead to conserve his energy. After a hearty meal, he made his way to the Ninja Academy. The academy, established by the second Hokage, served as an institution for nurturing ninjas. It had only been around for approximately a decade. Thus, many aspects were far from the completeness seen during the events of the original narrative. At this juncture, the Senju clan was just beginning its decline and had not yet been entirely extinguished. While the Uchiha clan was flourishing as for the Hyuga clan, they were relegated to the sidelines. Regardless of the clan, Yuya could merely observe from a distance. Not only was he a child from a foreign village, but even if he were born in Konoha, he could only gaze up at the towering legacies of the Senju, Uchiha, and even Hyuga clans. Yuya, you've arrived. Upon entering the classroom, Yuya spotted Kushina greeting him warmly. She was likely the only one willing to acknowledge his presence. The other students either ignored him outright or cast him a disdainful glance before turning away indifferently. Yuya offered a smile in response to Kushina and took a seat. Kushina, somewhat surprised, remarked, "Did you forget to bring the ointment I gave you last night?" It seems I left it behind." "How could you be so careless? What will you do if you get hurt later?" Kushina puffed up her cheeks, gazing at Yuya with mild annoyance. Yuya thought, why did it seem as though he was destined to get hurt? Couldn't she have a bit more faith in him? "While I understand that you young men often possess a competitive spirit, I cannot bear the thought of witnessing your suffering. If it proves too arduous, then perhaps it would be better to embrace the life of an ordinary individual rather than pursue the path of a ninja." Kushina's gaze flickered as she could not help but utter these words. Upon hearing her, Yuya was momentarily taken aback. To live as an ordinary person? That notion had never crossed his mind, even when he lacked the ability to harness ninjutsu and was relegated to the status of a mere underachiever. He had never relinquished his aspirations. In his previous life, he had led a mundane existence, cut short by an unforeseen event. Now, having been granted a second chance in the familiar realm of Naruto, he was resolute in his refusal to remain ordinary. The acquisition of the Shindo bloodline limit only intensified this determination. "I shall not sustain any injuries," Yuya declared with a deep breath, his tone calm yet earnest. Listening to his words, Kushina felt a twinge of regret. Perhaps her words had been too heavy? Yet, it was true that Yuya lacked the innate talent for ninjutsu, making the path of a ninja ill-suited for him. As these thoughts crossed her mind, a sense of guilt washed over her, and she resolved that should Yuya choose to abandon the path of a ninja, she would always be there to protect him. After a brief interlude, the Chunin instructor entered the classroom, exchanged a few words, and subsequently led all the students outside to the playground. There, the instructor began to read from a prearranged list, calling students forward one by one to engage in matches. The shurikens and kunai they wielded were unsharpened, making it unlikely for anyone to suffer fatal injuries. Yet the potential for bloodshed could not be entirely eliminated. After all, this was a ninja school, and the world of ninjas is unforgiving. Even though the system in the Hidden Leaf Village is somewhat gentler than the brutal policies of the Hidden Mist Village in the Land of Water, it cannot cultivate a generation of sheltered blossoms. Within the classroom were several familiar faces to Yuya, including Kushina, as well as the prodigious Minato Namikaze and Makoto Uchiha, the mother of Itachi and Sasuke from the original story. However, they were merely 7 or 8-year-old children at this stage. Minato, nevertheless, was a remarkably gifted youth, undisputedly the best in Yuya's class, and no one in the entire grade could rival his prowess. When Minato took to the stage, he was met with raucous cheers from a throng of young girls, a testament to his extraordinary popularity. With his strikingly handsome features, combined with formidable strength and talent, Minato enjoyed a status akin to that of Itachi and Sasuke Uchiha in the narrative. Yuya's appearance bore a striking resemblance to Itachi, albeit with silvery hair. Initially, upon entering the academy, Yuya's popularity was on par with Minato's. However, as time progressed and Yuya's lack of talent in ninjutsu became apparent, he was gradually surpassed by his peers, leading to a decline in his popularity. As Minato swiftly dispatched his opponents with a few deft moves, the air resonated with applause and cheers. At that moment, Kushina couldn't help but cast a glance at Yuya, feeling a sense of injustice on his behalf. Regardless of effort or other aspects, Yuya is no less capable than Namikaze Minato. However, due to his innate talent in ninjutsu, a considerable disparity exists between the two. Just as Kushina could not suppress a sigh, the Chunin instructor called out the names on the list. Next up are Yuya and Uchiha Izumi. Please come forward. Upon hearing this announcement, Kushina was momentarily taken aback, exclaiming in disbelief, "Why is it a ninja from the Uchiha clan? And Uchiha Izumi at that? If Namikaze Minato is the top genius, surely there must be a second, and that is Uchiha Izumi. Even against Minato, Uchiha Izumi could hold his ground for a few rounds. He is essentially the strongest after Minato." The Chunin instructor had deliberately paired Yuya with Uchiha Izumi. There must be something amiss. "Yuya, don't go up there. Just forfeit. That guy Izumi is definitely." Kushina glanced anxiously at Yuya, filled with frustration. "No need." Yuya gently patted Kushina's shoulder, interrupting her words and offering her a reassuring glance. "Don't worry, I won't get hurt." His words carried an inexplicable confidence that momentarily left Kushina speechless. After saying this, Yuya turned and calmly walked onto the stage. He was fully aware that this was a scheme by the Chunin instructor, who had never shown him, an outsider, any kindness. Outsiders were often regarded with disdain, and that animosity was difficult to dissolve. Yuya's treatment in Konoha was hardly better than that of Naruto, the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails in the original story. Not every teacher was as supportive as Irika. Particularly after Yuya's ninjutsu talent began to falter, the Chunin instructor sought various ways to expel him from the class. The school upheld its regulations. Unless Yuya requested to withdraw, even the Chunin instructor could not directly expel a student. "Yuya, are you sure you don't want to forfeit? It wouldn't be good if you get hurt." The Chunin instructor addressed Yuya in a deliberately condescending tone. In his view, the more he pressured Yuya, the less likely he would be to forfeit in front of the entire class, allowing Uchiha Izumi to nearly defeat him, thus compelling Yuya to seek withdrawal. Yuya remained silent, merely casting a calm glance at the Chunin instructor. That gaze made the instructor's heart skip a beat. Such composure and tranquility were hardly typical of a 7-year-old child. "No need, we can start right away." Yuya turned his attention to Uchiha Izumi. Kushina, witnessing this in the crowd, was taken aback. She never expected Yuya to insist on fighting rather than conceding. How infuriating. The attitudes of these individuals towards Yuya were increasingly disdainful. Clenching her small fists, Kushina felt an urge to rush onto the stage, but in the end, she could only watch Yuya with worry. She hoped he would forfeit before sustaining any injuries. At this moment, Uchiha Izumi gazed at Yuya with an air of haughty disdain. Upon witnessing Yuya's refusal to concede, a flicker of contempt crossed her face. Did this underachiever, incapable of mastering ninjutsu, truly believe he could triumph over her? Since he dared to engage her in combat, she resolved to impart a lasting lesson, ensuring he would understand that the next time he encountered the Uchiha name, surrender would be his only option. Very well, let the battle commence. Although the Chunin instructor felt a momentary pang of doubt and uncertainty under Yuya's penetrating gaze, he swiftly cast those thoughts aside and declared the match to begin. The instant his voice faded, Uchiha Izumi swiftly produced 2 stacks of shuriken, hurling them towards Yuya with remarkable speed. Whoosh! In an instant, 8 shuriken transformed into dark phantoms, aimed at Yuya's vital points while the other 4 blocked his escape routes. Chapter 6. The Emergence of Earthquake Escape. This is the shuriken throwing technique of the Uchiha clan, a skill that only Namikaze Minato from the entire class can rival. Such an assault is exceedingly difficult to evade entirely. However, since evasion proves challenging, one might as well confront it head-on. As 8 shurikens hurtled towards him, Yuya suddenly clenched his fist, a glimmer igniting in his eyes. He slightly turned his body, curled his arm, and with a fierce swing of his fist, he struck towards the oncoming shurikens. Had he lost his mind? Was he truly attempting to intercept shurikens with his bare hands? Witnessing this scene, every student widened their eyes in disbelief. Even the middle ninja instructor was taken aback for a moment before snickering. Even if those shurikens were merely dull props, they could still inflict harm. This was a predicament of Yuya's own making. Any injury he sustained would only bear minimal repercussions for him. Yet, in the next instant, when Yuya's fist collided with the air, every expression in the room froze. Crack! A dim white light flickered to life before suddenly exploding. Yuya's fist had seemingly struck nothing, yet it felt as though it had impacted an invisible barrier. Subsequently, this barrier displayed signs of shattering, with fine cracks radiating outward, and the surrounding air suddenly fractured. The 8 shurikens, racing forward, appeared to become ensnared in a quagmire, struggling to advance at an agonizingly slow pace. Ultimately, none managed to reach Yuya. They all fell helplessly to the ground. This is inconceivable. How could a fist possibly withstand shurikens? Yuya must be employing a ninjutsu. But what kind of ninjutsu? He didn't even perform any hand seals. The crowd erupted in a cacophony of astonishment. Students nearly had their eyes pop out, their faces reflecting sheer incredulity. Kushina was equally taken aback. Unable to suppress her gasp, she never anticipated Yuya possessed such formidable strength. On the other side, Namikaze Minato, who had previously shown little interest in the battle, now bore an intrigued expression, his eyes glinting with curiosity and surprise at Yuya's prowess. "What have you done?" In the midst of it all, Uchiha Izumi was equally astonished, having not foreseen that his meticulously executed shuriken blockade would ultimately prove ineffective. Yuya offered no response to Izumi's inquiry. Instead, he swiftly produced a kunai and charged at him. Upon seeing this, Izumi's irritation flared. This guy, disregarding his question, completely ignored him. Did he think that some peculiar ability would suffice to defeat me? Arrogant fool. Allow me to demonstrate the might of the Uchiha clan. As Yuya advanced, Izumi showed no fear, brandishing his own kunai to meet him head-on. In that moment, Yuya tightened his grip on the kunai. Buzz! A dim white halo suddenly enveloped the kunai's tip, descending rapidly towards Uchiha Izumi. Upon seeing the white glow, Izumi's pupils contracted, sensing the imminent danger. He had no choice but to brace himself and block with his kunai. At last, the two kunai clashed together. Strangely, there was no sound of metal striking metal. Instead, the noise resembled the shattering of glass. Crack! Delicate fissures spread from the point of contact between the two kunai, radiating outward. In that instant, Uchiha Izumi felt a violent tremor in his hands, an overwhelming force surging through him, enveloping his entire being. The sheer intensity of the shockwave seemed on the verge of tearing him apart. Clang! Uchiha Izumi's kunai slipped from his grasp, clattering to the ground, while he staggered backward. A trickle of blood escaping from the corner of his mouth, his eyes wide with astonishment. What was that white halo? What kind of power was this strange shockwave? No one was there to answer his queries. The students present, including the Chunin instructor, stood frozen in disbelief. A profound silence enveloped the scene. Yet, Yuya did not relent. He continued to grip his kunai and charge toward Uchiha Izumi. Having suffered a setback once, Uchiha Izumi dared not engage Yuya head-on and awkwardly evaded. Clearly being pressured into a corner by Yuya's relentless assault, Uchiha Izumi continuously retreated, the numbness and trembling in his body gradually subsiding, replaced by a flicker of anger on his face. To be cornered like this by Yuya, the underdog. Casting a glance at the nearby Chunin instructor, Uchiha Izumi gritted his teeth. You have forced my hand. If it comes to my demise, do not blame me. In the next moment, Uchiha Izumi halted, his hands moving swiftly as he began to weave hand seals. However, before he could complete the sequence, a flurry of shuriken was hurled at him from Yuya's left hand. Thud! All the shuriken struck their mark, yet Uchiha Izumi's body suddenly transformed into a piece of wood. A replacement technique. Upon witnessing Uchiha Izumi finally employ a jutsu, a glimmer of light flickered in Yuya's eyes. But in the next heartbeat, a terrifying wave of heat surged toward Yuya from behind. The oppressive warmth already signaling impending danger before contact. Fire release. Great fireball technique. The emergence of this jutsu sent shockwaves through the crowd, as it was classified as a C-rank ninjutsu. A bead of cold sweat trickled down Uchiha Izumi's forehead. Executing this jutsu was no small feat for him, nearly depleting his chakra reserves. The great fireball roared toward Yuya, and Uchiha Izumi smirked inwardly, certain that no matter how formidable Yuya was, he could not possibly withstand the C-rank jutsu that he had only just learned. Boom! The eruption of the great fireball astonished everyone present, causing all the students to instinctively retreat, the heat distorting their hair. Good heavens, Izumi was able to perform such a jutsu. Was he truly one of us? A mere student? Countless faces reflected disbelief and astonishment. Yuya Kushina watched the scene, her face paling, unable to contain her gasp of shock. This particular ninjutsu, once inflicted, transcends mere injury. It could very well lead to demise. Even the Nin instructor was taken aback by Uchiha Izumi's ability to execute the C-rank fireball jutsu. Instinctively compelled to intervene, he abruptly restrained himself, a hint of coldness flickering in his gaze. Is it not commonplace for unexpected occurrences to arise in battle? At this moment, confronted by the oncoming fireball, Yuya felt a shiver coursing through him. Although he surmised that Uchiha Izumi might utilize the substitution technique to appear behind him, he was unprepared for the revelation that she could indeed perform the C-rank fireball jutsu. Ninjutsu is categorized into various ranks: S, A, B, C, D, and E. The E rank pertains to the level of a ninja academy, while D rank is commonly employed by genin. C rank, however, is the standard for Nin. Only exceptionally gifted genin would frequently employ C-rank ninjutsu. Truly, one must never underestimate the ninjas of the Uchiha clan. Chapter 7 Apologies, yet I have sustained some injuries. If it had been any other student facing such a C-rank ninjutsu, they would likely have been obliterated in an instant. Yuya's expression grew grave as he resolutely pushed off the ground and retreated swiftly. However, his speed was evidently insufficient to outpace the oncoming fireball. Just as the fireball was about to strike him, a glimmer of cold light flashed in Yuya's eyes. The kunai in his hand suddenly radiated a white aura, and he slashed downwards with great force. Split for me. With a crack, the white aura erupted at that moment. Yet, under Yuya's control, It did not confront the fireball head-on but rather split it to the sides. At this point, the fireball had nearly reached its maximum distance and with Yuya's full force. It abruptly divided. Flames roared past Yuya on either side, sparing him from harm. Well done. Observing this scene, Yuya did not exhibit any joy. Instead, he became even more composed. He was still unable to directly combat C-rank ninjutsu and could only resort to cunning tactics for the time being, but he was not far from shattering C-rank ninjutsu directly. The flames blazed fiercely, and the surrounding students wore expressions of horror. Could it be that someone has perished? Oh my, this is utterly terrifying. It seems a life has been taken. The students could not perceive the events unfolding within the realm of the fireball. They only saw Yuya engulfed by the flames. Fear gripped the faces of all. On the other side, Kushina Izumaki could no longer restrain herself and was about to rush onto the field. Tears welling in her eyes and an overwhelming sense of guilt consuming her. Why did she allow Yuya to engage with Uchiha Izumi? Why didn't Tishi stop him? At that moment, the only Chunin instructor capable of intervening watched the scene with gritted teeth, forcing himself to endure. It appeared that Yuya was doomed. Uchiha Izumi, observing the dissipating fireball, thought Yuya must have been reduced to ashes. His face paled slightly, yet a cold smirk played on his lips. But in the next instant, his expression froze in disbelief. From the fading flames, a figure emerged, becoming increasingly clear, until it burst forth. It was none other than Yuya. Impossible. The fireball Yuya actually withstood it. Uchiha Izumi found it nearly inconceivable, watching as Yuya emerged from the inferno. In a moment of panic, he swung a fist towards Yuya. Having endured the fireball, Yuya was undoubtedly at the end of his strength, merely holding on. With this thought, a flicker of confidence returned to Uchiha Izumi's eyes. However, as he threw his punch, Yuya met him with a cold gaze, responding with a punch of his own. A dim white glow encircled Yuya's fist. In the next moment, their fists collided in midair. Crack. Once more, that eerie sound echoed, fine cracks spreading through the air. As if the very fabric of space was fracturing, instilling a sense of dread. As Uchiha Izumi's arm emitted a sharp crack, it met Yuya's fist head-on. Ultimately, his body could not withstand the force, resulting in his arm being brutally shattered. The shockwave rippled outward, sending him hurtling through the air. This is impossible. Thud. Uchiha Izumi clumsily collapsed some distance away, his eyes reflecting a mixture of horror and disbelief. Suddenly, he coughed up a mouthful of blood, overwhelmed by excruciating pain, and succumbed to unconsciousness. The scene fell into a profound silence. At that moment, Yuya casually extinguished the flames flickering on his clothing, gently tugging away a few singed strands of hair before discarding them. After the silence, the crowd erupted in astonishment. This is inconceivable. My goodness. Is this a resurrection? How could Yuya withstand such a terrifying fire-style jutsu? It was utterly unfathomable. Suddenly, the realization struck everyone, as though they were dreaming. The students were left in a state of shock and disbelief. Yuya actually defeated Uchiha Izumi? This meant that Yuya was no longer at the bottom but had leaped to become a prodigy, second only to Minato Namikaze. An extraordinary miracle. In the crowd, Kushina Izumaki stared blankly at the arena, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. She had yet to process the event fully. Yuya paid no heed to the stunned students. Instead, he turned to Kushina, apologetically wiping a small burn on his arm. I'm sorry, I sustained a minor injury. Kushina bit her lip, gazing at Yuya in astonishment. You fool. Unable to restrain herself, she wiped her eyes and, with a huff, playfully bared her teeth at Yuya, regaining her spirited demeanor. In the arena, the Chunin instructor was still in shock, staring at Yuya with a look of disbelief. You, it seems I lost, didn't I? Yuya met the instructor's gaze calmly and replied nonchalantly. The Chunin instructor, incredulous, rubbed his eyes in disbelief. He had never anticipated that Yuya would emerge victorious, and that the one left injured would be Uchiha Izumi. If it were Yuya who had been wounded, it would have been inconsequential, but with Uchiha Izumi injured, the Chunin instructor bore immense pressure and responsibility. His expression darkened, yet he could only reluctantly announce Yuya's triumph. However, noticing Uchiha Izumi's condition from a distance, the Chunin instructor's face grew grim as he whispered to Yuya, be mindful of your actions after inflicting such harm on a member of the Uchiha clan. That is not something for you to worry about, Yuya replied coolly before stepping down from the arena. Countless gazes were fixed upon Yuya, infused with a lingering sense of amazement. Even Minato Namikaze's eyes shimmered with a peculiar intensity, scrutinizing Yuya as he began to regard him with newfound respect. Following this practical examination, Yuya instantly became the focal point of discussion throughout the entire ninja academy. Many are astonished by the nature of the power wielded by Yuya. His explanation reveals it to be the tremor-release bloodline limit, a reasoning devoid of flaws. After all, within the realm of ninjas, the bloodline limits are manifold. They encompass ocular techniques such as the Sharingan and Byakugan, physical abilities like the Shikatsumiyaku, and the hydration technique of the Hozuki clan. as well as chakra-based skills like wood release and ice release. A wave of realization washed over everyone. Following the initial shock, a sense of calm gradually descended. In a clearing within Konoha village, dusk was settling in, yet Yuya showed no intention of departing. Instead, he relentlessly practiced his martial arts. After a moment of triumph, Yuya was acutely aware that challenges would soon follow. Thus he dedicated himself even more fervently to honing his physical skills and enhancing the power of his tremor-release bloodline limit. 451, 452, 499, 500. Exhaling sharply, he reached his predetermined target, stretching his nearly rigid arms as he rose to his feet. When training outdoors, he rarely subjected himself to extreme exercises. It was only at home that he endeavored to extract every ounce of strength from within, although such endeavors may seem insignificant. In this world of ninjas, Yuya deliberately cultivated his vigilance from a young age. At this rate, it was nearly time to incorporate weights. Shaking off the sweat from his brow, Yuya made his way home. It had been nearly a month since he consumed that fruit, an anomaly in this world, which granted him the tremor-release bloodline limit. During this month, he resolutely abandoned the practice of ninjutsu and chakra, channeling all his energy into the mastery of physical techniques. Chapter 8. Mighty Training. As Yuya approached the age of 8, he deemed himself ready to engage in this hellish regimen of training. Over the course of a month, Yuya's strength saw a modest increase, yet the most significant enhancements lay in his endurance and physical stamina. Upon returning home, he surmised that if he continued on this path, the basic exercises he had been performing would soon yield diminishing returns. At that juncture, he would need to commence weight training. In this world, the equipment for weighted training was remarkably advanced. The seemingly innocuous metal plate strapped to Lee's legs in the original narrative bore an astonishing weight. Yet, reflecting on how Uchiha Sasuke had managed to catch up to Lee's speed in merely a month through the stimulation of his cells with lightning, Yuya felt a twinge of envy. How he wished for a training method suited to his own needs. With a deep breath, he expelled the distracting thoughts from his mind and resumed his training. In the comfort of his home, Yuya undertook his extreme training regimen with unwavering resolve. This so-called extreme training involved squeezing every ounce of strength from his body, pushing beyond his limits in a veritable hellish mode. Through prolonged training, Yuya's physique had begun to display notable muscle definition. However, this was merely the initial phase. In the realm of ninjas, muscle alone was a commonplace attribute and did not necessarily equate to formidable strength. As he continued to train, these muscles would gradually fade, only to re-emerge in a more refined form. He estimated that this metamorphosis would coincide with the maturation of his body, likely occurring between the ages of 14 and 16. Given the early development typical in this world, yet the pressing concern remained. He must survive until then. In less than 2 years, the Second Great Ninja War was set to erupt, a fact Yuya recalled vividly. His training over the past month had also fortified his shock power, and he speculated that he could now potentially shatter weaker C-rank jutsu. Of course, the potency of C-rank ninjutsu varied significantly depending on whether it was wielded by a chunin, jounin, or an entity as formidable as Uchiha Madara. The realm of ninjutsu was indeed vast and profound, but in terms of taijutsu and Yuya's shock-release bloodline limit, it was equally impressive. If developed to its utmost potential, he might truly be able to fracture space itself. Sweat dripped incessantly onto the ground. His arms had nearly succumbed to complete rigidity, and he pressed on solely through sheer willpower. He had surpassed his previous limits. Yet a resolute expression adorned his face as he gritted his teeth and persevered, determined to exceed his prior performance by dozens, until he finally collapsed, unable to rise again. Yuya approached his training with an unforgiving and relentless attitude. After all, without exerting himself to the utmost, how could he hope to secure a chance of survival in the impending Second Great Ninja War? As a child without connections from an outer village, he would undoubtedly be dispatched to undertake the most perilous frontline missions once war erupted. Kushina, in stark contrast, was the designated next Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails for Konoha. She would not only avoid the battlefield but would likely be kept under incredibly tight protection should the war truly commence. Thus, Yuya was not particularly concerned about Kushina's safety once the war commenced. His only worry was for himself. Suddenly, the sound of a key turning in the lock broke the silence. Yuya glanced towards the door in mild surprise, attempting to rise, but having just reached his limit, he found himself unable to recover in such a short span. The only person who possessed a key to the Yuya household, and whom he trusted implicitly, was none other than Kushina. "You've gotten yourself into quite a state again," Kushina remarked, carrying a dinner tray as she surveyed Yuya's condition with an exasperated sigh. Ignoring the sweat glistening on his brow, she helped him to his feet. "I really don't understand why you're pushing yourself so hard. Haven't you already awakened that tremor-release bloodline limit, making you quite formidable?" Kushina puffed her cheeks, gazing at Yuya with a look of bewilderment. After a moment's contemplation, Yuya refrained from sharing the grim realities of war and darkness, instead responding with a smile. But isn't there's someone even stronger than I? Minato, right? Kushina pouted slightly. But surpassing him is no simple feat. It is precisely because it is difficult that it drives me to strive harder, Yuya replied with a grin. Kushina rolled her eyes but ultimately broke into a smile. I believe you will surpass him one day. Yes, Yuya nodded, then raked his fingers through his hair, feeling a bit awkward as he looked at Kushina. By the way, could I borrow some money? Kushina looked at Yuya in surprise, instinctively responding, of course, what do you need it for? It's nothing much. Just to purchase some training tools, hee. Most of my money has already been deducted. As an orphan in Konoha, he was entitled to some relief funds. However, as he was a child from an outer village, most of the money was withheld, leaving him with barely enough to eat. Yuya felt helpless about the situation. Knowing that the only way out was to grow stronger and gradually escape these uncomfortable circumstances. Those despicable individuals. Kushina felt a surge of anger upon hearing Yuya's words, but ultimately sighed in resignation, patting him on the shoulder. All right. I'll lend it to you. Well, I probably won't be able to pay you back immediately, but I'll soon become a genin. And I should be able to repay you after completing a few missions. Yuya flashed a smile at Kushina. Kushina smirked. If you intend to repay me, then I won't lend you anything. Having anticipated such a response, Yuya sighed in exasperation. All right, I'll make it up to you in other ways. Humph. Kushina let out a slightly proud huff and, after lending Yuya the needed funds, departed from his home. Gazing at the dinner Kushina had left behind, Yuya's expression softened. I can't shake the feeling that I am destined to alter the original narrative entirely. Yet, I cannot disregard Kushina's good intentions. As he strolled through the streets of Konoha, Yuya took in his surroundings, a faint smile gracing his lips. It always seemed to evoke a sense of unreality. Yet, he was indeed present here, in the world of Naruto, in the village of Konoha. Although he had resided in Konoha for quite some time, Yuya had been entirely absorbed in his training and the pursuit of strength, rarely paying attention to the bustling streets of the village. After wandering for a while, Yuya found himself at the ninja tool shop. Just as he was about to step inside, he suddenly exclaimed in surprise. He had spotted a very familiar figure, clad in a green spandex suit with bushy eyebrows. However, at this time, Lee should not have spoken yet, and even if Guy had been born, he would have merely been a child, correct? There was no room for doubt. Yuya instantly recognized the ninja before him, who was also purchasing weighted ninja tools. It was none other than Konoha's perennial genin, Might Guy. Furthermore, he was indeed the father of Guy. Chapter 9. Uchiha Han. Yuya held a deep respect for this individual, as well as for Might Guy, Might Dai, and even for young Lee. He found himself belonging to a similar category of individuals. Inside the ninja tool shop, a tremendous sound reverberated, causing the very earth to tremble. Apologies, Might Dai said with an embarrassed smile, observing the shopkeeper struggling to deposit a pile of weighted equipment onto the ground. Honestly, the shopkeeper remarked with a hint of impatience, just take it away. As Might Dai turned to leave, the shopkeeper muttered under his breath, what use is mastering taijutsu? He'll always be a lowly genin. Might Dai caught the words, pausing momentarily but choosing not to look back, instead striding away with the heavy weights he had purchased. Such disdain, Yuya thought, suddenly reminded of the phrase. He was well aware of the true, terrifying prowess possessed by the perennial genin, Might Dai. Yet, true to the original narrative, Might Dai maintained an exceptional temperament, bearing the ridicule with grace as he departed. Shaking his head, Yuya entered the shop. I would like 2 of those weights. Just 2 will suffice. You want that kind of weight? The shopkeeper looked at Yuya with surprise. Not expecting such a young child to have such enthusiasm for taijutsu, he quickly produced 2 pieces. They appeared to be mere inconspicuous iron blocks, yet felt surprisingly heavy in hand. He realized they were even weightier than he had anticipated. It seemed he wouldn't be able to utilize them for a while. Yuya felt a tinge of helplessness, but having made the purchase, he stepped out of the shop, his gaze flickering as he searched for the recently departed Might Dai. It was not long before he spotted him. The man was far too conspicuous. Yuya followed Might Dai into an uninhabited grove, where he witnessed the formidable weight being donned and the commencement of an intense training regimen. The sight was astonishing. It was no wonder he was capable of unlocking the 8th gate and defeating 4 members of the 7 ninja swordsmen. Were the shopkeeper aware of the monstrous abilities of the perennial genin, Might Dai, he might very well have been left agape. Observing Might Dai's training, Yuya gradually recognized how rudimentary his own methods had been in comparison. Filled with excitement, Yuya meticulously recorded every aspect of Might Dai's training process. Although Might Dai was presently just a genin, Yuya believed that no one in the entirety of Konoha could surpass him in taijutsu. Learning from him could only prove beneficial. Having discovered Might Dai's training location, Yuya made it a point to stealthily observe him whenever he had the time. Lacking the Byakugan or Sharingan, he had to diligently memorize everything piece by piece. After nearly a month of following Might Dai, Yuya experienced significant advancements in his taijutsu. with both his physical strength and speed nearly reaching the level of a true genin. During this period, the two weighted feathered knights were finally managed to be donned. The force of the feathered knight's tremors had also significantly heightened. In an open space, the feathered knight clenched his fist, a dim white radiance flickering to life, and then struck fiercely at a wooden stake before him. Crack! The air rippled with fractures, akin to a shattering mirror. The feathered knight's fist did not directly touch the stake, remaining a foot away, yet the stake succumbed to the tremor, appearing cracked before suddenly splintering into pieces. The tremor force had indeed intensified considerably. A hint of exhilaration adorned the feathered knight's visage. If he were to confront the previous Uchiha Izumi, who had unleashed the C-rank fireball jutsu, he was confident that he could shatter it with a single punch, leaving not a spark behind. However, over this past month, the feathered knight had yet to encounter Might Guy practicing the 8 gates, which left him somewhat disheartened. His keen desire now was to comprehend the power of the 8 gates. Perhaps he should check if Might Guy had been training in it. After a moment's contemplation, the feathered knight turned and walked toward a familiar direction. However, before he could reach the street, a youth clad in a ninja uniform and adorned with a forehead protector approached him. He was a CH Nin. The genin of Konoha wore forehead protectors, while the CH Nin donned a distinct uniform. The Jonin's attire varied slightly in pocket count from that of the CH Nin. This made it convenient to discern the rank of ninjas and easily identify their village affiliation. Only those who had ascended beyond the ordinary Jonin and had gained renown across the ninja world would eschew uniforms in favor of their preferred attire, as their identity no longer required such markers. Upon spotting the feathered knight, this CH Nin displayed a hint of haughty disdain and approached directly. "Do you have business here?" The feathered knight inquired calmly, maintaining his composure in the face of this apparent troublemaker. Despite the clear intent of the CH Nin, the feathered knight exhibited no fear, responding with an air of dignity. After all, they were within the confines of Konoha village, on a public street. No one dared to act recklessly. Yet, to the feathered knight's surprise, this CH Nin proceeded to act provocatively. "You are that outsider who survived the destruction of your village and joined Konoha, are you not? If I recall correctly, your name is Yuya?" The CH Nin's tone dripped with condescension, making it evident that he had come seeking trouble. Yet, the feathered knight's expression remained increasingly composed. Simultaneously, his mind raced with thoughts. He was not well received in Konoha, but he had not provoked any notable figures. Suddenly, a memory struck him. Over a month ago, he had triumphed over Uchiha Izumi at the Ninja Academy. At that time, Uchiha Izumi had sought to kill him, utilizing even the fireball jutsu. The feathered knight had certainly not held back, and in defeating Uchiha Izumi, he had likely shattered several of his bones. Uchiha Izumi would be incapacitated for at least a month. Before me stands undoubtedly a member of the Uchiha clan. Who might you be in relation to Uchiha Izumi? Instead of answering the question posed, Heya retorted with an inquiry of his own. The ninja's eyes flickered with a hint of surprise, clearly taken aback by Heia's ability to instantly deduce his identity. "I am Uchiha Han, the elder brother of Uchiha Izumi. Since you have guessed correctly, you may as well break one of your own arms." Uchiha Han spoke with a dispassionate tone, as if it were a matter of course. Upon hearing these words, Heya was momentarily taken aback. Is this truly the Uchiha clan? How audacious they are. Chapter 10. The Tremor of the Chunin. In Konoha, despite the formidable strength of the Uchiha clan, could they truly act with impunity? Did they genuinely believe that the will of the second Hokage, Senju Tobirama, along with the current third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, and the Hokage advisor, Danzo, were mere trifles? This was a secluded street in Konoha, yet what of it? Yuya offered only a faint response. On what grounds? Merely because you struck my brother Izumi and provoked the Uchiha. Upon witnessing Yuya's demeanor, Uchiha Kan's face darkened with anger. With a cold snort, he launched a punch directly at Yuya. This audacious individual dared to engage in combat in the streets. Yuya was taken aback. The Uchiha clan had become this brazen. Nevertheless, even if you were a Chunin, what of it? Without a moment's hesitation, Yuya clenched his fist and retaliated with a powerful blow. Boom. The two fists collided in the next instant. Yuya's speed in taijutsu was not significantly inferior to that of Uchiha Kan, a Chunin of the Uchiha clan. As for strength, Yuya possessed the Ditun Kekkei Jinkai of Tremor Release. His seismic power was sufficient to shatter a C-rank ninjutsu, meaning that in close combat, each of Yuya's punches bore the might of a C-rank ninjutsu. No matter how strong a Chunin might be, could they withstand a C-rank ninjutsu with mere physical resilience? That would be utterly ludicrous. Crack. As the white halo around Yuya's fist suddenly erupted, Uchiha Kan's expression shifted dramatically. A terrifying shockwave radiated from Yuya's fist, not only transmitting an overwhelming force through Uchiha Kan's fist, but also causing his entire body to creak ominously, as if it would be utterly crushed. Uchiha Kan was filled with dread, desperately channeling chakra within him, yet he was still sent flying by Yuya's punch. as if struck by a lightning release technique. His entire body trembling. This is impossible. A glimmer of disbelief flickered in Uchiha Kan's eyes. He had long been informed by his brother Izumi that Yuya possessed a unique Kekkei Genkai, excelling in taijutsu. However, he had dismissed it. Strong? How strong could he possibly be? He was a Chunin, after all, one of the Uchiha clan's elite. A Chunin facing off against a student who had yet to graduate from the ninja academy seemed like a one-sided affair. Thus, he had never considered fighting seriously, intending instead to simply overwhelm Yuya with a few swift taijutsu moves. Yet, he never anticipated that Yuya's tremor power could overwhelm even him, a Chunin. Astonished, he gazed at Uchiha Kan, who had been forcefully repelled by his punch. Yuya's eyes sparkled with intensity as he mused, Chunin truly are formidable. If a Genin had the audacity to exchange blows with Yuya in such a manner, they would surely suffer grievous injuries, if not worse. As for students of the Ninja Academy, escaping without being obliterated would be considered fortunate. However, Uchiha Kan, despite being violently shaken back, had not sustained any injuries. This has profoundly altered Yuya's perception of the strength possessed by Nin. How infuriating, this little brat. A mere bloodline limit dares to flaunt before the Uchiha. Upon regaining consciousness, Uchiha Han was consumed by an overwhelming fury. At that moment, an increasing number of onlookers began to take notice, casting peculiar glances in their direction. Despite the relative seclusion of this area, within the expansive Hidden Leaf Village, how remote could it truly be, under the scrutiny of so many astonished eyes? Uchiha Han felt his face burn with humiliation. As a distinguished Nin, being pushed back by a mere child who had yet to graduate from the Ninja Academy was nothing short of disgraceful. In his rage, Uchiha Han refrained from employing ninjutsu and charged once more at Yuya, determined to crush him using only taijutsu, seeking to redeem his lost honor. Yuya was taken aback by Uchiha Han's audacity to continue engaging him in physical combat. A hint of a cold smirk appeared in his eyes. Was the Uchiha clan truly this arrogant? Over there, it seemed to be Uchiha Han. How pitiable. What had the child done to provoke the Uchiha clan? Gradually, a crowd began to gather, their expressions a mix of astonishment and a tinge of sympathy for Yuya. Judging by Yuya's appearance, he was likely still a student. Having unwittingly drawn the ire of Uchiha Nin, a truly unfortunate circumstance. Given the Uchiha's domineering nature, even if they dared not kill Yuya in public, it was likely he would be severely injured. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Yuya and Uchiha Han clashed once more. Boom. Faced with Uchiha Han's taijutsu, Yuya neither flinched nor retreated. Rather, he resolutely advanced, declaring, "No matter your techniques, I will strike you with a single punch." Just one punch was enough to shatter all your taijutsu. Regardless of the Uchiha clan's mastery of physical techniques or the Sharingan's ability to perceive every flaw. What did it matter? In the face of seismic release, relying solely on taijutsu to overcome him, even as a Nin, was utterly inadequate. This time, when confronted with Yuya's fist, Uchiha Han chose not to clash directly. Instead, he sidestepped and aimed a kick at Yuya. As long as he avoided a head-on confrontation, the impact of that shockwave would be rendered ineffective. Such was Uchiha Han's reasoning. However, if the shockwave could truly be so easily evaded, how could it be venerated as the mightiest force in another realm? Boom. Yuya's fist struck nothing but air, yet it still emitted a thunderous roar. Although it seemingly hit nothing, it felt as though it collided with something tangible, as if shattering an ethereal mirror. Crack. The air splintered again, reminiscent of a broken mirror. As the terrifying shockwave enveloped the entire area before him, once more overwhelming Uchiha Han. What? Uchiha Han's expression turned one of sheer astonishment. He had evaded the blow. So why did the shockwave still crash upon him? In an instant, creases and cracks appeared all over his garments. This time, the situation was even more dire. In their previous encounter, he had managed to engage in a direct clash with Yuya, utilizing his strength to counterbalance a portion of the shockwave's force. However, this time, he foolishly attempted to evade it. The shockwave remained unmitigated and struck him with unrelenting ferocity. Bang! The shockwave surged violently, and Uchiha Han gritted his teeth. Rendered incapable of mounting any offensive action, he could only feebly cross his arms over his chest to shield himself from the onslaught. Yet, the force was beyond his capacity to withstand. Boom! Under the incredulous gaze of countless witnesses, Uchiha Han was unceremoniously hurled through the air by the sheer impact. Chapter 11. The dark side. Uchiha Han was sent flying, blood even trickling from the corner of his mouth. This was the price he paid for underestimating Yuya's shockwave power and foolishly attempting to confront him with mere taijutsu. Not even a Nin could withstand such force. This is impossible. What kind of power is this? Uchiha Han was horrified, striving to land gracefully, but his body, numbed by the shockwave, failed to regain its balance. Thud! Uchiha Han collapsed on the ground, his body still trembling violently. The scene fell into a profound silence. Soon, an uproar ensued among the onlookers. Unbelievable. A nin from the Uchiha clan was sent flying by what was evidently just a child, and he was injured. This cannot be. Am I dreaming? The Uchiha clan should not be this weak. How could they fail to defeat a mere child? Moreover, what kind of power did that child just wield? Countless spectators stared in disbelief at the fallen Uchiha Han and the calm Yuya, who had withdrawn his fist. It was utterly incomprehensible. If Uchiha Han had sent Yuya flying with a punch, it would have been entirely normal, but the reverse was nothing short of astonishing. Uchiha Han lay dumbfounded on the ground, still grappling with the reality of being struck down by Yuya's punch. When he finally grasped the situation, the gazes surrounding him drove him to madness. Damn it, that little brat dared to. Being knocked back by a mere child and spitting blood was an unparalleled humiliation for him, one that would forever haunt him within the Uchiha clan, leaving him unable to raise his head again, destined to be ridiculed. In his frenzy, a murderous intent finally surfaced on Uchiha Han's face. Initially, he had only intended to teach Yuya a lesson. Now, however, he resolved to eliminate this detestable child. Consumed by rage, Uchiha Han acted decisively. This time, he would not rely on taijutsu but would form hand seals, unleashing true ninjutsu. With a clear intent to annihilate Yuya, he disregarded the fact that they were in the streets of Konoha. Fire release. Fire Dragon Flame Bomb. With this move, he unleashed a B-rank fire ninjutsu. This technique far surpassed the Great Fireball, the terrifying flames coalescing into a visible form, resembling a dragon of fire that devoured all in its path, surging towards Yuya. The ground beneath seemed to crack from the intense heat. This is bad. Has he lost his mind? To perform such a high-level ninjutsu here. The crowd of spectators recoiled in shock, most of them ninjas who could easily evade the attack. Witnessing this, Yuya couldn't help but gasp in surprise. Such a level of ninjutsu was beyond his capacity to block or evade. Had Uchiha Han not underestimated him from the outset and instead engaged with ninjutsu, Yuya would likely have been defeated in an instant. At this very moment, confronted with the overwhelming force of the fire technique, Yuya displayed no signs of fear. Instead, his demeanor was remarkably calm as he cast a fleeting glance around. It was time for action, wasn't it? Whoosh. Indeed, in the next instant, a shadow flickered into existence before Yuya, swiftly forming hand seals against the oncoming fire technique. Water style. Water barrier. The torrent surged wildly, coalescing into a wave that stood resolutely like a city wall. As the fire dragon projectiles collided with the water, a hissing sound erupted, engulfing the surroundings in a thick mist, ultimately vanishing without a trace, as if a clay ox had plunged into the sea. The water then dispersed instantaneously, fading from sight. Uchiha Han, do you comprehend the gravity of your actions in Konoha? A chilling voice resonated. The shadow before Yuya was unmistakably a masked member of the Umbu. The Umbu, also known as the Special Tactical Unit for Assassination, operates directly under the Hokage, a force that no one can command. They are responsible not only for various external assassination missions but also for maintaining internal security within Konoha. This is truly an elite force, even surpassing the Uchiha clan's own Konoha police force. Uchiha Han's use of the Fire Dragon technique, a large-scale offensive ninjutsu within the village, was strictly prohibited, even if it was not aimed directly at Yuya. Upon the Umbu's arrival, despite the murderous intent surging within him, Uchiha Han was compelled to suppress it. He dared not act recklessly in the presence of the Umbu. What crime have I committed? Private duels are forbidden within Konoha. The Umbu coldly regarded Uchiha Han. Gradually, Uchiha Han's fury subsided, yet his gaze remained laced with malice as he cast a glance at Yuya, coldly stating, I am one of the captains of the Konoha police force. It has come to my attention that Yuya may be linked to enemy reconnaissance. Thus I intended to apprehend him for questioning. This statement left everyone momentarily stunned. Yuya internally cursed the shamelessness of it all. No wonder this individual dared to act brazenly on the streets. He had long sought justification, for the Konoha police force was essentially the private militia of the Uchiha clan. This blatant display of power was unmistakable. The onlookers revealed subtle expressions of disdain, yet their fear of the Uchiha clan's reputation silenced any potential objections. This exemplified the Uchiha clan's tyranny. The Umbu, witnessing this, could only respond coldly. Do you possess any evidence? This seems to be of no concern to your Umbu. Uchiha Han, having quelled his anger, replied icily. The Umbu member's concealed visage darkened considerably. However, if you wish to arrest someone, you will likely require the Hokage's permission. The tone of the Umbu ninja was frigid. In truth, whether it was Danzo's Root or Sarutobi Hiruzen's Umbu, they often targeted the Uchiha clan, whether intentionally or inadvertently. He was one of the Umbu dispatched by Sarutobi Hiruzen, specifically tasked with monitoring the Uchiha clan. A child like Yuya, devoid of any influential background and hailing from an external village, hardly warranted the protection of the Umbu. The reason for targeting Uchiha Han is merely to suppress the Uchiha clan. The onlookers are well aware, having witnessed similar confrontations between the Umbu and the Konoha Guard many times before. In urgent circumstances, one must act decisively. What if Yuyuru is a spy and escapes before we can take action? Uchiha Han let out a cold laugh. By mobilizing the Konoha Guard, he effectively represents the Uchiha clan, thus his tone became considerably more assertive even in the face of the Umbu. The Umbu ninja furrowed his brow, but it was evident that he could not allow Uchiha Han to easily achieve his objective. This situation is suspicious. I believe it requires the Hokage's personal intervention. Chapter 12. Life and Death Duel. In a moment of intense confrontation, the two stood opposed to each other. However, the aura emanating from the Umbu proved to be slightly more formidable. After all, the Umbu were backed by the legendary third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, while the Konoha police force merely had the Uchiha clan leader as their support. We shall speak of this another time. Uchiha Han's expression was somewhat grim. He discerned that the Umbu had resolutely decided to stand against him, rendering any plans to deal with Yuya today nearly impossible. Yet, Yuya was merely an outsider, a mere child devoid of any significant backing. If Han truly wished to eliminate him, he could do so at any moment. Could the Umbu protect Yuya for an eternity? The only way to alleviate the resentment in his heart was to extinguish Yuya's life. Uchiha Han did not conceal his murderous intent, coldly turning away, prepared to depart. The onlookers, witnessing this scene, were filled with indignation and a hint of sympathy for Yuya. That Uchiha Han had suffered a setback at the hands of Yuya was hard for them to believe. However, the impending retaliation from the Uchiha clan would undoubtedly be something Yuya could not withstand. Given the Uchiha clan's ruthless nature, it was entirely possible that Yuya would suddenly disappear by tomorrow. A collective sigh escaped the hearts of the crowd. At that moment, Yuya suddenly spoke up, halting Uchiha Han. Wait. Han paused, a cold smirk gracing his lips. Even if Yuya were to kneel and plead, it was too late. What he did not anticipate was that Yuya's words were not a plea for mercy, but rather a challenge. 3 months from now, do you dare to engage in a life and death duel with me? Yuya declared, his gaze steady upon Uchiha Han. He now faced a deadlock. To break free, he could only resort to this method to buy time. If Uchiha Han acquiesced, he would gain a reprieve. The utterance of Yuya's challenge sent shockwaves through the assembly. Everyone regarded him as though he were mad. 3 months, a life and death duel with the CH Nin. What a jest. Even though Yuya had managed to gain the upper hand over Uchiha Han through some inexplicable force, once a CH Nin became serious, not only Yuya, an ungraduated student, but even 3 or 5 genin would find it exceedingly difficult to contend with him. Moreover, Uchiha Han was a CH Nin of the Uchiha clan. The crowd was left in a stupor. Uchiha Han himself thought he had misheard. Yuya, challenging him. Did this boy truly believe that having momentarily gained an advantage through a peculiar bloodline limit granted him the right to battle against him? Ha ha. Uchiha Han laughed, his mirth laden with scorn and disdain. He looked down at Yuya, saying, challenging me, is it? Very well, I accept. Though he was well aware that Yuya was merely attempting to stall for time, in front of so many witnesses, Uchiha Han could not possibly refuse the challenge. It was not only a matter of his own pride, but also that of the Uchiha clan. They could not afford to lose face. Yet, in just 3 months, a mere child could not possibly turn the tide. As long as he took the matter seriously, Uchiha Han was confident he could eliminate 2 Yuis with ease. In the next moment, Uchiha Han, seemingly disinterested, transformed into a plume of white smoke and vanished without a trace. At that juncture, those surrounding him awoke from their stupor, expressing astonishment and lamentation. This child truly possessed remarkable qualities, maintaining composure in the face of danger and daring to challenge a CH Nin, seizing the opportunity to gain 3 months of precious time. Yet, alas, having offended the Uchiha clan, no amount of talent would afford him the chance to flourish. 3 months were far too brief to overcome a CH Nin. Indeed, with only 3 months remaining, was this not excessively cruel to the child? As everyone sighed in unison, they shook their heads and departed, daunted by the gravity of the Uchiha clan's affairs. The Umbu, observing Yuya with a sympathetic gaze, contemplated that if this matter were reported to the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, it might capture his attention and perhaps save Yuya's life, though the likelihood was slim. The Umbu approached Yuya, placing a reassuring hand on his shoulder, and remarked, enjoy your 3 months. Considering the Uchiha's nature, you need not fear danger during this time. With that, the Umbu also dissipated into white smoke. 3 months of leisure? How absurd. The corners of Yuya's mouth twitched, a dark line forming on his forehead. He understood that Uchiha Han had been unable to decline his challenge in that situation, thus he had unhesitatingly secured the 3-month respite. However, this period was not intended for frivolity. As he traversed the streets, it seemed the news of Yuya challenging Uchiha Han had swiftly spread throughout Konoha. A student from the Ninja Academy daring to challenge a nin was indeed a sensational tale. Conversations buzzed all around, and many gazes directed at him were tinged with pity. Even those who typically regarded Yuya with disdain sighed and shook their heads upon seeing him. Initially, Yuya felt somewhat uncomfortable under their scrutiny, but he soon grew accustomed to it, choosing to ignore any lingering stares. He intended to observe Might Guy's training briefly before returning home to continue his rigorous regimen, having acquired the shock-release bloodline limit less than 2 months prior. He had already attained a level of strength that rendered him virtually unafraid of any genin, while the disparity between genin and nin was significant. It was not insurmountable within a short span. In the original narrative, Kakashi Hitaki became a genin at 5 and a nin at 6. Thus, Yuya too harbored confidence and determination to elevate his prowess to that of a nin within 3 months. Soon, Yuya arrived at the location where Might Guy was training. Initially intending to merely observe, having not witnessed Guy's practice of the 8 gates for an extended period, Yuya had little hope. However, to his astonishment, a single glance captivated him. The sky gradually dimmed. The sun's fading rays illuminated the small grove, exuding a tranquil atmosphere, but this serenity was shattered by an overwhelming aura. Boom. At that moment, Might Guy stood at the center of a small clearing, his entire being radiating a vibrant green light. An indescribable aura surged around him. The 8 gates. Yuya stood there in a daze, gazing at the scene before him, as a sudden brilliance flickered in his eyes. He couldn't help but murmur, "Indeed. This is the formidable forbidden technique that has captivated countless souls." The mere thought of the original narrative, where Kai had once withstood and even subdued the legendary Abido, ignited a passionate fire within him. He had always yearned to covertly learn this technique, and today, he had finally witnessed it with his own eyes. Might Guy stood silently in the arena, when suddenly he let out a resounding shout and stamped his foot down upon the earth. Crack. The soil beneath him fractured like a spider's web, spreading outward in all directions. The 5th gate, the gate of closing, has been opened. Boom. This time, it was not merely the act of stomping that caused the ground to tremble. The sheer intensity of the aura emanating from him was enough to fracture and shatter the fragile earth beneath. Chapter 13, The 8 Gates of Duinjia with a swift motion. Might Guy's form transformed into a fleeting shadow, appearing in an instant before a stout tree, as thick as a man's embrace, whereupon he unleashed a powerful punch. A thunderous crack echoed as the mighty tree splintered under the force of his blow, collapsing with a resounding crash. Having achieved this feat, Might Guy remained stationary, seemingly lost in quiet contemplation, without yet opening the 6th gate. After a brief pause, he suddenly called out towards the tree behind which Yuya was concealed. "Come out." Discovered. Yuya emerged, slightly embarrassed. His earlier excitement had led to his unintentional exposure. It was indeed awkward to be caught spying on someone else's training. However, having visited daily for 2 months, he mused that even if Might Guy were lacking in other areas, it was impossible he had not noticed. Yet, to Yuya's surprise, Might Guy did not express anger over being observed. Instead, he gave Yuya an approving thumbs up. "Kid, you are quite diligent," he said, as the green aura surrounding him gradually faded, revealing a rugged smile. Yuya couldn't help but feel a sense of dismay. Even with formidable strength, he remains a complete goofball. "Doesn't he? My apologies for eavesdropping," Yuya replied with resignation. "Not at all, I permit it," Might Guy bellowed, interrupting Yuya's apology. Suddenly, Might Guy performed an action that nearly made Yuya choke with laughter. He knelt on the ground, gazing up at the heavens, tears glistening in his eyes. "Can it be that someone wishes to learn taijutsu from me? My youth has not yet faded, even with a strong tolerance for absurdity." Yuya struggled to contain his laughter at the sight. Might Guy, Might Due, and Li, these individuals possessed remarkable resilience and tenacity, yet their personalities were undeniably whimsical. It was no wonder Might Guy, despite his strength, remained a lowly genin. Perhaps beyond taijutsu and combat, he was utterly oblivious to other skills, such as reconnaissance and counter-reconnaissance. Ha ha ha. Might Guy stood once more, laughing heartily as he approached Yuya, although his body trembled slightly. This was not mere excitement. Opening the 5th gate was indeed taxing for him. Observing this, Yuya furrowed his brow, reflecting on the side effects of the 8 gates of Duinjia. Was it truly unavoidable? At that moment, Might Guy clapped Yuya on the shoulder, his demeanor suddenly serious. "Do you wish to take me as your master?" "Alas, that cannot be, for I am but a genin, unworthy of taking on disciples." He chuckled self-deprecatingly. Yuya's lips twitched as he shrugged helplessly. "I have already been learning from you for 2 months. "What? 2 months?" Might Guy exclaimed, his face a mask of shock as he circled Yuya, looking as if he were on the verge of tears from overwhelming emotion. "Alas, I never anticipated encountering such a devoted young practitioner of physical arts in this day and age." Heya is now quite tempted to turn and leave, utterly devoid of any sarcasm. Moreover, it appears that Might Guy only recently became aware of his covert observation, likely due to the activation of the 8 gates, and his astonishment led him to neglect concealing his presence. I had assumed he was already aware. Heya sighed in exasperation. The enigma surrounding Might Guy has plummeted dramatically over the past 2 months, now having reached an all-time low. Ahem, truth be told, I possess no innate talent in ninjutsu or jinjutsu. To be precise, I struggle to refine chakra. Thus, I am left with no choice but to cultivate my physical prowess, Heya elucidated. Is that so? Might Guy momentarily paused, then, in a surge of excitement, embraced Heya. Instinctively, Heya attempted to evade, but was unable to escape the awkward embrace. Woe is me, he truly is a brother. Heya could no longer suppress his laughter. Goodness, how does it feel as though this may lead to my downfall? Fear not. Might Guy released Heya, thumping his chest, exclaiming, even without the ability to train in ninjutsu, one can still become an exceptional ninja, just like you. Heya could only respond with an exhausted retort. Might Guy felt a twinge of embarrassment. After all, he was still merely a genin. This is inconsequential. What truly matters is, young man, did you witness the power I just displayed? That is the strength I have mastered over a decade. As he spoke, Might Guy revealed a hint of pride, declaring, this is the absolute forbidden technique that liberates the body's limitations, the 8 gates. There are 8 gates in total, and by sequentially opening them, one can attain immense power. Even I have only mastered up to the 7th gate. Listening to Might Guy's words, Heya felt a mix of surprise and understanding. The original text stated that it took him 20 years to master the 8 gates. Thus, it seems plausible that he has only reached the 7th gate, as the timeline has not yet aligned with the original narrative. In a few more years, following the Second Great Ninja War, Might Guy should be able to unlock the 8th gate. Observing Heya's lack of astonishment, Might Guy's previously exuberant expression dimmed. Are you completely uninterested? No, I am indeed interested, Heya replied helplessly, adopting a facade of surprise and curiosity, feigning ignorance as he inquired, what about opening the 8th gate? Upon hearing this, Might Guy became animated once again, his fists clenched, proclaiming, opening all 8 gates will undoubtedly grant you power rivaling that of the Hokage. However, well, it is undeniably formidable. Contemplating the fatal consequences of opening the 8th gate, Might Guy hesitated momentarily, as Heya pondered how to acquire the specific training methods. He suddenly felt Might Guy patting his shoulder, adopting an older brotherly demeanor, saying, so, what do you think? Do you wish to learn? Heya, is it truly that simple? Is it acceptable to casually divulge forbidden techniques? However, contemplating the enigmatic 8 gates of bypass, one might surmise that even if it were entirely unveiled, few would be inclined to pursue its study. It is thus entirely understandable that Might Guy, encountering a kindred spirit devoid of innate ninjutsu talent, would be so exuberantly eager to share this knowledge. Moreover, his whimsical demeanor adds a layer of charm to the situation. He appears almost desperate for Yuya to acquiesce to his request, his expression suggesting that refusal would lead to tears, leaving Yuya in a state of exasperation. Who is truly learning from whom? Nevertheless, the prospect is enticing. Without a moment's hesitation, Yuya resolutely nodded in agreement. Since Might Guy is willing to impart his wisdom, Yuya would certainly seize the opportunity. While he could theoretically enhance his physique and gradually deduce the secrets of the 8 gates over an extended period, this path would be far more protracted than directly receiving instruction from Might Guy. After all, he has a life and death duel looming in just 3 months. Chapter 14. Delving deeper furthermore, although Might Guy possesses a rather comical personality, Yuya finds a certain warmth in him. How should I put it? Despite his humor, he exudes sincerity. Yuya can discern the essence of Might Guy's character, direct and kind-hearted. Upon arriving in this world, Yuya's personal experiences have illuminated the truth. This realm is not as utterly vibrant and spirited as depicted in the comics. Lurking behind the sunshine lies profound darkness. As a child from a foreign village, his experiences in Konoha, while not as harrowing as Naruto's in the original narrative, are by no means devoid of hardship. Might Guy stands in stark contrast to the higher echelons of Konoha, including the Hokage's advisors like Danzo, as well as the arrogant Uchiha clan. No matter how humorous he may be, his essence remains fundamentally positive and radiant, devoid of any shadow. While Yuya is acutely aware of the darkness present in this world, he yearns to witness more of the light embodied by characters like Might Guy. How wonderful! Seeing Yuya nod in agreement, excitement flickers across Might Guy's face, almost to the point of tears. However, in the next moment, he wipes away the tears and regards Yuya with a serious demeanor. Young man, this technique, though powerful, is classified as a forbidden art. Do you understand the implications of forbidden techniques? I understand, Yuya replies with a nod. Might Guy, exhibiting a rare and intense seriousness, locks his gaze onto Yuya and states, "The use of forbidden techniques carries inherent risks. I am willing to bear them," Yuya calmly responds. Might Dai gazes at Yuya with unwavering seriousness. Then, "Oh, how splendid. It truly feels as if we were destined to meet." Might Dai is once again overwhelmed with emotion. Yuya, however, is left exasperated. "Enough already. This is the process of cultivating the 8 gates," Might Dai declares earnestly, raising a finger to elaborate. "The prerequisite conditions, I believe you have met. Nevertheless, I still advise you to further strengthen your physique before attempting to open the first gate. The side effects are closely linked to physical condition. The stronger the body, the lesser the adverse effects. Starting from the 3rd gate onward, the side effects become significantly pronounced." Yuya comprehends most of what Might Dai conveys, but remains quietly attentive. As Might Dai discusses the 8th gate, Yuya's expression grows considerably serious, his mind racing with contemplation. Simultaneously, Yuya continues to pose questions. Might Dai is taken aback by the critical inquiries Yuya raises. Some he cannot answer, yet he diligently responds to those he knows. With numerous questions answered, a notion begins to crystallize in Yuya's mind. While a ninja in this world might approach a jutsu with a methodical mindset, Yuya is different. His spirit emanates from a realm of vastly broader perspectives. Thus, he harbors bolder, more extraordinary ideas. The 8 gates are, after all, a forbidden technique conceived by ninjas. Since it was created rather than being innate, it implies that it can be refined and even transformed. As Yuya pondered, a bright light flickered in his eyes. While the 8 gates technique in the original narrative was undeniably powerful, the consequence of fully unlocking all 8 gates was death, a fate Yuya wished to avert. He yearned to alter this outcome. After acquiring the training methods for the 8 gates technique from Might Dai, Yuya refrained from further practice and returned home. Throughout the night, he contemplated the intricacies of the 8 gates technique. This technique is designed to break through the limitations of the human body, surpassing its inherent boundaries. It begins with the 2 gates at the head, the open gate, the rest gate, the life gate, the injury gate, the dread gate, the view gate, the closing gate, and finally, the death gate. In total, there are 8 gates that extend downward, traversing through the chest and abdomen, ultimately returning to the heart. Unlocking the body's full potential culminates in a final surge of power directed at the heart, breaking through the ultimate limit, which is referred to as the complete state of the 8 gates technique, or the 8 gates formation. The heart represents the final gate of power, shattering all preceding limits and ultimately unleashing the full vitality of life. However, this path leads inevitably to death. Yet, Yuya pondered whether the heart could serve as the source. If the heart were to be considered the endpoint, the final surge of power would indeed activate the last vestige of life. Conversely, if the heart were to be the origin, beginning from it and progressively strengthening the body, could one perhaps circumvent those adverse effects? The question of how to establish the heart as the origin weighed heavily on Yuya's mind. Nevertheless, he gradually formed ideas and chose not to rush into experimentation, opting instead to further discuss with Might Dai, for such matters are of utmost seriousness and should not be taken lightly. The next day, as dawn broke, Yuya was abruptly awakened by a commotion. The only person who would intrude upon his home in such a manner was undoubtedly Kushina. Having exerted considerable mental effort, Yuya's mind was still clouded with sleep, and the noise from Kushina left him feeling utterly exasperated. However, he grasped the reason for her visit. It pertained to his challenge against Uchiha Han, a student from the Ninja Academy, yet to graduate. Challenging a middle-ranking Uchiha clan member to a life-and-death duel was an extraordinary act, unprecedented in history. The news spread rapidly, and within a day, nearly everyone in the village was aware, including Kushina, who had scarcely slept the night before. Before dawn, she had risen and rushed to find Yuya. Though Kushina's incessant chatter was nearly overwhelming, Yuya felt a surge of gratitude within him. "Oh dear, did you even hear what I said? I urged you to postpone that duel and that I would find a way for you to reside within the Senju clan, ensuring the Uchiha would not dare to act recklessly." Kushina grasped Yuya's shoulders tightly, shaking him back and forth. Yuya couldn't help but let out a wry smile. All right. If I don't perish from external forces, I might very well be overwhelmed by your incessant shaking. Who truly knows what thoughts occupy your mind? To challenge a Nin, I wonder if you were feverish at the time." Kushina gazed at Hate with utmost seriousness and stated solemnly, "This matter. I have my own convictions. You need not concern yourself." "How could I possibly not be concerned?" Kushina's voice nearly left Hate in a daze. Hate's lips twitched as he managed a wry smile once more. "I am confident that in 3 months, I will defeat him. Yes, that is my resolve," he declared earnestly, only to find Kushina regarding him with a look of utter incredulity. "Defeating a Nin in 3 months? Are you living in a fantasy world?" Kushina's voice once again reached a deafening pitch. Naturally, her urgency stemmed from the deep concern she harbored. How could she stand idly by while Hei rushed headlong into danger? Chapter 15. Reverse cultivation. Yuya felt a sense of helplessness towards Kushina, fully aware that her intentions were well-meaning. After a lengthy explanation, he realized that Kushina was entirely unwilling to absorb his words. In the end, seeing Yuya's obstinate demeanor, she angrily declared that she would no longer concern herself with him and stormed out. With a bitter smile, Yuya watched Kushina's furious retreat, shaking his head in resignation. After calming his thoughts, he rose to freshen up and dressed before heading to the door. He suddenly felt that there was no longer any necessity to attend the Ninja Academy. With only 3 months remaining until his life and death duel with Uchiha Han, he resolved to dedicate this time to rigorous training, deeming attendance at the academy a mere waste. After pondering briefly, he decided to request an extended leave of absence. However, given that the Chunin instructor was particularly averse to him, he doubted that such a request would be easily granted. With this thought in mind, Yuya furrowed his brow slightly. But whether or not his leave was approved mattered little. He would simply inform the academy that he would no longer be attending classes. Upon arriving at the school, the students regarded Yuya with indifference, exhibiting no overt signs of hostility. After all, they were merely children, unable to delve too deeply into the complexities of the situation. They were merely astonished by the news of Yuya daring to challenge a Chunin. He made his way to the Chunin instructor's office without hesitation. As fate would have it, he encountered his instructor, Kato No. Upon seeing Yuya, Kato's expression was markedly different from before. Gone were the disdain and animosity, replaced instead by a complex mix of emotions. Yuya found Kato's demeanor perplexing, given that he had previously inflicted serious injury on Uchiha Izumi. He expected Kato to harbor resentment, yet there was none to be found. However, Yuya chose not to dwell on it and calmly stated his intention to request a 3-month leave of absence. After conveying his message, he prepared to turn and leave, indifferent to whether Kato would acquiesce, as he had no intention of returning. To Yuya's surprise, Kato placed a somewhat sentimental hand on his shoulder and nodded in agreement. He had granted the leave. A look of astonishment crossed Yuya's face. Kato then began to express himself, almost as if he were talking to himself. My comrade fell at the hands of a ninja from another village, which has bred animosity within me towards you. Yet, you are indeed a diligent child. If you were born in Konoha. His voice trailed off, and he sighed once more, patting Yuya's shoulder before walking past him. Forget those things. Go and enjoy your 3 months. Yuya stared blankly as Kato exited the office. Why did that statement sound so familiar? Suddenly, it struck him, wasn't this the original wording of that Umbu ninja? With a suppressed laugh, Yuya nearly choked on his own breath. In your view, am I truly doomed? With a pained expression, I departed from the office. As I slowly exited the school, I cast aside my chaotic thoughts. Subsequently, I began to contemplate with my head bowed, appearing utterly lost and despondent, attracting a multitude of sympathetic gazes. However, in truth, I was deeply engaged in resolving the final few questions that lingered from the previous night. I would not squander a moment. If I could address these questions one by one, I would possess an 80% certainty of successfully developing that technique. This confidence was indeed extraordinary. Once I perfected that technique, I was convinced that defeating Uchiha Han within 3 months would be far from difficult. After pondering for a considerable time, I managed to resolve one question, yet several remained unsolved. I decided to seek out Might Guy. Might Guy was still training in that grove, oblivious to the village's knowledge of my challenge to Uchiha Han. He greeted me with a smile, completely unaware of the gravity of the situation, proving once again that he was out of touch with the villagers. I even found myself curious about who Kai's mother might be, but I did not waste time. I directly presented my questions to him. These inquiries prompted Might Guy to reflect deeply. After a while, he answered several of them, though he appeared uncertain regarding the last one. We deliberated on the final question multiple times before arriving at a conclusion. At last, the concept in my mind began to take shape, gradually evolving into a comprehensive and clear method of cultivation. This was the technique I had long aspired to develop, reverse cultivation of the 8 gates. To utter such a notion would undoubtedly astonish countless individuals, yet my imagination was boundless, and I dared to experiment. The heart is the source of explosive power. Initiating the final gate would equate to unleashing all vital energy, leading to certain demise. However, if I began by strengthening the heart, allowing it to invigorate the entire body, breaking through each gate one by one, perhaps I could achieve an effect devoid of side effects, or even a permanent 8 gates. After meticulously organizing the cultivation method, I wasted no time in revealing my thoughts to Might Guy. Reverse cultivation of the 8 gates. Upon hearing this, Might Guy was momentarily struck dumb, his mind reverberating with astonishment. He felt an urge to refute, yet realized that I had considered nearly every aspect. It appeared genuinely feasible. Ultimately, My guy resolved to support my idea, believing that youth should be devoted to striving for greatness. He pointed out several flaws in my plan and assisted me in rectifying them. Thus, the method of reverse cultivation of the 8 gates was fully established. Without hesitation, I commenced my attempts, with my guy steadfastly standing by my side, ready to protect me. The character of Mithriya is undeniably trustworthy, with him by her side. Yuya can completely set her mind at ease. First, she activates the intricate network of her blood vessels and meridians, then she sits cross-legged. All thoughts in her mind are cleared, and Yuya enters a state of unwavering focus. Starting from the heart, she murmurs softly, extending her thumb to gently press against her cardiac region. Yet, it proves ineffective. Approaching the heart as the primary gate to open is entirely different from treating it as the 8th gate. Yuya furrows her brow slightly. This path is unfeasible. Yet alternative methods remain. Subsequently, she opts to forcibly breach the barrier using chakra. The 8 gates of opening liberate all limitations of the human body, ultimately unshackling the constraints of chakra. However, this chakra will not flow outward. Instead, it will surge within, forming a turbulent river that fortifies her corporeal form. Yet, chakra is the one area in which Yuya lacks proficiency. After considerable effort, she manages to summon a meager amount of chakra, directing it towards the gate at her heart. However, it is akin to a mayfly attempting to shake a tree. It proves utterly futile. Yuya even thinks that, to open the heart as the first gate, even a Jainin level or even Kaga level chakra would be insufficient. No wonder, throughout millennia, the 8 gates of opening have always been utilized in a forward manner without a single instance of reverse application. The difficulty of mastering such a technique is incomprehensible, rendering success virtually impossible. Yet, as these thoughts swirl in her mind, a glimmer of determination appears in her eyes. The failure of others does not dictate her own potential for success, for she possesses the power of the shock release bloodline limit. Yuya's true mastery lies beyond that of the shock release bloodline limit. The force of vibration. Rise. Shatter these shackles for me. Chapter 16, Breaking Boundaries. The power of resonance. This is the third and final method, the one in which Yuya has the utmost confidence. Buzz. Even when adjusting the intensity of the resonance to its lowest, the force emanating from his heart momentarily plunged Yuya into darkness, nearly causing him to faint. Yet, he succeeded. The door at Yuya's heart, which should have been the 8th gate of death, was forcefully breached, creating a small opening under the surge of the resonant power. Reviving from a near-fainting state, feeling the radically different flow of energy within his heart, a flicker of excitement and joy finally graced Yuya's face. The power of resonance could indeed serve as the key to unlocking the first gate at his heart. This implies that, apart from himself, there may be no one else in this world capable of cultivating such reverse 8 gates of Duanjia. At this moment, the first gate at his heart was merely torn open slightly. However, the power surging from his heart had already grown immensely stronger than before. Furthermore, as the strength of his heart intensified, the flow of blood would yield even greater power, progressively fortifying Yuya's body, establishing a perfect virtuous cycle. This alone was enough to delight Yuya. Yet, the benefits extended beyond this. At the very instant the door at his heart was breached, Yuya sensed a formidable chakra brewing within. Chakra flowed through his heart. As this chakra developed, it also nourished his heart. In turn, the heart, bolstered by the chakra, pulsed with greater vigor, blood coursing powerfully. This constituted a second beneficial amplification, interlinked in its enhancement. Even Yuya had not anticipated this. He never imagined that forcefully opening the door would grant him a physique capable of cultivating chakra, thereby directly acquiring a robust reservoir of chakra. A trace of uncontainable ecstasy illuminated his face. He immediately thought of the normal 8 gates of Duanjia, which involve shattering the shackles of chakra within the body. Yet those chakras are fleeting, providing only a momentary surge. But what Yuya possesses now is permanent. He can sense that the chakra within his heart has reached the level of a genin. With this chakra quantity, Yuya will completely transcend his previous fate as a failure in ninjutsu. It is not that he could not practice ninjutsu, but rather that the chakra volume was too scant to refine or condense, rendering cultivation impossible. Now, with the door at his heart barely ajar, his chakra quantity has received a tremendous boost, and he need not even consciously refine it. What a flawless power. This chakra will be stored in his heart, continuously amplifying, enhancing, and nurturing the heart as power. Moreover, Yuya instantly understood that perhaps as he opens the second and even the third gates, the chakra will continue to grow. This is the path Yuya is destined to follow, now vividly illuminated before him. At this moment, Yuya's objective was to fully open the first gate. With unwavering determination and exhilaration, he pressed on, channeling both the previously harnessed force and the chakra residing in his heart, merging the two in a symbiotic surge. Boom, boom, boom. The gate within his heart, already torn asunder, succumbed to the onslaught, shattering effortlessly as if it were mere paper. In that instant, a formidable aura emanated from Yuya, startling Meidodai, who stood vigil beside him. The constraints upon Yuya's heart were entirely lifted, revealing an immense chakra brewing within, seemingly poised to unleash the terrifying power of the 8 gates of liberation. However, contrary to his expectations, this newfound strength did not erupt in a cataclysmic explosion. Instead, it diffused into the 7 unopened gates. Only by unlocking all 7 gates and subsequently activating the heart, designated as the final gate of death, could one harness the full, fearsome might of the 8 gates of liberation. Thus, the act of merely initiating the first gate was not a release of chaos, but rather a state of equilibrium. Thus, the first gate of the reversed 8 gates of liberation was decisively opened by Yuya. His chakra surged dramatically from a previously negligible amount to a level akin to that of a low-ranking ninja. Concurrently, his physical fortitude, strength, and speed experienced a significant enhancement, resulting in a comprehensive augmentation of his abilities. If previously Yuya might have encountered challenges when facing low-ranking ninjas, now, those opponents were no match for him. However, the sudden amplification of his powers left Yuya feeling somewhat disoriented. Gulp. A wave of blood surged within his chest, and he coughed up a mouthful of blood. Yet his countenance bore no trace of concern. It was only natural for him to struggle with the newfound chakra of a low-ranking ninja. The heart-S constraints had been lifted, allowing for a more potent force to be unleashed, but it had not yet been fortified to bear such intensity. Nevertheless, with time and mutual reinforcement between the chakra and his heart, he would soon adapt seamlessly. Yuya, are you all right? Meidodai, witnessing the powerful aura that had enveloped Yuya only to dissipate abruptly, followed by the latter's spitting of blood, approached with palpable concern. Yuya shook his head, inhaling deeply to gradually calm the tempest within. I'm fine. However, it appears I require some time to stabilize. Do not worry, Yuya. You are already extraordinarily talented. The mere thought of such a training method, even if it does not succeed, earns my admiration. As he spoke, Meidodai comforted Yuya with a reassuring pat on the shoulder, reminding him that victories and defeats are but the nature of combat, even should he falter. Training with me in the orthodox 8 gates of liberation would suffice to elevate his martial prowess. Having just quelled the tumultuous energy surging from his heart, Yuya's expression shifted to one of intrigue as he absorbed Meidodai's words of encouragement. Well, it seems I never claimed I had failed. Indeed, even in failure, there is nothing to lament. In my eyes, I was still rambling on when he suddenly realized, his eyes widening in disbelief as he gazed at Yuya. You actually succeeded. Indeed, Yuya replied with a casual shrug. Boom. It was as if a thunderous roar erupted in Meidai's mind, leaving him momentarily dazed by the overwhelming shock. He stared at Yuya as one might at a monster, his expression utterly incredulous, his mouth agape in astonishment. What a jest. The reverse 8 gates actually succeeded in cultivation? Was the entire history of the ninja world not reduced to mere dust by Yuya? Truly a prodigy. Chapter 17. Power Might Guy had never envisaged that Yuya could succeed. Throughout history, countless individuals had endeavored to master the 8 gates of bypass, attempting to transform them, including prodigies of remarkable talent. Yet, none had triumphed. However, to his astonishment, Yuya had indeed succeeded. What once seemed an inconceivable feat for someone deemed incapable of mastering ninjutsu in Might Guy's eyes, Yuya transcended the mere label of genius and emerged as a veritable prodigy. This was the inception of a new forbidden technique. What a revelation! Observing the awe-stricken expression on Might Guy's face, which lingered long after the initial shock, Yuya felt a pang of guilt and said, I apologize. Although I have succeeded in my training, I fear I cannot impart it to you. This reverse 8 gates of bypass can only be mastered by one possessing the bloodline limit of seismic release. Furthermore, since you have already opened the first 7 gates, unlocking the 8th would merely lead to the conventional opening of the death gate. Yuya explained with regret, recognizing that he had learned the 8 gates from Might Guy yet could not share the newly developed technique with him, gradually emerging from his state of astonishment. Might Guy waved his hands dismissively and laughed heartily. No worries, no worries. Just witnessing such an outstanding youth like you fills me with joy. Indeed. Youth continues to burn brightly and inspire. Yuya, though at a loss for words, silently admired Might Guy's candor and sincerity, finding himself slightly more accepting of his jovial nature. It was, in fact, rather amusing. Upon returning home, Yuya began to rest. The restrictions on his heart had just been shattered, and although with each heartbeat, as blood flowed, his heart would gradually strengthen. This required time. Approximately 3 days later, this process would be complete. Thus, the true 8 gates of bypass reached its full potential. Yuya designated this new form of the reverse 8 gates as the true 8 gates of bypass. Each variation of the 8 gates possesses its own advantages and disadvantages. The primary merit of Yuya's true 8 gates lies in its absence of side effects. It is a methodical practice, akin to gradually unblocking meridians in martial arts, rather than a sudden rupture of limits that drains one's vitality. However, this advantage also brings about a corresponding drawback, due to the lack of side effects. Its power pales in comparison to the conventional 8 gates. In terms of strength and speed, it is not nearly as formidable. Yet, following this disadvantage, another benefit emerges: durability. The traditional 8 gates offer little in terms of longevity, delivering only fleeting bursts of power, a momentary brilliance. In contrast, Yuya's true 8 gates provide permanence. They do not close, do not weaken, but offer a perpetual enhancement. The strength Yuya gains from the true 8 gates is everlasting, be it in power, speed, or chakra. The chakra of a lower ninja level. Clenching his fist, Yuya revealed a smile. It had been challenging to refine it before, but now, thanks to the true 8 gates of bypass, he had achieved it. With chakra at his disposal, Yuya felt an irresistible urge to further hone his ninjutsu skills. Although his current physical prowess, combined with the shock wave bloodline limit, rendered him formidable enough to handle various situations, the allure of ninjutsu always piqued one's curiosity. Shadow clone jutsu, substitution jutsu, transformation jutsu. With the chakra of a lower ninja level, and as a constant reserve stored in his heart from the first gate, mastering the 3-body technique became almost effortless for Yuya. Indeed, it was not that Yuya lacked talent in ninjutsu. The issue lay in his chakra. Now that his chakra was normalized, his aptitude for ninjutsu was astonishingly exceptional, allowing him to learn the 3-body technique in no time. However, refining chakra remained a formidable challenge. This meant that to increase his chakra volume in the future, he would have to continuously unlock the true 8 gates. Upon attempting to refine chakra once more and realizing the ongoing difficulty, he grasped this truth. The true 8 gates were his essence. With each gate he opened, his strength would incrementally amplify, encompassing chakra, physical resilience, and even shockwave power. At that moment, with the first gate opened, Yuya's shockwave power was already sufficient to effortlessly shatter C-rank ninjutsu. The range of his attacks had expanded not merely by 1 meter but multiplied by 2 or 3, nearing 3 meters. Although he still had some distance to cover before resisting B-rank ninjutsu, it was not insurmountable. Yuya's capabilities could be said to have reached the pinnacle of lower ninja strength, even bordering on that of a middle ninja level. Given this, it could be said that in just a month, perhaps even less, Yuya, who had yet to graduate from ninja school, could attain the strength of a middle ninja. In this world, status occasionally does not equate to strength. Take Might Guy, for instance. He is merely a lower ninja, yet when he unleashes the 7th gate, even elite jonin would be no match for him. However, such instances are rare. Generally, status aligns with strength. Lower ninja, middle ninja, elite middle ninja, special jonin, elite jonin, and Kage. This hierarchy exists inherently within the world of Naruto. In Yuya's perspective, strength could also be categorized similarly, with little distinction. However, an additional classification of quasi-Kage could be added between elite jonin and Kage. Some elite jonin possess immense power, wielding forbidden techniques that could even pose a threat to Kage-level individuals. Such beings may be referred to as quasi-Kage. Conversely, the concept of a Kage level in the Naruto world remains somewhat ambiguous. In the realm of Naruto, the highest status belongs to the 5 Kage of the 5 great ninja villages: wind, lightning, water, fire, and earth. Yet their strengths vary considerably. Above the Kage level, there are certainly even more powerful entities, such as the Super Kage or beings of the 6 paths level, but that is far too distant for Yuya, and he felt no urgency to categorize them. Suppressing these thoughts, Yuya prepared to continue his training. At present, Yuya has nearly discovered a distinctly defined path to his cultivation. He no longer needs to expend effort on practicing ninjutsu such as fire release or earth release, as techniques that typically require hand seals are not particularly suited to him. The Rasengan, being a technique without hand seals, could potentially be enhanced by integrating the power of vibration, yielding new techniques. However, there is no rush at this moment. What Yuya must focus on now is the simplest of tasks: to thoroughly master the power of vibration and to flexibly command several essential ninjutsu, such as transformation technique and substitution technique. Once he unlocks the 2nd gate, he will experience a second surge of power. Chapter 18. Returning to school. If my estimations are correct, when Yuya opens his 2nd gate, his chakra levels will ascend to the Chunin rank. At that point, he will be able to further develop the powers of his unique bloodline limit, the shock release, and even begin to cultivate the Rasengan, potentially crafting ninjutsu that suits him best. With a clear purpose in mind, Yuya dedicated himself once more to his training. Days slipped by in the blink of an eye. Not only had Yuya's body fully adapted to the strength of his heart, but his mastery over the shockwaves had also advanced significantly. with a thunderous impact. He shattered a large wooden post with a single punch, exhaling a sigh of relief as he wiped the sweat from his brow, nodding in satisfaction. It was evident that ordinary genin were no longer his match. Concluding his training for the day, Yuya bid farewell to Might Guy and made his way home. To his surprise, upon arriving at his doorstep, he encountered a familiar figure who seemed to have been waiting for him for quite some time. It was Kushina Uzumaki. Despite her earlier declarations of no longer concerning herself with Yuya, as time passed, her worries intensified. Eventually, upon hearing a particular piece of news, she could no longer resist the urge to seek him out. Discovering that Yuya was not home only deepened her apprehension, leading her to resolutely wait outside his door for nearly an entire day. At long last, when she spotted Yuya returning, the tension etched on her face instantly relaxed. Yet, without hesitation, she fixed him with an intense glare. Yuya, you must listen to me this time. Approaching her, Yuya raised his hands in a gesture of exasperation. Asking, what is it? Kushina inhaled deeply, her expression serious. You need to participate in the upcoming practical ranking assessment at the Ninja Academy. Her words took Yuya by surprise, leaving him puzzled. A practical ranking assessment? What on earth was that? Before he could ponder further, Kushina grasped his arm firmly, declaring, I know you are strong-willed and prideful, unwilling to rely on others, but this time, it is your opportunity to prove yourself. The practical ranking assessment is a comprehensive test involving all levels. Not a mere one-on-one encounter, but a series of randomized duels culminating in a complete ranking. This evaluation will be observed by the third Hokage. If you perform exceptionally well, drawing his attention, the Uchiha clan will undoubtedly think twice before challenging you. At this point, Kushina gazed at Yuya, wanting to compel him with her insistence. Yet, for reasons unknown, as she beheld his seemingly indifferent expression, she felt her resolve soften. She feared that Yuya might remain obstinate. The determination on her youthful face began to wane, replaced by uncertainty and anxiety. Yuya, please listen to me. You don't have to defeat the most talented Minato Namikaze. Even securing a spot in the top 3 will ensure you catch the Hokage's eye. There was a hint of pleading in Kushina's tone. This left Yuya momentarily stunned. Is this truly her? The fiery-tempered girl? It is genuine. She does not wish for his demise, nor does she desire his departure, which reveals this vulnerable side of her. Yuya felt a gentle stirring within and replied, I promise you. Kushina was initially taken aback, her emotions teetering on the brink of joyful tears, revealing a cheerful demeanor. Yet, in the next moment, her true nature surfaced. Her cheeks tinged with a faint blush, she sported a mildly irritable expression, clenching her small fists and playfully threatening Yuya. You really are a handful. I could just as easily knock you out. All right. Yuya could not resist grasping her small hands. Kushina's face flushed slightly, and after a brief struggle, she ceased her efforts. Yuya extended a finger and playfully pinched her cheek, displaying a light-hearted smile. Don't be angry. Since I'm participating, I'll show you that I can achieve first place. Humph. Kushina huffed softly, turning her head away. She recognized Yuya's intent to cheer her up, while she believed in his potential to earn a commendable result. She did not envision him securing first place. After all, there loomed an insurmountable peak before the coveted position, Minato Namikaze. She knew that Minato had recently triumphed against the CH Nin in a direct confrontation. Winning first place in the Ninja Academy might be feasible, but besting a CH Nin was a clear indication of being worthy of early graduation. Minato's prowess was simply on a different plane compared to the other students. The following day, having promised Kushina and reflecting upon the matter, Yuya concluded that participating in this practical ranking assessment could indeed attract the attention of the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, making it a worthwhile endeavor. After all, losing to Uchiha Hanga would certainly spell doom. Yet even a victory would amount to a slap in the face of the Uchiha clan. Without a formidable ally, one could easily fall victim to their schemes. In terms of stature within Konoha, there was no doubt that the third Hokage reigned supreme. Upon arriving at the Ninja Academy, the atmosphere was particularly vibrant, as there were no classes scheduled. Following Yuya's defeat of Uchiha Izumi, no one dared to provoke him lightly. The scornful and disdainful gazes had transformed into admiration and awe. However, today, the sentiments shifted dramatically. Have you heard? Yuya is going to face Uchiha Hangu in a life-and-death duel. One student exclaimed upon spotting Yuya, his expression changing instantly as he whispered to a nearby peer. But Uchiha Hangu is a CH Nin. Has Yuya lost his mind? The other child gasped, eyes wide in disbelief. Shoo, don't say too much. That duel is still a ways off. Today's main focus is the practical ranking assessment. Who do you think will win? Of course, it's Minato Namikaze. He is bound to take first place. Several boys and girls nodded in agreement, their expressions reflecting a sense of certainty. Aside from the Watergate, Hinata Setsuna, born into the prestigious Hyuga clan, is also exceptionally formidable. Indeed, He has previously triumphed over Uchiha Izumi. One wonders who is stronger between Setsuna and Yuyuru. It is likely Setsuna, for Yuyuru excels only in physical techniques. While the Hyuga clan is renowned for their mastery in countering such skills, a group of individuals whispered among themselves. Throughout the entire ninja academy, the atmosphere today was similar, with students clustering together in groups. When Yuyuru arrived, even his Chunin instructor, Kato No, was taken aback. He had not anticipated Yuyuru would participate in the practical ranking assessment. In his view, Yuyuru had merely a few months left to live and should be enjoying himself instead. Without further contemplation, Kato No casually included Yuyuru's name on the roster. Yuyuru faced no obstacles and successfully completed his registration. Chapter 19. Victory. The ninja school of this era diverges significantly from its later iterations, as depicted in the original work. In the original narrative, students are categorized by age into distinct grades. However, during this period, the system remains somewhat rudimentary. The concept of grades does not exist in the ninja school, which explains how prodigies like Kakashi Hatake can graduate at the tender age of 5 and become a nin by 6. In this system, as long as one achieves a commendable rank in the practical ranking assessment, they may apply for early graduation. Nonetheless, children who have been enrolled in the ninja school for less than a year typically forego participation in such assessments. Exceptional talents like Kakashi are indeed rare. The majority must diligently learn and train over several years. Despite this, the total number of participants in the practical ranking assessment remains substantial. By the time of the Fourth Great Ninja War, the Allied forces comprised a staggering 80,000 ninjas. Such numbers could not be achieved without a significant student body in the ninja school. Given the high participation rate, the practical ranking assessment employs 5 venues simultaneously. All students are randomly drawn from matches, and the outcomes are determined. Winners face off against winners, while losers face each other, continuously drawing lots until an overall ranking is established. Initially, secondary venues are utilized, and after several rounds, the top performers advance to the 5th main venue for subsequent matches. In this primary arena, the 3rd Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, may even preside personally, underscoring his commitment to the cultivation of ninjas. The opening ceremony of the practical ranking assessment is naturally presided over by Hiruzen Sarutobi himself. Amidst the reverent gazes of numerous ninjas, he ascends the stage clad in the ceremonial Hokage robes. The moment he appears, the students erupt into cheers, creating an atmosphere of palpable enthusiasm. In Konoha, the Hokage undoubtedly holds the highest position, revered by all. Although Hiruzen is not particularly tall, every gaze directed at him is one of respect, devoid of any disdain, for he is the 3rd Hokage, the strongest ninja in Konoha at present. Observing the children of the ninja school, with their expressions of admiration, awe, and excitement, Hiruzen's face beams with a warm smile. With a wave of his hand, silence envelopes the crowd. Konoha inherits the will of fire. The future of the village rests in your hands. The will of fire shall be passed on through you. The new green leaves. Therefore, children, strive diligently for the prosperity of the village, for the legacy of the will of fire. With just a few simple words, Hiruzen elevates the atmosphere to a new pinnacle. Among the crowd, including Minato Namikaze, the students are stirred with fervor. Yuya stands amidst the throng, reflecting on Hiruzen's impassioned speech. The Hokage, the children of this world, including Minato, undoubtedly look to Hiruzen as their guiding star. If Ryuya were not a time-traveling individual familiar with the storyline, he might have simply been swayed by Sarutobi Hiruzen's impassioned words, aiming for the title of Hokage. However, within Yuya's heart, while the Hokage seemed distant, there were even loftier aspirations above: Senja Hashirama, Uchiha Madara, and the formidable Kagaya Otsutsuki. These were the true ambitions deeply concealed within Yuya's soul. Of course, those aspirations were exceedingly far-fetched. Yuya clenched his fists, and a glimmer of determination and resolve shone in his eyes. No matter how distant or arduous the journey, he would not surrender. To seize his dreams, he must firmly grasp the present. Following Sarutobi Hiruzen's stirring oration, the practical ranking assessment commenced. The students were ushered into 4 separate arenas. Meanwhile, Sarutobi Hiruzen and others had already made their way to the main venue, awaiting the victors from the sub-arenas. The battles in these sub-arenas were not worthy of Hiruzen's direct attention. Only those who triumphed and reached the main stage would be regarded as the elite. The new pillars of Konoha. Yuya was assigned to the 3rd sub-arena. Kushina happened to be in the same area, however. Her focus was not on her own assessment, but solely on whether Yuya would achieve commendable results. She felt a greater sense of anxiety than Yuya himself, quietly cheering him on in her heart. He must make it to the main stage. In the 3rd sub-arena, what was termed a sub-arena was essentially an expansive training ground, overseen by 2 examiners and 4 ANBU operatives maintaining order. Yuya's first opponent was a fellow student from his class. Upon drawing Yuya's name, The student's face fell, reflecting despair. Without a doubt, the two opponents he wished to avoid the most were Minato Namikaze and Yuya. Minato had consistently secured first place, leaving others hopeless, while Yuya had displayed terrifying power in his battle against Uchiha Izumi, instilling fear in countless students. I concede. The student, initially intending to give it a try, shrank back in fear as Yuya approached, his fists clenched, emanating a dim yet fearsome white glow. The memory of Uchiha Izumi being utterly defeated by a single punch from Yuya sent chills down his spine. The presiding examiner was taken aback and, shaking his head in resignation, declared Yuya the victor of his first match. Yuya himself was surprised that his opponent chose to forfeit without even attempting to fight. However, it was understandable. They were merely children in a ninja academy. Individuals like himself and Minato, whose mental maturity resembled that of adults, were exceedingly rare. In the preceding matches, nearly all opponents surrendered outright or were defeated by Yuya in a single strike. There was no need to unleash overwhelming power. It was akin to an effortless sweep. This prompted a wave of astonishment among the onlookers. So powerful. Indeed, after awakening his bloodline limit, Yuya's strength had completely turned the tide. Many students who once looked down upon Yuya now wore expressions of profound envy. They too yearned to awaken a bloodline limit, to possess strength akin to that of Yuya. Yet, the attainment of such a bloodline limit was no simple feat they could only watch on with longing. Even the examiners and several members of the Umbu were visibly impressed by the power exhibited by Yuya, their expressions tinged with admiration. Kushina's beautiful eyes sparkled with excitement and joy as she witnessed the scene unfold. It was a matter of either surrender from the opponent or a swift defeat. And soon Yuya faced his fourth match. Once again, there were no surprises. Although the opponent in the fourth match was slightly stronger, he was still incomparable to Uchiha Izumi, proving to be no match for Yuya. Moments later, the examiner's voice, filled with admiration, resonated throughout the arena. Yuya has won the fourth match. The instant those words spread, a profound silence enveloped the crowd. Then, an earth-shattering cheer erupted throughout the third arena. Wonderful! Kushina could not contain her joy and leaped up in celebration, her face radiant with happiness. For a four-match winning streak in the division meant victory and secured a place in the main arena. Yuya had effortlessly achieved this. All the children in the third arena gazed at Yuya with eyes brimming with envy. Chapter 20. The main arena. As long as one could enter the main arena, they would garner the attention of the third Hokage. It was not merely about claiming first place. For these students, merely being noticed by Sarutobi Hiruzen was an unparalleled honor. Amidst the fervor of the third arena, Yuya departed, making his way toward the main venue. Kushina contemplated forfeiting her own match to join the main arena. Yet having already participated, she was bound to see it through to the end, even if it meant conceding defeat in every round to determine a complete ranking. Thus, amidst the crowd, Kushina gazed at Yuya's retreating figure with a glimmer of hope. The clamor of the third arena resonated with thunderous intensity. Even participants from the first, second, and fourth arenas turned their attention toward the commotion. In the first arena, Minato Namikaze, preparing for the fourth match, cast a surprised glance toward the bustling third arena. It appeared that someone had already secured victory, and remarkably, even faster than he had. After a brief flicker of consideration, he chuckled nonchalantly. Entering first was inconsequential, ultimately. It would be combat that determined the rankings in the main arena. He would not yield the title of first place to anyone. In the main arena, the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, seated on the podium after the preparations were complete, revealed a faint smile upon hearing the noise. It seemed that an exceptional child had emerged. Who could it be? Surely it was the prodigious Minato Namikaze, a talent surpassing Orochimaru. Behind Sarutobi stood Jiraiya, now an elite Jonin, and one of the future legendary Sannin. In the Ninja Academy, Minato Namikaze was indisputably the best in every aspect, almost overwhelmingly surpassing the second place, even eclipsing the young Orochimaru. Under such circumstances, Minato's prodigious reputation had undoubtedly captured the attention of Konoha's higher-ups. Listening to Jiraiya, Sarutobi smiled and nodded slightly, thinking that it was likely to be that child, Minato. However, at that moment, from another direction, Orochimaru approached quietly, a mysterious smile curling at the corner of his lips. TSK, not necessarily, he remarked. What, Orochimaru? Are you feeling discontented? At your age, you certainly cannot compare to Minato. Jiraiya retorted with a huff. Orochimaru, seemingly indifferent to Jiraiya's provocation, shrugged and replied coolly. That's not what I meant. Then what do you mean? Jiraiya queried. Orochimaru gestured slightly toward a direction. Both Sarutobi and Jiraiya exchanged astonished glances before their expressions shifted to surprise, for they beheld the first victor making their way toward the main arena. It was a boy with silver-white hair, not Minato Namikaze, but Yuya. This is impossible. Someone was faster than Minato. Jiraiya exclaimed, his face a mask of disbelief. The first victor. was not Minato Namikaze. Beside him, Orochimaru revealed a slightly sinister expression and remarked, "What is impossible? It's rather interesting. I had thought this year's genius was solely the likes of Minato Namikaze." Tsunade, appearing somewhat languid, approached from behind, her beautiful eyes shimmering with an unusual light, stating, "He is the child who is to engage in a life-and-death duel with Uchiha-Han, isn't he?" "Indeed, it is him." Orochimaru nodded in affirmation. Jiraiya, who held the highest regard for Minato, displayed a disgruntled expression as the conversation shifted entirely to Yuya. Even if he is here, he cannot possibly surpass Minato. Minato's talent far exceeds that of Orochimaru. Orochimaru, listening to Jiraiya's words, revealed a slightly enchanting smile, remaining unperturbed, and remarked coolly, with a unique bloodline limit, coupled with an extraordinary composure under duress, "I believe that child may, in the future, surpass Minato Namikaze." This statement took everyone present by surprise. While most remained skeptical that Yuya could indeed eclipse a genius like Minato, the conviction in Orochimaru's words suggested that Yuya's talent should not be underestimated. Even Sarutobi Hiruzen fell into a momentary contemplation. He had certainly heard of Yuya's predicament. Faced with a deadlock, he chose to challenge Uchiha-Han to a life-and-death duel, buying himself 3 months, yet it still appeared to be a path leading to doom. However, upon reflection, in such dire circumstances, Yuya's decision seemed to be the most prudent choice. That child is indeed remarkable. Sarutobi's gaze flickered. If Yuya truly possesses such talent, then such a promising individual must not be squandered in the hands of the Uchiha. Henceforth, let us observe his forthcoming performance. Under Sarutobi's watchful anticipation, Yuya finally stepped onto the main stage, quietly pausing below to await his turn. During this interval, Yuya discreetly surveyed the venue of the practical ranking assessment. The main arena was far more formal than the preliminary stages. The entire venue was reminiscent of the tuning exams depicted in the original work. At the highest point, Sarutobi, donned in the Hokage's ceremonial robes, sat silently. Behind and beside him stood 3 familiar figures to Yuya. Upon glancing upward, a subtle glimmer sparkled in Yuya's eyes. Orochimaru, Tsunade, and Jiraiya, the future legendary Sannin of Konoha, were unexpectedly present. However, they appeared significantly younger than in the original narrative, and all 3 were clad in formal Jonin attire. Witnessing so many familiar faces stirred a ripple of emotions within Yuya's gaze. As Yuya observed Sarutobi and the others at the summit, they too were scrutinizing him. Sometimes, one can discern much from the depths of another's eyes. Excessive calmness can often arouse suspicion. Yet, within Yuya's composed demeanor, there lingered a subtle glimmer of excitement, betraying no cracks in his mental fortitude. His gaze was striking. Tsunade appraised Yuya with a discerning look and softly remarked, "To arrive at this juncture with the temporary title of first place, maintaining such serenity in the presence of the Hokage and esteemed elite Genin, while suppressing that thrill, exemplifies the mindset of a competent ninja." Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded in agreement. Although Yuya hailed from a distant village, it was in his early years. Yuya's identity warranted no doubt. In Hiruzen's eyes, he was no different from any child born in Konoha. He perceived Yuya as a talent whose potential had remained obscured due to an inability to master ninjutsu. But now, having awakened his bloodline limit, he began to radiate the brilliance of a genius. As the onlookers scrutinized Yuya, the second victor finally emerged, and as anticipated, it was Namikaze Minato. Upon entering the arena, Minato wore an equally serene expression. Meanwhile, Jiraiya, who had previously appeared disinterested, was invigorated once more. Look, Minato's gaze mirrors that. No matter how exceptional Yuya may be, he could never surpass Minato. Let us await the unfolding events with bated breath. Orochimaru wore a faintly sinister smile as he leaned against the wall behind him. Falling silent. Chapter 21. Hinata Setsuna. Upon arriving at the main venue, Wave Wind Minato naturally noticed Yuya, who had arrived slightly earlier. With a hint of surprise, Minato nodded in acknowledgement. It was understandable that Yuya, having triumphed over Uchiha Izumi, would be faster than him, just as he contemplated whether to greet Yuya. The 3rd and 4th victors entered the arena simultaneously. Additionally, several interested Jonin and some students who had forfeited early also gathered in the venue, each taking their seats and eagerly gazing towards the center. The battles here promised to be the most thrilling. In stark contrast to the childish skirmishes occurring in the other venues, the crowd quickly swelled. Eventually, all the victors from the 4 sub-arenas had assembled. To be deemed a victor, one must achieve 4 consecutive wins. Any loss disqualifies one from this status, regardless of subsequent victories. Thus, only 10 individuals stood before them. Among these 10, few appeared to have endured arduous battles. Most, like Yuya and Wave Wind Minato, appeared relaxed and unscathed. With the participants now gathered, Sarutobi Hiruzen's face displayed a slight smile. These children were the future pillars of Konoha. Lord Hokage, all are present, reported a ninja as he approached Sarutobi Hiruzen. Nodding in acknowledgement, Hiruzen prepared to signal the commencement. However, an unexpected disturbance arose at that moment. A figure appeared at the entrance, leaning on a cane, steadily making his way to Hiruzen's side. A chair was brought for him as he approached. It was Danzo, the Hokage's advisor. "Oh, I did not expect you to find time to come," Hiruzen remarked, his gaze flickering slightly. "Concerning the future of Konoha, as your advisor, I must lend my support." Danzo replied, taking a seat beside Hiruzen with a neutral demeanor. "Old fox," Hiruzen thought to himself, immediately discerning Danzo's intentions. Undoubtedly, he was here to identify promising children worthy of cultivation for the root organization. However, as long as matters remained manageable, Hiruzen typically chose to overlook Danzo's pursuits, turning a blind eye to his actions. Danzo cast a casual glance at the 10 young individuals below, then nonchalantly lifted a teacup from the table and sipped. "They are all too immature. They require substantial nurturing before they can be of great use. Even the most inexperienced fledgling will eventually soar high." Hiruzen smiled slightly and replied to Danzo with indifference, then instructed a nearby ninja. The designated examiner nodded and stepped into the arena. "Having reached this point, you have proven yourselves to be the most outstanding among your peers. The Hokage is observing you all from above, paying close attention to your performance. Reveal your finest self to Lord Hokage." The main examiner is no longer a Nin teacher from the Ninja Academy, but rather a special Nin presiding over the proceedings. Thus, the practical ranking examination officially commences. The names of Minato, Namikaze, and Yuya, among others, have been randomly shuffled and drawn for their matches. In the first bout, Yuya faces Hinata Shizuka. Observing the meticulously arranged list, the chief examiner raises his hand to announce. This first match has garnered the attention of all the Nin present, even causing Danzo to cast a fleeting glance. Yuya, is he the audacious child who dared to challenge the Nin Han of the Uchiha clan to a life-or-death duel? Quite intriguing. I wonder how much prowess he truly possesses. Some observing Nin commented with mild interest, their gazes towards Yuya filled with scrutiny. In reality, these spectators are selectively identifying their favorite students in advance. The victors who reach this point are unlikely to be placed in the same class. It is anticipated that the 10 winners will be distributed separately upon graduation to ensure balance. He is the first. I am keen to see what skills he possesses, lest he find himself unworthy of even competing against Minato. Up high, Jiraiya leapt onto the railing with an air completely devoid of elite Nin demeanor. Witnessing this, Tsunade's lips twitched in embarrassment, wishing to kick Jiraiya off the railing. However, doing so would likely be even more humiliating, leaving Tsunade no choice but to disregard him. Meanwhile, Orochimaru remained composed, leaning against the wall with his hands behind his head, his eyes glinting with amusement as he observed the unfolding scene. In the arena, Yuya and Hinata Shizuka ascended the stage. Minato and the others descended to the sidelines to watch intently. Hinata Shizuka regarded Yuya with an unusual gaze. He had certainly heard of Yuya's exploits, and as a scion of a prominent family, he was acutely aware of such matters. With a tone of pity, he sighed. "It's a shame you were not born into the Hinata clan. The arrogant Uchiha dare not act recklessly towards us. Are you flaunting the superiority of your esteemed lineage?" Yuya regarded Hinata Shizuka calmly. Hinata Shizuka merely shook his head, responding, "No. I merely believe that you have accomplished much to reach this point. However, I must win this battle. Otherwise, I truly wish to bring you some joy before your demise." Goodness. This statement nearly provoked Yuya to throw a punch. What kind of words are those, to speak of joy before death? Fortunately, Yuya maintained his composure and refrained from engaging in conflict with a child not yet 10. Yet, he couldn't help but question with a twitch of his lips. "Do you truly believe victory is assured? You only employ taijutsu, and in taijutsu, no one can defeat the Hinata." Hinata Shizuka stated, as if it were a foregone conclusion, with the Byakugan and their unique gentle fist technique. The Hinata clan indeed took immense pride in their prowess in taijutsu, even dismissing the Uchiha clan as beneath their consideration. The first match commenced. Observing that both participants were prepared, the chief examiner decisively announced the start. Hinata Shizuka immediately adopted the initial stance of the esteemed Hyuga clan's gentle fist technique, then regarded Yuya with an expression of calm indifference. This was the unique martial art of the illustrious Hyuga lineage, the gentle fist. When it comes to martial prowess, challenging a prestigious clan like the Hyuga would undoubtedly prove to be an arduous task. The spectators, unable to contain their chatter, began to discuss among themselves. Particularly the elite Jonin who understood that the gentle fist could incapacitate opponents by sealing their chakra points or striking their internal organs, once in close quarters. The situation could become dire. Everyone pondered how Yuya would choose to engage in combat against the formidable martial skill of the Hyuga clan. To their astonishment, Yuya's approach to battle was astonishingly straightforward. There were no superfluous moves or convoluted processes. He simply advanced a step and unleashed a powerful punch. Regardless of the esteemed Hyuga lineage or the gentle fist technique, he needed merely one punch to obliterate them all. Chapter 22. The Stunning Instant Kill. Buzz. The moment he clenched his fist, a terrifying halo of white light enveloped Yuya's hand, which then struck forcefully before Hinata Masanari. Crack. In an instant. The air reverberated and shattered, resembling a broken mirror, as minute fissures radiated outward in all directions. A formidable wave of shock energy enveloped Hinata Masanari entirely. Just moments ago, Hinata Masanari had maintained an expression of indifference, but now his countenance transformed dramatically, his eyes revealing a mixture of astonishment and disbelief. How could this be so powerful? The shockwave nearly pinned him in place. Not only was he unable to raise his arm to execute any gentle fist techniques, but he couldn't even move an inch. In his state of shock, Hinata Masanari desperately summoned his chakra, which surged forth from his arms and hands, attempting to counteract the shockwave unleashed by Yuya's punch. Buzz. As Hinata Masanari's chakra surged, it indeed momentarily mitigated the shockwave's force. However, in the very next instant, it was ruthlessly obliterated. The shockwave was akin to a force of nature, and despite Hinata Masanari's utmost effort to unleash his full chakra, he found it utterly futile. Had he not belonged to the esteemed Hinata clan, utilizing his palms and arms to channel chakra and barely resist, Yuya's punch would have undoubtedly shattered his bones. With the gentle fist technique of the Hinata clan, Yuya, possessing the shock release Kekiai Genkai, was virtually their absolute nemesis, unable to even close the distance. How could he execute the gentle fist? What are the 8 trigram 64 palms? Before he could even attempt to strike, he was instantly obliterated by a single punch. Even with the potential of a counterattack, it remained uncertain if he could withstand such a shockwave. He might just as easily be annihilated. Bang! In the next moment, Hinata Masanari could no longer endure the force and was sent flying, spitting blood midair before crashing to the ground at a distance. The arena fell into a deafening silence. In this stillness, disbelief painted the faces of all present, as if they were ensnared in a surreal dream. How could this be possible? From start to finish, Yuya had only utilized a single punch to utterly decimate the so-called strongest martial arts clan, the Hinata. The anticipated clash, the bloody battle, none of it existed. If it had been an ordinary student, being defeated by a single punch might have been acceptable, but this was the Hinata clan, renowned for their martial prowess. To be annihilated by one blow was nothing short of shocking and inconceivable. As Yuya, who had effortlessly sent Hinata Masanari flying, calmly retracted his fist and stood serenely in the arena, he appeared entirely unfazed by the outcome. In the next moment, the arena erupted in an uproar. Voices filled with disbelief intertwined, creating a cacophony that shook the very ground. Not only the students but even some CH Nin and J Nin could not help but display their astonishment. Yuya's punch had forcibly propelled the battle to an unprecedented climax. Even the chief examiner, with a hint of shock, declared Yuya the victor. He was indeed extraordinarily powerful. Inconceivable. The children of the Hinata clan were utterly unable to withstand even a single punch. Even the more composed Jonin and elite Jonin exchanged astonished glances, momentarily taken aback. At the highest vantage point, even the most unflappable Saratobi Hiruzen and Danzo momentarily flickered in their gaze. The bloodline limit of shock release was indeed a fascinating phenomenon. It seemed to counter the gentle fist technique of the Hyuga clan quite effectively. Danzo, with a glimmer in his eyes, made a remark. Saratobi Hiruzen nodded earnestly, stating, "It appears to not only counter the gentle fist but all forms of taijutsu. This is a bloodline limit that requires no hand seals, quite remarkable." At this moment, Saratobi Hiruzen genuinely focused his attention on Yuyuru, whose displayed talent at that instant moved him deeply. Meanwhile, Jiraiya remained squatting on the railing. Yet his expression was somewhat stiff and awkward. Yuyuru's instantaneous defeat of the esteemed Hinata Shana left him momentarily speechless. Ultimately, Jiraiya could only mumble. Even Minato would have easily triumphed. In the background, Orochimaru continued to lean against the wall, his eyelids barely flickering, the corners of his mouth curving slightly upwards. Meanwhile, Tsunade, elegantly leaning on the railing, exhibited a flicker in her beautiful eyes, revealing a hint of unusual intrigue. The astonishing punch Yuyuru had just delivered resonated deeply within her, as it bore an uncanny resemblance to her own style. Her signature technique was raw strength, using sheer, blunt force to shatter all enemy attacks. Yuyuru? Unable to suppress her thoughts, Tsunade murmured softly, "Such a method is truly to my taste." In the arena, the clamor persisted for quite some time, with incredulous and shocked gazes still fixated on Yuyuru. In the face of these stares, Yuyuru maintained a serene demeanor as he descended from the stage. Below, the other victors, including Namikaze Minato, looked on with expressions of astonishment. They pondered how they would fare had they been on the receiving end of Yuyuru's punch. Undoubtedly, Had they not handled it well, they would not have fared much better than Hinata Shana. This was indeed a formidable individual. The gazes directed towards him were tinged with a hint of wariness. Even Minato, feeling a sense of shock, approached Yuyuru and remarked, "Yuyuru, you are incredibly strong now. You've placed immense pressure on me." His words carried a weight of seriousness, as Minato had begun to regard Yuyuru as a genuine rival deserving of his full attention. Hearing Minato's words, Yuyuru couldn't help but smile slightly. Just pressure? If Minato were to know that he had exerted less than half of his strength with that punch, what expression would he wear? Even without activating the first gate of the 8 gates, he had sent the Chunin Uchiha Han flying with a single strike. Upon the opening of the first gate, even though the Hyuga clan could channel chakra through their bodies to resist the force of the tremor, they were utterly incapable of countering a single punch from Yuya. Just moments ago, had Yuya exerted his full strength, he could have easily obliterated Hyuga Shana with one strike. Of course, such an act was entirely unnecessary, thus, Yuya tempered his power, merely sending Hyuga Shana hurtling away. Similarly, in the various instances of instantaneous defeats within the arena, the force Yuya employed was scarcely more than a third of his potential. It was somewhat vexing for Yuya to diminish his strength out of concern that his opponent might not withstand the tremor's might. Chapter 23. The first 3 following the conclusion of the battle between Yuya and Hinata Setsuna, the proctor announced the participants for the second round of duels, among whom was the illustrious Namikaze Minato. Upon entering the arena, while Minato did not exhibit the same brutish ferocity that characterized Yuya's swift knockout, he nonetheless concluded his fight with remarkable efficiency. Employing a straightforward substitution technique alongside a C-rank wind release jutsu, he secured victory with an ease that was almost instantaneous. The fluidity with which Minato wielded his ninjutsu elicited a hint of admiration from Yuya. Moreover, Minato's chakra reserves appeared unaffected after utilizing a C-rank technique, indicating a capacity that transcended that of a mere Chunin. Though he may not have reached the level of a Chunin, he was undoubtedly on the cusp. While he may not quite match the extraordinary Kakashi Hitaki, who became a Chunin at the tender age of 6, Minato was certainly among the elite of his peers. In the subsequent matches, the ninja of the Yamanaka clan effortlessly triumphed using their insect companions, followed by a prodigious young talent from the Senju clan who easily overwhelmed his opponent. In no time, all 5 duels among the 10 victors had concluded. The battles in the main arena differed significantly from those in the secondary arena. The latter not only tested combat prowess but also endurance and strategic decision-making, necessitating for consecutive victories to be deemed a champion. Maintaining stamina and strength through 4 successive wins is no trifling feat in contrast. The main arena showcased a pure contest of innate talent and strength. Consequently, following each battle, participants were granted ample time to recuperate and return to their peak condition. Should any injuries arise, Tsunade, the finest medical ninja of Konoha, was present to provide treatment, even for severe ailments such as broken bones. After the completion of the initial round, the 5 defeated contenders, including Hinata Setsuna, withdrew to recover, their battles transitioning back to the secondary arena. Only the victors remained in the main arena. Participants were afforded a 2-hour break for lunch and rest, during which some from the secondary arena had already concluded their matches, while the second round in the main arena was just beginning. Fortuitously, due to the presence of 5 individuals, one was left without an opponent. And Yuya happened to be that fortunate one. The 4 remaining combatants in the arena were Namikaze Minato, Yamanaka Shimi, Kazama Hirabayashi, and Senju Senro. At this juncture, the Senju clan had not yet descended into the dire straits they would later face, with only Tsunade, one of the legendary Sannin, remaining. Among Yuya's contemporaries were several members of the Senju clan, including Senro and another familiar face, Senju Neru, who was none other than Tsunade's younger brother. However, he lagged behind Yuya, who had not yet acquired the power of the Dijutsu. Minato faced Senju Senro in what proved to be a more formidable challenge. Nevertheless, he deftly leveraged the shadow clone technique and substitution jutsu to gain the upper hand, ultimately securing victory with a shuriken shadow clone technique. It seemed as though the entirety of the battle was under Minato's meticulous control, for he maintained an air of serene confidence throughout, as if he had already discerned the nuances of the conflict and understood precisely how to fight and win. This also left Sarutobi Hiruzen, seated at the pinnacle, wearing an expression of admiration. At such a young age, Minato Namikaze already exhibited exceptional intellect and combat talent. The potential for his future growth was nearly incalculable. Jiraiya found himself increasingly fond of Minato, eagerly anticipating his graduation from the Ninja Academy so that he could take him on as a disciple. Just then, Danzo, who had been scrutinizing Minato, took a sip of tea and spoke calmly. This child possesses a mature mindset, well suited for Umbu operations. I believe he should be entrusted to my route for training. Absolutely not. Danzo's words nearly provoked Jiraiya into an outburst. Saratobi Hiruzen furrowed his brow and admonished, Jiraiya, stand down. Turning back to Danzo, Hiruzen remarked coolly, a child like Minato, who has the potential to become Hokage, should not be merely trained as an assassin. Hiruzen's statement caused the expressions of those present to shift slightly. The term Hokage undoubtedly referred to the highest position in the village, a role Danzo coveted intensely. This remark nearly unsettled Danzo's composure. Slamming his teacup on the table, Danzo said darkly, Humph. What place do you leave for Orochimaru in this? Minato has yet to mature. And as far as the successor to the Hokage is concerned, without a doubt, Orochimaru is far more qualified. Orochimaru, who was nearby, listened to Danzo's words with a calm demeanor, seemingly indifferent, and no one could fathom his thoughts. Orochimaru could inherit the Hokage position as well. But I am not old yet. Such decisions need not be made at this moment, Hiruzen remarked nonchalantly, though a hint of warning lingered in his tone. He was the Hokage, and still in the prime of his life. Whatever intentions you harbor, Danzo, keep them in check. This was the essence of Hiruzen's message. Danzo, discerning Hiruzen's meaning, immediately turned grim but ultimately only huffed in response, choosing to say no more. Minato Namikaze triumphed over Shinja Hashirama, while Aburame Shibi defeated Kazama Hirabayashi. Yuya cast a curious glance at Shibi. If memory served correctly, he seemed to be the father of Aburame Shino, one of Konoha's legendary 12. The future head of the Aburame clan, perhaps? Considering the timeline, it indeed seemed plausible. The top 3 contenders were undoubtedly destined to emerge from Minato, Yuya, and one other. After approximately 2 hours of respite, the battles across the 4 arenas had concluded, with the brief 10-minute intermission resulting in most students being too fatigued to remain. Those with a modicum of stamina, however, approached the main arena out of curiosity. No one impeded their access, as spectating the main events was permissible. As expected, Kushina dashed over after completing her assessment, joining Yuya without any surprise. As a member of the Whirlpool clan, her constitution is remarkably resilient. Even though she is yet to become the Ninetales Jinchuriki, she remains undaunted by the relentless nature of battle, confident in her swift recovery. Moreover, even if Kushina were to be exhausted, she would find it impossible to be at ease without witnessing Yuya's performance firsthand. Having already secured a position among the top 3 is indeed a splendid achievement. Noticing that only Yuya, Minato Namikaze, and Shiho Yamanaka remain at the venue, a radiant expression of joy illuminated Kushina's delicate face. She disregarded the astonished gazes of onlookers and leaped into Yuya's embrace, filling the air with a gentle scent of youthful exuberance that stirred a subtle ripple within Yuya's heart. Chapter 24, The Final Match. In an impulsive embrace, Kushina held Yuya tightly. Only after this action did she realize the implications of her behavior. Despite her typically carefree demeanor, a faint blush crept upon her cheeks. This was, after all, in front of a large gathering. Aware of the peculiar gazes directed at her from behind, Kushina initially felt bashful, which quickly transformed into indignation. Clenching her fists, she huffed, If you keep staring, I'll gouge out your eyes. The crowd fell silent, with most feeling a sense of trepidation towards Kushina, hastily averting their eyes, adopting expressions as though they had witnessed nothing. Meanwhile, from a distance, Saratobi Hiruzen and others observed, their lips twitching slightly. Very few were privy to the fact that Kushina was to be the next Jinchuriki of the Ninetales, not even Jiraiya and his companions. Danzo, being one of the shadowy figures behind the scenes, was aware of this. Watching the scene unfold, he furrowed his brow and couldn't help but remark, Isn't that Yuya getting a bit too close to Kushina? After a moment's contemplation, Saratobi shook his head. It's best not to interfere in matters concerning the youth. However, enough. As long as they remain within Konoha, what chaos could possibly ensue? Saratobi's tone brooked no argument. Humph, then do as you wish, Danzo retorted coldly, falling silent, though his expression grew increasingly grim. While Saratobi maintained an outward calm, an unsettling thought lingered in his mind. He pondered that if Yuya proved to be as exceptional as he appeared, he could potentially serve as a protector for Kushina, the Jinchuriki. Yuya, hailing from a foreign village yet raised in Konoha, had no issues regarding his identity, especially since that village had been completely annihilated by Sunagakure. Now, Saratobi found himself contemplating the fateful duel between Yuya and Uchiha Han. This predicament posed a challenge for him. According to the rules, as Hokage, he could not intervene in a mutually agreed-upon life-and-death match. Yet, often, rules could be disregarded. Should Saratobi choose to exert pressure upon the Uchiha clan, he could indeed prevent the duel. Deep in thought, he maintained an impassive facade while observing the proceedings below. After another round of drawing lots, it was revealed that Minato Namikaze would have a by this time. The match would be between Yuya and Aburame Shibi. However, to everyone's astonishment, as Shibi ascended the stage, he unexpectedly declared his surrender before the match had even commenced. This sudden turn of events bewildered the spectators. Yuya himself was taken aback. He hardly considered that he had reached a level where even a contender like Shibi would concede so readily. The vibrations from your power are highly detrimental to my insects. They inform me that your strength is perilous. Aburame Shibi, wearing sunglasses, calmly explained, gazing at Yuya. Furthermore, I have calculated that no matter the approach, victory would be elusive. Your abilities are too counteractive to mine. If I am not mistaken, whether through punches or kicks, you can channel that same vibrational force, rendering my insects unable to approach you. The calm narration of Yan's Wei left everyone in a state of bewilderment. Most of the students comprehended the situation, gazing at Yu Yue in astonishment, shocked that she possessed such strength that even Yan's Wei, who had reached the top 3, conceded defeat outright. However, the observing Jonin displayed expressions of admiration towards Yan's Wei. Her exceptional intellect enabled her to accurately assess the battle's dynamics before it began. Indeed, Yu Yue's bloodline limit was particularly effective against insects and close combat techniques that required proximity to unleash their power. Had Yan's Wei faced Minato Namikaze, perhaps an exhilarating battle could have unfolded. The Jonin offered their critiques, with some appreciating Yan's Wei's pragmatism, while others felt she lacked vigor, even if she knew defeat was imminent. She ought to have fought with greater fervor. Opinions were decidedly mixed. At this moment, only Yu Yue and Minato remained in the arena, delineating the first and second positions between them. Kushina did not anticipate Yu Yue's advancement to this stage. Initially, she hoped Yu Yue would simply reach the top 3, but now, the prospect of her contending for first place emerged. She found herself cheering for Yu Yue, even though deep down, she believed it would be challenging for her to overcome Minato. Nonetheless, she still hoped Yu Yue could secure first place, gain recognition in Konoha, and earn the title of genius. Since the previous match ended prematurely, there was no need for a break. The next match could commence immediately. Sarutobi Hiruzen observed the arena, sipping from his teacup, with a glimmer of anticipation in his eyes. He yearned to witness an extraordinary battle and to gauge Minato's true prowess. It was evident that in the previous fights, while Minato exhibited considerable strength, he had not sustained a single scratch. From start to finish, he navigated each encounter with remarkable ease. Finally, it's time for the final match. Minato will undoubtedly claim the top spot, Jiraiya exclaimed, once again disregarding decorum as he leaped onto the railing, gesturing animatedly, as if Minato were already his disciple. Not necessarily, Tsunade remarked with a hint of elegance, but her next words carried an unmistakable authoritative edge. Jiraiya, get down from there at once. In front of so many students and Jonin, Jiraiya perched on the railing without shame, causing Tsunade to feel somewhat embarrassed. Seeing Tsunade's irritation, Jiraiya sheepishly jumped down but retorted, regardless, that kid's bloodline limit, no matter how powerful, will be effortlessly countered by Minato. Tsunade scoffed in response, is that so? Of course. That kid only knows how to throw a punch, Jiraiya grumbled. Yet in the next moment, a chill suddenly enveloped the air, causing Jiraiya to bristle with unease. Tsunade gazed at him with a smile, her delicate hand moving through the air, producing a series of ominous cracking sounds. Indeed, it is merely a matter of throwing a punch. So, Jiraiya, do you wish to experience the true might of a fist? At that moment, beads of cold sweat appeared on Jiraiya's forehead. Unable to suppress a sheepish smile, he said, ahem, let's converse amicably. In any case, you have faith in Yuya. While I place my trust in Minato Namikaze, we shall simply await the outcome of their duel. Humph. Tsunade snorted, retracting her fist, disinterested in Jiraiya's remarks. In the battle of geniuses, there will inevitably be a resolution. Let us merely observe with anticipation. Orochimaru chuckled, yet his eyes betrayed a glimmer of keen interest. On one side stands Minato Namikaze, whose talent seems destined to surpass his own, and on the other, Yuya, who has awakened a unique bloodline limit. Orochimaru harbored a profound fascination for both contenders. Chapter 25, Yuya vs. Minato Namikaze, the final match. The arena buzzed with anticipation as the chief examiner signaled the commencement of the last contest. The atmosphere reached its zenith, and under the collective gaze of the audience, Minato Namikaze stepped onto the stage, approaching Yuya. With a smile, he remarked, I never imagined my final opponent would be you. Nevertheless, I am delighted to face you. Minato's demeanor and gestures elicited a subtle grimace from Kushina, who shared Yuya's assessment, a rather effeminate man. Despite his formidable talent and striking handsomeness, he exuded an air that struck one as somewhat delicate and weak. I am equally honored, Yuya replied with a faint smile. Nodding in acknowledgement, Minato chuckled heartily, responding, that might be a bit of an overstatement. Unbeknownst to him, Yuya's sense of honor referred to the future Minato, the illustrious fourth Hokage, the Yellow Flash. The prospect of battling the Yellow Flash, the future fourth Hokage, was undeniably exhilarating for Yuya. Furthermore, Minato's prowess indeed marked him as a formidable adversary, prompting Yuya to adopt a serious and focused demeanor. The final match commenced. In an instant, As the chief examiner dramatically waved his hand, the battle to determine the school's most talented ninja began. Without a hint of restraint, Yuya unleashed his full speed, charging towards Minato with a powerful punch aimed directly at him. To underestimate a genius like Minato would be tantamount to courting disaster. Though he did not intend to eliminate him instantaneously, he approached the clash with the determination of a lion hunting a hare, giving it his all. As Yuya accelerated, gasps of astonishment filled the air. This was the first time since the combat ranking assessment that Yuya displayed such velocity. Until now, he had dominated his opponents with sheer, overwhelming strength. At that moment, to the students of the Ninja Academy, Yuya's speed seemed boundless. In their eyes, his form appeared almost as a blur, evading precise capture. Such incredible speed. Is he not just powerful? His speed is astonishing too. The students were not alone in their amazement. Even the elite J-nin displayed expressions of profound astonishment. This velocity rivaled that of mid-level ninjas. Yuya bore no burdens, and his speed was akin to that of the unencumbered, for Yuya had unlocked the first gate of the 8 gates of might. The explosive power and velocity unleashed by his heart were not to be underestimated. How fast? A glimmer of shock flickered in Minato's eyes as Yuya charged towards him. Minato swiftly formed hand seals. Just as Yuya's fist enveloped him, Minato had already completed his seals. Boom! With a resounding blast, the body of Minato Namikaze was violently shattered, only to instantaneously transform into a wooden log. The substitution technique. Yuya remained unfazed by this spectacle, not even glancing back. Instead, he clenched his other fist tightly and struck behind him with a sudden force. Crack! The air fractured like shattered glass, sending delicate fissures radiating outward. Behind Yuya, a flurry of shuriken, thrown by Minato, was abruptly suspended in midair. With a hum, all the shuriken were violently dispersed, utterly incapable of withstanding Yuya's shockwave. Indeed, this opponent proved to be exceptionally formidable. Observing this scene, the real Minato, who had appeared behind Yuya, wore an expression of grave concern. His reflexes were nearly unmatched, surpassing even the fourth Reikage in the original narrative. Thus, he could anticipate Yuya's speed. However, despite this, Minato felt a throbbing headache. If it were merely a matter of strength, he had countless battle strategies at his disposal, but the combination of speed and power made this adversary particularly troublesome. The most difficult opponent, more vexing than any other. That fist could not be met head-on, otherwise, he would surely be obliterated in an instant. Murmuring to himself, Minato retrieved another shuriken. Yuya turned to face him, calmly locking eyes with Minato. Regardless of what Minato attempted, should he close the distance and land a single blow, it would undoubtedly result in instant annihilation. Even Ch-nin found it challenging to withstand Yuya's shockwave, and while Minato was indeed powerful, he still fell short of that level. Whoosh! In the next moment, Minato hurled the shuriken at Yuya while simultaneously forming hand seals with both hands. As the shuriken soared through the air, they suddenly flickered, transforming into 2 afterimages. Then, 2 became 4, and 4 became 8. In an instant, a veritable storm of shuriken rained down upon Yuya. The spectacle was astonishing. This was the Shadow Shuriken technique. Was it self-taught? Such talent was terrifying. Students and jonin alike displayed expressions of shock. Yet, in the face of this deluge of shuriken, Yuya remained expressionless, simply tightening his fist and launching a single punch. No matter how many ninjutsu or shuriken were unleashed, I shall shatter them all with one blow. Boom. In that instant, the force of the shockwave erupted violently, freezing the rain of shuriken in midair before shattering them one by one, causing them to vanish. The breathtaking scene was almost unimaginable for 2 children who had yet to graduate from ninja school. However, this was not the end. Amidst the storm of shuriken, several suddenly transformed. With a whoosh, those shuriken bore explosive tags. This technique? Yuya's expression remained serene, not even retracting his fist, continuing the motion of hammering through the air. No matter how many techniques or variations were employed, I need only one punch to obliterate all. Buzz. The force of the tremor erupted violently, enveloping the entirety of the front. Delicate fissures spread through the air, as if shattering the very fabric of this space into fragments akin to broken ice. A resounding boom echoed. The explosive tag detonated abruptly, yet the tremor's force staunchly resisted, preventing any further advance. However, this also generated a cloud of smoke and dust, momentarily obscuring vision. Just as the haze and the deluge of shurikens began to dissipate, a fierce gust of wind suddenly howled in, sweeping everything away. Wind release. A monumental breakthrough. This wind release, remarkably, was unleashed by the 4th Hokage, Minato Namikaze, seizing the opportune moment while Yuya dealt with the shurikens and explosive tags. By the time it was noticed, it had almost reached Yuya's very presence. There was no time to evade. Moreover, this was a C-rank ninjutsu. Chapter 26, A Fierce Battle. A series of attacks left all spectators in a daze, marveling at the spectacle. Although it appeared deceptively simple, achieving mastery of the Shadow Shuriken, the explosive tag, and culminating in the wind release technique at such a young age as that of Namikaze Minato is indeed a remarkable feat. Even Sarutobi Hiruzen displayed a hint of admiration. Unable to suppress the urge to applaud, it seemed that Minato was poised to win. The timing of his move was impeccable, leaving no room for evasion. To withstand a C-rank ninjutsu head-on was utterly impossible, and even if one managed to endure, injury was inevitable, thereby diminishing any chance of continuing the fight. The elite shinobi exchanged opinions amongst themselves. In the arena, Minato maintained his hand signs, his expression devoid of relaxation, still bearing an air of unwavering seriousness. As he gazed at the whirlwind rushing towards him, a flicker of intrigue flashed in Yuya's eyes. It must be acknowledged that Minato's timing was masterfully executed. It coincided perfectly with the moment Yuya's shockwave had just dissipated, rendering him in an unavoidable state. As his fist propelled forward, his entire body was committed, making it nearly impossible to reverse course and evade. Had it been anyone else, they would have surely succumbed, their body unable to dodge, with no time to form hand signs. But alas, the opponent he faced was me. Countless thoughts raced through Yuya's mind, confronted with the oncoming C-rank ninjutsu. He exhibited no signs of panic, instead radiating an extraordinary calmness. If evasion was futile, why attempt to flee? A C-rank ninjutsu, what of it? If a single punch could not resolve the barrage of attacks, then 2 punches would suffice. In the next moment, as Yuya's right fist remained poised in its striking position, his left fist suddenly clenched tightly. A dim white light emerged. Moreover, under Yuya's low exclamation, that dim white light intensified, shining even brighter. In the following instant, Yuya's left fist, infused with the full force of his shockwave, surged forth with tremendous power. One punch suddenly shook the entire arena. The white shockwave erupted violently. Yuya's fist collided directly into the whirlwind of the wind release, great breakthrough, resulting in a thunderous explosion. Snap! The shockwave radiated outward in all directions, enveloping everything directly ahead. This was a direct confrontation between the shockwave and the C-rank ninjutsu, wind release, great breakthrough. Boom! A resounding blast echoed as the C-rank ninjutsu was utterly shattered by Yuya's singular fist. Previously, Yuya could not have even dared to shatter a C-rank ninjutsu like the Great Fireball. Yet now, he could decisively obliterate a C-rank ninjutsu with overwhelming force. In an instant, the entire venue was shaken. My goodness, a C-rank ninjutsu was actually shattered head-on? Yuya's bloodline limit was astonishingly powerful. Even a C-rank ninjutsu could be directly obliterated. Yuya's strength had transcended into an entirely different realm. Countless onlookers involuntarily gasped, their faces etched with disbelief. Even the seasoned jonin were taken aback by the astonishing might of Yuya's seismic force, capable of shattering a C-rank ninjutsu with a mere punch. Similarly, the previously confident Minato Namikaze could not help but gasp in astonishment, his expression betraying a hint of shock. Could it truly be this formidable? At that moment, Minato's heart sank, his demeanor growing gravely serious. The prospect of defeating Yuya was far more challenging than he had anticipated. The unfolding situation hinted at the possibility of his defeat. On the other side, having obliterated the wind release, great breakthrough with a single strike, Yuya slightly twisted his wrist, stretching his arm anew. That punch had unleashed his full power, and the exertion of such seismic force bore a minor burden on him. He mused that it seemed he could have shattered the C-rank ninjutsu with merely 80% of his strength. A satisfied expression flickered across his face as his gaze fell once more upon Minato's figure. In an instant, Yuya's form flickered and he charged towards Minato once again. Observing Yuya's advance, Minato retreated without hesitation. Faced with an opponent capable of demolishing C-rank ninjutsu with a single blow, he had no intention of engaging in close combat. That would be madness. The ability to obliterate C-rank ninjutsu equated to the capacity to unleash techniques of comparable power without the need for hand seals. Engaging in melee was tantamount to courting death. However, despite Minato's swift retreat, he still lagged behind Yuya in terms of speed. Although his reflexes were astonishingly quick, he was unable to employ the Flying Thunder God technique at that moment, rendering his physical speed no match for Yuya's. Within mere moments, Yuya closed the distance. Then, with a thunderous punch, Yuya descended upon him. In a critical moment, Minato's hand-sealing speed evoked gasps of awe as he executed a nearly instantaneous body replacement technique. Narrowly evading Yuya's fist, the wooden log of the substitution technique shattered into countless fragments upon impact. Minato reappeared at a distance, beads of sweat on his forehead, panting heavily. That troublesome body replacement technique, but it should be nearing its conclusion. Retracting his fist, Yuya turned to face the evading Minato, speaking calmly. In terms of stamina, Minato could not possibly match Yuya, who had opened the first gate of the 8 gates. Continuing this pursuit would inevitably lead to his defeat. Indeed, it seemed that it was time to conclude this encounter. After taking a deep breath and steadying himself, Minato's eyes shimmered with a glimmer of newfound confidence, as if he could already glimpse victory. In the next moment, he swiftly formed hand seals once again. Another C-rank ninjutsu. Fire release. Phoenix fire technique. The release of this ninjutsu instantly attracted countless bewildered gazes. Even Yuya found himself momentarily stunned, unable to comprehend the intentions of Minato Namikaze. His fists possessed the power to shatter C-rank ninjutsu effortlessly. Employing a C-rank ninjutsu would merely be a waste of chakra. Just as Yuya pondered this anomaly, he suddenly raised an eyebrow, casting a glance over his shoulder. Unbeknownst to him, another Minato Namikaze had appeared behind him. A shadow clone technique? Witnessing this spectacle, all present exhibited expressions of uncertainty. Although they were unaware of when Minato had employed the shadow clone technique, they questioned its effectiveness. After all, a clone merely served as a distraction, lacking any offensive power. This shadow clone technique appeared rather flawless. Wait, no, this is not a shadow clone. The peculiar expressions of everyone froze in the next moment, morphing into sheer astonishment. For there, behind Yuya, the figure resembling a clone of Minato Namikaze was also forming hand seals, executing a ninjutsu. Wind release. Great breakthrough. Boom. Amidst the roar, one figure advanced while the other retreated, one wielding wind and the other fire. The two C-rank ninjutsu suddenly enveloped Yuya, creating an inescapable vortex of lethal force. Chapter 27. Dual Fists. At this very moment, all present wore expressions of utter astonishment. Two C-rank ninjutsu, while not particularly remarkable, were not what truly left the Jonin in awe. It was the fact that the clone could unleash ninjutsu. Ordinary clones are mere illusions, lacking physical form and the capacity for attack. Yet, the technique employed by Minato Namikaze was capable of casting ninjutsu. Clearly, this was a corporeal and advanced B-rank ninjutsu shadow clone technique. How had he acquired such a skill? Was it through self-study? When exactly had he summoned the shadow clones? Why had no one noticed? All the Chunin instructors could not help but exclaim in disbelief. Such advanced techniques as the shadow clone were never taught in the Ninja Academy. Had Minato even self-taught the shadow clone technique? What extraordinary talent! Faced with this unexpected dual assault, Yuya found herself momentarily trapped in a dire predicament, unable to advance or retreat. Meanwhile, in the stands, Kushina Izumaki watched intently, her small fists clenched tightly, her nails nearly digging into her flesh, completely oblivious to the pain. Yuya. A flicker of unwillingness glimmered in her beautiful eyes. Was Minato truly so formidable that Yuya could never prevail? At that moment, even the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, seated on the high platform, wore an expression of admiration and astonishment. Other Jonin also expressed their praise for Minato's combat awareness, sensing that the outcome was all but determined. In the arena, Yuya stood quietly, confronting a C-rank fire release, Phoenix fire technique from the front, while a C-rank wind release, Great Breakthrough, approached from behind. The assessment arena was relatively small, leaving little room to evade between the two C-rank ninjutsu. The chief examiner had already begun to prepare for the aftermath. However, at that moment, as Yuya stood amidst the onslaught of the two C-rank techniques, she suddenly stepped back slightly. This retreat seemed meaningless, appearing more like a frantic attempt to evade, leaving her seemingly at a loss for how to respond. Yet, Yuya's next movement left everyone momentarily dumbfounded. Slightly angled, she faced the oncoming wind and fire release ninjutsu and executed a simple maneuver. She lowered her stance slightly, simultaneously crossing her arms gently at her chest and tightening her fists. Could it be? No, it was impossible. The instant this motion occurred, a vivid image flashed in everyone's minds, prompting a collective gasp of shock. But in the next moment, all sound ceased abruptly. The expressions of all transformed from astonishment and disbelief to sheer shock and awe. Boom. The wind and fire releases howled towards her, pinning Yuya's seemingly frail figure in between. Yet, in the next instant, Yuya's arms suddenly swung outwards, forcefully striking the air on both sides. Crack. In the next moment, a brilliant halo erupted violently in the air. The space on either side of Yuya seemed to shatter like a spider's web, fracturing inch by inch. The terrifying force of the shockwave spread wildly, instantly colliding with the two techniques of fire and wind release. The gale and flames were imminent. Yet before the layer of tremor resembling a shattered mirror, they appeared as an insurmountable chasm. No matter how ferocious the winds howled or how fierce the flames surged, they could not advance an inch under Yuya's fists. It was as if they were effortlessly crushed. In the next instant, both the wind and fire techniques were utterly obliterated. A profound silence enveloped the arena. However, within the minds of all present, it felt as though thunder had erupted, a resounding roar that left them in shock. Only when the traces of the shattered air vanished did tranquility return, causing the crowd to erupt in a frenzy. Is this truly possible? To harness such power with both fists, attacking in two directions simultaneously? Such a bloodline limit, with such an expansive range of attack, was nigh on flawless. At that moment, even the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, nearly crushed the teacup in his hand. The might of Yuya's Trimmer bloodline limit was enough to leave him profoundly shaken. Near perfection. If this bloodline limit were to evolve further, what might it become? Hiruzen found himself unable to fathom. At this juncture, even Danzo, seated nearby, could no longer remain composed. His eyes glinted with intensity as he spoke in a deep voice. Hiruzen, that child is from an outer village. I can cultivate him to a level of absolute trust. Impossible, Hiruzen replied without hesitation. Danzo's expression faltered, anger creeping onto his face. A rare loss of composure for one of his stature. You refused to give me Namikaze Minato, and now you deny me this Yuya as well. What exactly do you intend to do, Hiruzen? I will not relinquish these two children. Hiruzen's demeanor was icy, his tone resolute. You. Very well. You are the Hokage. You have the final say. Danzo abruptly stood, casting a fiery glance at Hiruzen before turning away, refusing to witness the outcome. Hiruzen coldly watched Danzo depart. How could he be oblivious to Danzo's ulterior motives? Although the Root organization was ostensibly an Umbu training body, it had effectively morphed into Danzo's private force, distinctly separate from the Umbu. Once children like Namikaze Minato and Yuya matured, the implications were unfathomable. Should they fall into Danzo's hands, it would be akin to adding wings to a tiger. Hiruzen would never concede on such matters. After all, he was the Hokage. Meanwhile, in the arena, Namikaze Minato stood in a daze. His shadow clone had vanished due to the depletion of chakra. Shadow clones divide chakra evenly, and his original self was now nearly exhausted, with chakra almost entirely expended. As Yuya slightly turned, striking with a lateral punch, a sudden jolt surged through Namikaze Minato's heart, prompting an internal lament of impending doom. At that moment, he found himself utterly powerless, compelled to watch as Yuya's dual punches shattered his meticulously devised 2 C-rank ninjutsu. He had harbored a fleeting hope that Yuya's strikes, directed in 2 different trajectories, might diminish in potency and fail to counter his C-rank techniques. Yet, the stark reality was that even with the lateral punches, the force remained unabated, effortlessly obliterating his ninjutsu. The perfection of that bloodline limit was astonishing. A trace of bitterness etched itself onto Minato's face. Even when confronted by a CH Nin, he would never have been so thoroughly outmatched. It was not that Yuya was inherently superior to a CH Nin, but rather that Yuya's power was insurmountably overwhelming at this tier. Chapter 28. The fame of Konoha. Once Yuya is capable of shattering B-rank ninjutsu, even the Chunin and elite Chunin of A rank will fall before him. Should he succeed in dismantling A rank ninjutsu, defeating Yuya would become exceedingly arduous, even for Jonin and elite Jonin. The enhancements provided by bloodline limits seldom allow one to challenge ranks beyond their own, yet they typically yield remarkable results within the same tier. The Uchiha clan's Sharingan and the Hyuga clan's Byakugan are formidable precisely because, possessing either of these ocular abilities, they stand as elites among their peers. Yuya's bloodline limit, which possesses the formidable power to obliterate all ninjutsu, appears to be even more potent and domineering than the Sharingan and Byakugan. In the realm of Genin, conventional taijutsu and ninjutsu are rendered ineffective. To triumph over Yuya seems nearly impossible. I concede. The tone of Minato and Namikaze bore a hint of bitterness. He refrained from launching another attack and instead acknowledged his defeat. His physical strength and chakra reserves were nearly depleted, and the outcome had become unequivocal. Casting a deep glance at Yuya, Minato felt a twinge of reluctance. He was, after all, a person of considerable pride. Yuya, I'm delighted to have battled with you. I shall continue to challenge you in the future. You're always welcome, Yuya replied, nodding gently at Minato. With Minato's declaration of surrender, the final match of the practical ranking assessment came to a close. The chief examiner inhaled deeply before suddenly raising his hand to announce, the victor is Yuya. The crowd erupted once more into a frenzy. Yuya had claimed the top position in the practical ranking assessment, emerging as a new prodigy of the Ninja Academy, surpassing Minato Namikaze. Countless students were astonished that Yuya had reached such heights. Merely months prior, he had been a struggling student unable to cultivate ninjutsu. The awakening of his bloodline limit had led to such a stunning turnaround. At that moment, nearly everyone remembered the name of this bloodline limit, Denjiki. Some envisioned the future, where this bloodline limit, Denjiki, would cause ripples throughout the entire ninja world. Ignoring the envious and astonished gazes, Yuya gracefully leaped onto the platform, approaching Kushina. I fulfilled my promise, he said, grinning as he wiggled a finger in front of her. I came in first. Kushina remained transfixed, her eyes wide with disbelief. In that previous moment, she had thought Yuya was destined to lose, yet the outcome had taken such a remarkable turn. Yuya had triumphed, and with an overwhelming victory. Throughout the practical ranking assessment, not a single thread of his attire had been marred. Even Minato had failed to leave a mark upon him. Kushina bit her lip, her beautiful eyes shimmering with tears that spoke of joy. She was elated for Yuya. While others may have overlooked him in the past, she had always paid attention. She understood just how hard Yuya had worked. At the end of the school day, during moments of solitude, and even in the stillness of the night. Yuya engaged in arduous training. To Kushina, what Yuya had achieved was not mere luck. It was a reward he rightfully deserved for his dedication and hard work. Why is she crying? Observing Kushina, Yuya couldn't help but smile gently, reaching out to wipe away the tears glistening at the corners of her eyes. It was only then that Kushina realized, her cheeks flushing with a charming rosy hue. With a mix of embarrassment and indignation, she glared at Yuya, puffing her cheeks in protest. Humph. It's only a first place. What is there to be proud of? You still have a long way to go to catch up to me. Yuya nearly choked on her words, and upon realizing what she had said, Kushina's face turned a deep shade of crimson. The surrounding expressions were one of sheer astonishment. Even she could not withstand such a scene and hastily fled, disappearing in a flash. Yuya, slightly exasperated, yet unable to suppress a chuckle, found it amusing that Minato had lost. On the high platform, Jiraiya tumbled over the railing, landing awkwardly like a flopping frog, his exaggerated expressions eliciting barely contained smirks from the other Jonin. Tsunade, suppressing the urge to kick Jiraiya away, turned her gaze toward Yuya, her eyes sparkling with admiration. Yuya's techniques and style were indeed to her liking. Had Jiraiya chosen Minato, she would have undoubtedly opted for Yuya without hesitation. Oh, what a splendid battle. A rare contest among geniuses, she mused. Orochimaru, with an enigmatic smile, propped himself against the wall, pondering how far they could possibly grow. Oh right. That boy Yuya seems to have a significant trouble yet to resolve, he remarked, before turning away with a hint of mischief. His words caused a slight shift in Tsunade's expression, her brow furrowing as she glanced at Sarutobi Hiruzen. After Danzo's departure, Hiruzen wore a contemplative expression, leaving no one able to discern his thoughts. In the practical ranking assessment at the Ninja Academy, Yuya triumphed over Minato, seizing first place with overwhelming force. His genius status spread throughout Konoha within a day, leaving everyone astonished. No one had anticipated that the boy they considered arrogant and audacious enough to challenge Uchiha could achieve such heights. Consequently, many began to reassess their views on Yuya's earlier challenge to Uchiha. What was once seen as arrogance now appeared as a bold assertion of his capabilities. Now, he has transformed into a prodigious youth, brimming with youthful vigor. It is quite natural for a young individual with such remarkable talent to possess a hint of arrogance. His demeanor has undergone a significant transformation. Nevertheless, while understanding this shift, most still doubt that Yuya can triumph over Uchiha. The practical ranking assessment, at best, is merely a contest of Genin level. Uchiha, on the other hand, is a Chunin of the illustrious Uchiha clan, with prowess that surpasses that of an ordinary Chunin, marking him as an elite among the elite. The chasm between an elite Chunin and a child who has yet to graduate from the Ninja Academy, although not entirely insurmountable, is undoubtedly vast. Yuya has just awakened his bloodline limit, leaping from the bottom ranks to that of a genius. While this leap is considerable, it remains a relatively normal ascent. Yet, to achieve another leap directly into the ranks of Chunin is nothing short of a fantastical notion. Chapter 29, The Hokage Summons at the Uchiha clan's residence. A solemn and grave atmosphere enveloped the scene. In a central chamber, Uchiha knelt, sweat trickling down his forehead. Before him stood a figure with his back turned, hands clasped behind his back. This individual was the clan leader of the Uchiha, as well as the captain of the Konoha Guard, Uchiha Kiyama. Fool. The captain's voice echoed ominously. Uchiha, filled with fear and reverence, remained half-kneeling, his body trembling slightly. Uchiha Kiyama turned to face him, his gaze icy. Because of a mere child, you've stirred up such a commotion. Are you aware that even the Hokage has personally inquired about this matter? Uchiha listened to the reprimands without daring to utter a word, consumed by regret and frustration. He had never anticipated that a mere child from a foreign village, Yuya, could cause such an uproar, thrusting the Uchiha clan into the spotlight. Had he known this would ensue, he would have devised a means to eliminate that child at the outset. Now, however, it was too late. Yuya had become a renowned prodigy throughout Konoha, and everyone was aware of the conflict between him and the Uchiha clan. Should anything happen to Yuya, even if the Uchiha were entirely innocent, they would be unable to cleanse their name. Nevertheless, there was another pressing issue. In less than 3 months, a life and death duel awaited between Yuya and Uchiha. Although the third Hokage had personally intervened, matters concerning the Uchiha clan's honor could not be compromised. Uchiha Kiyama scrutinized Uchiha, his tone imbued with sternness. Do you understand? Right now, neither you nor that child holds any significance. What matters is the honor of our Uchiha clan, which must not be tarnished. If we yield due to a child's display of talent, what face will we have left in Konoha? His words carried a chilling weight, enough to freeze the air. I understand. Uchiha stammered in response. Observing Han's demeanor, Uchiha Kiyama shook his head and turned away, resuming his contemplative posture. Leave now. In 3 months. I do not wish to see any unforeseen events. Yes. Uchiha Han replied resolutely, his eyes betraying a fierce intent. Even though Yuya had achieved first place in the practical assessments at the Ninja Academy, to him, it seemed merely a child's play. To defeat him would be nothing short of a fantasy. In a secluded grove, the wind rustled through the leaves, creating a gentle symphony. Bang, bang, bang. A rhythmic sound of striking echoed through the trees. Yuya stood before a tree stump, thick enough to embrace, relentlessly pummeling it with his fists. The stump bore a deep indentation, and Yuya's fists continued to strike with determination. In the recess, faint traces of blood were visible, though Yuya's fists were wrapped in bandages. After countless strikes, injuries were inevitable. As he silently counted, upon reaching the 1,000th punch, he let out a vigorous roar and delivered a powerful blow. Crack! This punch involuntarily harnessed a shockwave, and the stout wooden post, already dented, was shattered from the indentation. He had already broken more than a dozen wooden posts. These were far too fragile. Perhaps it was time to consider metal ones? Gazing at the damaged post, a hint of exasperation crossed Yuya's face. Acquiring a metal training tool would undoubtedly be exorbitantly priced. However, upon reflection, a compromise emerged in his mind. If metal was unattainable, stones could serve as a substitute. Stone would undoubtedly be more resilient than wood, albeit the pain from using stone posts would likely be considerably greater. Yet, in pursuit of forging a physique capable of unlocking the second gate, it would all be worthwhile. If necessary, he could simply wrap his hands with more bandages. Stroking his chin, a glimmer of determination sparkled in Yuya's eyes. At this moment, merely 2 days had elapsed since Yuya's triumph over Minato Namikaze in the practical ranking assessment, which had earned him acclaim throughout Konoha. He had not rested. Immediately after the assessment, he resumed his rigorous training. Fame was but an illusion. True essence lay in strength. Not only was there an imminent peril ahead, but the impending Second Shinobi World War also loomed, fraught with dangers. Without formidable power, one was merely cannon fodder. After a brief respite, Yuya prepared to continue his training, commencing with 1,000 side kicks before returning to push-ups. Just as he approached the partially destroyed wooden post, a masked figure suddenly appeared with a flicker. Yuya, the Hokage requests your presence, spoke the calm voice of the masked Umbu. Surprised, Yuya nodded in acknowledgement. He could not refuse the summons of Hiruzen Sarutobi, the third Hokage. However, his astonishment was not merely at the summons, but rather the fact that Sarutobi should have summoned him much earlier. Following the conclusion of the practical ranking assessment, it was expected that he would be called upon, yet the delay had stretched until now. During this time, Yuya even questioned whether the Hokage had forgotten him, though he quickly dismissed the notion as implausible. All right, he replied, following the Umbu deeper into the village. As they departed, the Umbu could not help but glance at the broken wooden post, then at the blood-stained bandages wrapping Yuya's fists. A flicker of intrigue crossing his gaze as he regarded Yuya with renewed scrutiny. If Yuya were merely a talented youth, he would not have paid much heed. Yuya not only possesses exceptional talent, but also demonstrates an extraordinary level of diligence, indulging in an almost frenzied regimen of training that cannot help but draw attention. While formidable talent is not to be feared, the combination of such prowess with an unwavering work ethic becomes truly formidable, with both effort and talent in harmony. As long as Yuya survives the trials of growth, his future is almost unimaginable. In the village hidden in the leaves, at the Hokage building, Yuya followed the Umbu member and swiftly arrived at his destination, entering the Hokage building without hindrance. He ascended to the highest point, the Hokage's office, a place where the myriad affairs of thousands of ninjas in Konoha are managed, representing the pinnacle of power and status within the village. At this moment, the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, sat pensively in the Hokage's chair, a frown upon his brow as he contemplated while taking a drag from his pipe. The Uchiha clan's stance was unexpectedly resolute. However, it is understandable. Such matters would be easily resolved if they remained undisclosed. Yet now, the entire village is aware. And under the watchful eyes of many, the Uchiha clan cannot afford to lose face. Chapter 30. The interference of Danzo muttering softly to himself. Sarutobi Hiruzen inhaled deeply and suddenly exhaled a smoke ring, revealing a hint of coldness on his face. Even if the Uchiha clan could not afford to lose face, did he, as the Hokage, have to tolerate such disregard? Knock, knock, knock. At that moment, a ninja at the door rapped softly, respectfully reporting to Sarutobi Hiruzen, Hokage-sama. Yuya has arrived. Let him in. Upon hearing Yuya's name, Sarutobi Hiruzen's expression softened slightly, and he set his pipe aside. As Yuya entered the Hokage's office, he merely glanced around briefly before making his way directly to Sarutobi Hiruzen's desk, where he bowed gently. Hokage-sama. No need for such formalities. Rise. Sarutobi Hiruzen smiled kindly and inquired, how have you been living in Konoha over the years? Not bad. In truth, Yuya wished to add, at least I'm not dead. But he refrained. However, he eventually said, surely, Hokage-sama has a comprehensive understanding of how I've fared. Indeed. Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded lightly, a glimmer of appreciation evident in his eyes. He had previously summoned Namikaze Minato, and from their brief exchange, he could discern that Yuya's intellect mirrored that of Minato, despite being only 8 or 9 years old. Both possessed the capacity for adult-like reasoning. Thus, it was unnecessary to speak to Yuya as one would to a child. I understand, after all. You hail from a foreign village, and conflicts often arise between villages, especially in recent years as turmoil reigns everywhere. Your village was directly destroyed in a confrontation with Tsunagakure, one of the 5 great shinobi nations. At this juncture, Sarutobi Hiruzen scrutinized Yuya. Noting that his expression remained remarkably calm, devoid of any emotional fluctuation. Nodding to himself, he continued, coincidentally, our Konoha ninjas were nearby, and after engaging in battle with Tsunagakure, they rescued the sole survivor from the flames of war and brought you back to Konoha. As a child from a foreign village, you would undoubtedly face various hardships and pressures here in Konoha. I am aware of the grievances you have endured. Sarutobi Hiruzen regarded Yuya with a warmth in his expression. Such occurrences will never happen again. Listening to Sarutobi Hiruzen's words, Yuya understood that this was the Hokage's attempt to draw him closer. The essence of his statement was clear. He need not dwell on the past. From now on, he was a member of Konoha. Thank you for your care, Hokage-sama. Yuya replied softly, a flicker of gratitude gracing his face. Sarutobi Hiruzen chuckled heartily, rising from his chair to stand beside Yuya. Though you have faced many trials in Konoha, at the very least, you will not suffer the ravages of war here, will you? Indeed, Yuya nodded gently. Indeed. Compared to the constant trepidation faced by the small ninja villages in the shinobi world, where each day is fraught with uncertainty, life in the great shinobi village, even under less than favorable conditions, offers a semblance of stability, free from the ravages of war that could leave one homeless and adrift. Let bygones be bygones, he thought, as he patted Yuya's shoulder with a warm smile. Your performance yesterday was commendable. It showcased a truly splendid battle. Your innate talent is impressive, and your mental acuity is on par with that of the adults. At this moment, you are already an exceptional ninja. At this juncture, Sarutobi Hiruzen paused briefly, his tone shifting slightly as he continued. However, while your talent is remarkable, growth requires time. Presently, you still exhibit certain naivety in various aspects. I hope that in the time to come, you will find stability, continue your training, and accumulate experience. Undoubtedly, you will one day radiate your unique brilliance. Hiruzen's words carried an undertone that felt somewhat peculiar, suggesting something deeper. To Yuya, it was unmistakably an indication that he was still too inexperienced and should focus earnestly on his training. Yet the question loomed, where could one find an environment conducive to such diligent training? With less than 3 months remaining until his life-or-death duel with Uchiha Han, the urgency was palpable. After a moment of contemplation, Yuya discerned Hiruzen's intentions and inquired, does Lord Hokage mean to suggest that I abandon my duel with Uchiha Han? A flicker of appreciation gleamed in Hiruzen's eyes. His words had been somewhat indirect, yet Yuya had grasped the meaning swiftly. Yes, that is indeed my sentiment. Although you are remarkable and accomplished, the gap between you and Uchiha Han remains significant. Therefore, this duel, just as he was about to conclude, another voice interrupted the conversation. Sarutobi, the life and death duel cannot be halted. The voice was calm, yet carried a hint of indifference. At the entrance stood the Hokage's advisor, Danzo, whose eyes sparkled with an inscrutable light as he strode in with measured steps. Danzo, Hiruzen's heart sank at the sight of him, and his brow furrowed. Yuya is but a child. Such a life and death duel cannot be permitted. Sarutobi, I am aware that the rules dictate that once a life and death duel is requested, it cannot be unilaterally revoked, regardless of who the parties are. Even you, as Hokage, cannot violate this protocol. Danzo regarded Hiruzen with a composed demeanor, though his eyes glimmered mysteriously. Since Hiruzen was unwilling to relinquish his hold on Yuya, refusing to allow Danzo to cultivate him, Danzo would not simply watch as Yuya became an extension of Hiruzen's will, unless Hiruzen was prepared to entrust Yuya to him. Rules are constructed by men. What if I were to abolish them? Hiruzen retorted with a cold snort. As Hokage, having consistently kept Danzo in check throughout the original narrative, he could hardly be oblivious to Danzo's ulterior motives. In an instant, it became clear that Danzo aimed to compel him to concede, thereby securing the elusive Yuyuru. To that, I shall not acquiesce. Danzo stood there with an air of indifference, stating, to amend the rules, one must attain the unanimous consent of the Elder Council. I believe it is not only I who would oppose you. Even Minyan and Koharu would not readily endorse such a facile alteration of the regulations. Upon hearing this, Sarutobi Hiruzen's expression grew notably grim. The life and death duel, a tradition carried forth since the Warring States period, had been abolished by the first Hokage, Senju Hashirama, only to be reinstated by the second Hokage, Senju Tobarama. Within a village, intricate webs of power inevitably arise, often among the various clans. Where there is entanglement, conflict is sure to follow, ultimately leading to irreconcilable discord. Such insurmountable conflicts cannot permit open warfare within Konohagakure, nor can they be forcibly suppressed. To attempt such suppression would inevitably lead to chaos. Senju Tobarama's philosophy diverged markedly from that of his brother, Senju Hashirama. He believed that human nature must be constrained by rules, advocating for an orderly resolution of all disputes. Consequently, upon succeeding as the second Hokage, Senju Tobarama perpetuated the ancient traditions of the Warring States era, reinstating the rule of life and death duels to resolve certain irreconcilable internal conflicts. Chapter 31. The situation in this world. Every elite ninja is stained with blood. Life can sometimes be weighed on a scale. Much like in the original narrative, the death of Hyuga Hizashi, the father of Hinata Niji, was sanctioned by the higher-ups of Konoha, who deemed it necessary for a member of the Hyuga clan to perish as a concession to the hidden village of Kumogakure, resulting in Hizashi sacrificing himself in place of Hyuga Hayashi. Although the Hokage wields substantial power, altering such deeply entrenched customs inherited from the previous generation requires the unanimous approval of the Elder Council, including figures like Nara Shikaku, Mito Gate Kurenai, and Danzo. The atmosphere fell into an uneasy silence. Sarutobi Hiruzen and Danzo exchanged glances. Yet this time, despite Hiruzen's fierce expression, Danzo remained composed, exuding an air of calm superiority. Ultimately, Hiruzen took a deep breath and addressed Yuya. Yuya, you may leave now. Understood. Once Yuya departed, Hiruzen's gaze turned fiery as he confronted Danzo. Danzo, are you truly willing to drive that child, Yuya, to his demise for your own selfish desires? Now, Hiruzen, one must be cautious with words. I merely wish to prevent you, as Hokage, from making hasty errors. As your advisor, it is my duty to guide you towards the right choices, Danzo replied, his demeanor unfazed. At that moment, Hiruzen was tempted to slam the table and confront Danzo, yet he refrained, aware that providing Danzo with leverage against him would not be prudent. Danzo had long coveted the position of Hokage. The ninja world has descended into chaos. The second great ninja war seems imminent. Danzo, I can tolerate your other schemes, but if you dare to threaten the very foundation of Konoha, that is unacceptable. Yuya is merely a child from a foreign village. What right does he have to become the foundation of Konoha? Danzo let out a cold laugh. Unlike Hiruzen, he harbored no trust for a child like Yuya. In fact, he trusted no one completely, not even those closest to him. You. Upon hearing Danzo mention Yuya's background, Hiruzen faltered momentarily. Observing Hiruzen's reaction, a smirk of subtle mockery graced Danzo's lips. Fear not, Hiruzen. Perhaps this prodigious youth, Yuya, will manage to triumph over Uchiha Han. That would be a win-win scenario, not only showcasing his talent, but also significantly curtailing the arrogance of the Uchiha clan. Hiruzen nearly lost his composure at Danzo's sardonic remarks. Defeating Uchiha Han? What nonsense! Even within the Chunin ranks, Uchiha Han stands as an elite. No matter how gifted Yuya may be, achieving victory over a standard Chunin in 2 months would already be an extraordinary feat to defeat an elite Chunin. That is preposterous. An elite Chunin embodies the pinnacle of the Chunin level, a refined ninja just shy of Jounin status, in prestigious clans like the Uchiha and Hyuga. Once an individual ascends to Chunin, their prowess is assuredly amplified by their Byakugan or Sharingan, marking them as elite Chunin. Certainly, unlike the Hinata clan, not every member of the Uchiha clan possesses the Sharingan. However, Sarutobi Hizashi is well aware that Uchiha Han indeed possesses this ocular prowess. This is a documented fact. Achieving the pinnacle of CH Nin across all aspects qualifies one as an elite CH Nin. Furthermore, surpassing this foundational level in a particular domain to attain J-Nin status, or mastering a forbidden technique, elevates one to the rank of special J-Nin. Subsequently, achieving J-Nin proficiency across all areas designates one as a full-fledged J-Nin, while excelling at the highest level across all aspects marks one as an elite J-Nin. The path of a ninja is one of meticulous progression. Leaping an entire rank from thin air is an arduous endeavor, and yet, Waya has already transcended once due to his bloodline limit. To attempt a subsequent leap is nothing short of fanciful. Uchiha, Danzo. As Waya departed from the Hokage's office, he traversed the streets of Konoha, his eyes shimmering with an unusual light. It feels rather peculiar. Danzo, who has always embodied the will of the second Hokage, Senju Tobarama, and holds an intense disdain for the Uchiha clan, has resorted to various means to suppress them. Yet, this time, he adopts a stance that is somewhat aligned with the Uchiha in his confrontation with Sarutobi Hizashi. This undeniably reshapes Waya's perception of the dark undercurrents within Konoha's power structure. He appears to be caught in the midst of it all, a crucial element, when in truth, his existence is of little significance. The matter has devolved into a power struggle among Saratobi Hizashi, Danzo, and the Uchiha clan, with Waya merely a coincidental focal point. Each of these three factions represents an insurmountable chasm for Waya at this moment. Ultimately, it is strength that holds paramount importance. Clenching his fist, Waya murmured to himself, recognizing that to seize control of his destiny, he must relentlessly enhance his power. Taking a deep breath, he gradually calmed his racing thoughts. The immediate challenge he faces is overcoming Uchiha Han. Although Waya's strength is formidable enough to feel confident against Ch Nin, he is acutely aware that Uchiha Han's prowess is far from ordinary. Most likely, he is an elite Ch Nin, and he may even wield the Sharingan. To triumph over Uchiha Han, Waya's current capabilities fall short. He must unlock the second gate of the 8 Gates of Shock. Having encountered no obstacles along the way, Waya returned home and resumed his training. He engaged in a series of push-ups and squats, sweat cascading down his body until he was on the brink of losing consciousness before finally succumbing to sleep. Upon awakening the next morning, Waya contemplated how to train effectively that day. The wooden post he had been using for practice was now damaged and required replacement. However, even if he crafted another, it wouldn't last long. Despite not intentionally employing seismic force, the continuous striking would inevitably infuse the post with such energy, rendering it susceptible to damage. Constructing a stone post would be cumbersome. It would be far more prudent to seek out a rocky outcrop for his training. Yuya, too, believes that during his cultivation, he need not deliberately suppress the force of vibration. Rather, it would be most advantageous for each strike to inherently embody that power. The continuous utilization of this vibrational force may impose a strain upon his physique, yet it is precisely this burden that transforms into a unique form of training. Being in a perpetual state of oscillation serves as an excellent refinement for his body, ensuring that his progress in cultivation is notably accelerated. Stepping out of his home, he surveyed the bustling streets of Konoha, proceeding in the direction of Hokage Rock. He recalled that in the original narrative, the battle between Pain and the Ninetales transformed Naruto occurred in a region close to the hills. Chapter 32, Exhilaration as Yi journeyed against the current. It did not take long for him to discover an ideal location for cultivation. To one side lay a forest, while the other was adorned with hills formed by rugged rocks, accompanied by a crystal-clear river flowing gracefully through the landscape. Perfect. This shall be the spot. Setting aside his provisions, Yi approached a massive rock face, stretching his limbs before suddenly delivering a powerful punch. Although he did not exert himself with deliberate force, an impressive shockwave erupted from his blow. The air fractured, and though his fist aimed at the stone, it ultimately struck the very essence of the atmosphere. Boom. The rock reverberated under the impact of Yuya's fist. However, since he did not intend to unleash his full destructive power, only a minuscule crack appeared. Excellent, onward. Satisfied, Yuya nodded and withdrew his left fist, launching his right in a rhythmic exchange. His fists continued to alternate, striking the stone with a relentless barrage, producing a cacophony of sound. While Yuya's fists could easily treat the air as a mere target, the absence of a solid object made a significant difference in effect. As he relentlessly pounded the rock, his body quaked continuously, rippling from skin to muscle, and then to blood and bone. Every fiber of his being resonated with this ceaseless tremor. This marked Yuya's inaugural experience of utilizing shockwaves in a sustained manner. As his entire body began to reverberate, a delightful tingling sensation enveloped him, imparting a feeling of ethereal lightness. For the first time in his practice, he savored true comfort. Had he known this earlier, he would have adopted this method from the very beginning, basking in the refreshing and invigorating sensation coursing through him. Yu silently lamented before redoubling his focus on the practice. One punch after another, his heart thumped powerfully, and the blood surged through his veins, propelled by the shockwaves. His bones and flesh vibrated in unison, further refining his physical form. The results exceeded Yuya's expectations. After unlocking the first gate of the true 8 Gates of Duinjia, the strength of his heart and the chakra from the first gate synergistically enhanced one another, invigorating the blood that flowed throughout his body. Even during slumber, his physique steadily improved. Engaging in cultivation would yield even more remarkable results. In terms of physical prowess, a month of training for him equated to 2 months for others. Now, Yi was astonished to realize that not only did the first gate of the true 8 Gates of Duinjia amplify his cultivation speed, but the shockwaves themselves also supported his training. When combined, his physical capabilities advanced with astonishing rapidity. Initially, he believed that 3 months would barely suffice to reach the standard for unlocking the second gate of the 8 Gates of Duinjia. However, it now appeared that 2 months would be more than adequate. Yet, Yi did not allow himself to be swept away by elation. The true 8 Gates of Duinjia required a period of adaptation for each gate opened, as it operated on a reverse and permanent activation. As the doors continue to open, the need for an extended period of stabilization and a more robust physique to unlock the subsequent gate becomes increasingly apparent. The challenges grow more formidable with each progression, mirroring the complexities of the ordinary 8 gates of Duanjia. With a resounding punch, he finally shattered a fragment of the mountain rock, causing Yuya to gasp for breath and instinctively retreat. At that moment, his body was engulfed in a profound sense of fatigue, a languid sensation emanating from his very bones and flesh, compelling him to recline upon the ground. Sweat mingled with the dirt, rapidly rendering Yuya's attire disheveled. Yet, he paid it little mind, lying there with an expression of pure contentment. The reverberating force coursed through him, delivering a blissful and tingling comfort that far surpassed the arduousness of previous exertions like push-ups. As his body gradually recuperated and the delightful numbness began to fade, Yuya distinctly sensed a tangible enhancement in his strength, an almost miraculous phenomenon. The ability to perceive such a significant increase in power was an astounding progression. This remarkable boost was likely due to the initial training session, which expelled all impurities from his body, resulting in such an extraordinary enhancement. In his elation, Yuya swiftly discerned the cause. Indeed, during subsequent training sessions, the increments were not as staggering as the first. However, the results remained remarkably rewarding. A day swiftly passed, and Yuya returned home, utterly exhausted, collapsing into slumber. The following day, he resumed his regimen, equipped with provisions, heading to the mountains for further training. Although practicing in this secluded area away from the village posed certain dangers, it was generally unvisited by others. In truth, this location was not as far removed from the village as one might assume. Time flew by, and over a month had elapsed. Visible muscle definition began to emerge on Yuya's frame. Though he appeared slender, he was imbued with a newfound strength, an almost miraculous feat for a child yet to reach the age of 9. Yuya's physical prowess had accelerated at an astonishing rate during this past month. Particularly during the initial week, his growth was nearly exponential, after which he entered a gradual plateau. With a thunderous punch, the air reverberated with a crackling resonance, and before Yuya, the mountain rocks suddenly displayed a network of intricate fissures, culminating in a gaping hole. Now, the power behind my punch should unequivocally surpass that of a C-rank ninjutsu. Even a composite C-rank technique combining wind and fire release would be obliterated by my strike. Satisfied with the destruction wrought by his full-powered punch, Yuya nodded, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. This force, while impressive, still fell slightly short when compared to the B-rank ninjutsu utilized by Uchiha Han on that fateful day. Yet, once he unlocks the second gate of the true 8 gates of Duanjia, shattering B-rank ninjutsu will undoubtedly be within his grasp. At this juncture, only a month remained until his life and death duel with Uchiha Han. During his period of cultivation, the entire village remained tranquil. In fact, matters concerning him were enveloped in utter stillness. It remains unclear whether Sarutobi Hiruzen and Danzo, as well as the Uchiha clan, were engaged in a subtle tug-of-war. But no one came forth to disturb him, as if he had been entirely overlooked. However, Yuya was acutely aware that this was not mere neglect, but rather a mutual contest of strength, suspended in a state of latent tension. This, of course, was merely one reason. Another factor contributing to Yuya's gradual obscurity was the looming specter of the Second Shinobi World War. The entire ninja world was rife with an atmosphere of impending storm, foreboding and electric with anticipation. Chapter 33, The Opening of the Surprising Gate. The Hidden Leaf Village is also assaulting the nearby small villages, leading the Land of Fire in a relentless expansion and resource plundering. Meanwhile, the Sand Village of the Land of Wind and the Rock Village of the Land of Earth are engaging in even more frenzied expansion, resulting in the obliteration of countless small ninja villages. The small ninja villages are finite, just as the resources of these minor nations are limited. A collision among the three great nations is inevitable. Although it may seem that a period of brewing is still required, all perceptive individuals understand that this war is unavoidable. Compared to the Second Shinobi World War, the life and death duel between Yuya and Uchiha Han appears rather inconsequential. The Second Shinobi World War. With a soft sigh, Yuya suppressed his thoughts and resumed his training. A few days later, Yuya felt that the time had come to attempt to unlock the second gate of the true 8 gates of opening, the surprising gate. The first gate of the true 8 gates corresponds to the 8th gate of the ordinary 8 gates, which is the death gate located at the heart. The second gate, however, corresponds to the 7th gate of the ordinary 8 gates, situated just below the abdomen, the surprising gate. This gate is exceedingly important, holding significance that is nearly equal to that of the first gate at the heart. It serves as a crucial link, connecting the upper and lower parts of the body. Ascending from the surprising gate leads directly to the head, where 5 gates align in a straight line, creating a completely unobstructed path. In contrast, the path from the heart's death gate to the surprising gate is a slanted, reverse route, connecting the heart to the body. The surprising gate stands as the second core of the true 8 gates of opening. After thoroughly mobilizing his body and stretching his muscles, Yuya sat cross-legged and began his assault on the second gate. The results of Yuya's nearly 2 months of rigorous training could rival those of others' 6 months of cultivation or even surpass them. His physical strength had grown exponentially compared to when he first opened the first gate. Unlocking the second gate was well within his capability. With a state of accumulated power ready to be unleashed, he charged toward the true 8 gates of opening second gate, achieving success on his first attempt. As chakra surged forth for the initial impact, the resulting shockwave spread, creating a second wave of force that shattered the shackles of the second gate. With the opening of the surprising gate, an invisible flame that seemed to burn at Yuya's heart instantly coursed through his meridians, reaching the surprising gate. Subsequently, the location of the surprising gate appeared to ignite in a blaze. This flame, while described as fire, was in fact chakra. In that moment, a connection was firmly established between the first gate at the heart and the second gate below the abdomen. This was the natural linkage of the 8 gates of opening. Within the surprising gate, a second source of chakra emerged, its quantity surpassing that of the chakra at the heart in an instant. However, this chakra soon balanced out as it established a connection with the heart, flowing evenly through the meridians. Ultimately, the chakra at the heart and that at the surprising gate formed a simple equilibrium. Thus, with the existence of 2 core sources of chakra, Yuya's chakra amount instantaneously crossed the threshold of a chunin, even rivaling that of some elite chunin. This was a leap of monumental proportions. Moreover, the heart's dead gate and the chakra within the shock gate below the abdomen have forged a continuous cycle. Initially, chakra merely engaged in mutual feedback with the heart. But now, the chakras within these 2 cores have established a dynamic connection, facilitating a mutual transfer. During this transfer, it is inevitable that a portion of chakra diffuses into the flesh and bones, nourishing them in return. This virtuous cycle has yielded comprehensive enhancement. Is the chakra quantity now comparable to that of elite nin? If so, it seems plausible to explore the development of certain jutsu. As Yuya sensed the chakra within him, a subtle smile graced his face. Despite having anticipated this, the rapid elevation of his chakra still could not conceal the delight within his heart. Common techniques such as fire release and water release held no significance for Yuya's training. In fact, any jutsu requiring hand seals bore little relevance for someone like Yuya, who possessed both the power of shock release and formidable physical prowess and speed. Therefore, the jutsu Yuya sought to develop would be those entirely suited for his own use, potentially integrating seamlessly with shock release. His body had already begun its metamorphosis. In addition to the unexpected enhancement of chakra, Yuya could also feel the rapid transformation of his physique. The true 8 gates, being permanently activated within his body, produced effects unlike those of the ordinary 8 gates, which caused sudden bursts of power. Instead, the transformation was gradual. However, once initiated, the process would not be prolonged. After opening the first gate in his heart, Yuya fully adapted within a few days, and he believed the second gate, the shock gate beneath his abdomen, would not take long either. Indeed, merely 3 days later, Yuya's body had completed this transformation. Following this change, his speed could nearly rival that of a typical J-nin. Only a nin with exceptional taijutsu could match Yuya's prowess. Additionally, Yuya's shock power underwent a significant evolution, becoming nearly 3 times as potent as before. He had unequivocally bridged the chasm between C-rank and B-rank jutsu. Now, with a single punch, Yuya could shatter B-rank jutsu. Furthermore, as his shock power ascended to this level, its effective range experienced a remarkable leap. Previously, Yuya's attack range extended only up to 2 meters, categorizing it as close range. Now, with all his might behind a punch, the shock power's coverage expanded to between 5 and 10 meters. Within 5 meters, its strength remained unweakened, capable of demolishing B-rank jutsu, while the range from 5 to 10 meters could still obliterate C-rank jutsu. This attack range had transformed from close range to near mid-range, significantly ameliorating Yuya's previous shortcomings in attack distance. C-rank jutsu are commonly utilized by nin, while B-rank jutsu are typically employed by J-nin. A-rank jutsu, on the other hand, belong to the realm of forbidden techniques, with some J-nin not even mastering A-rank jutsu. Indeed, the mere mastery of chakra nature transformation, when combined with B-rank ninjutsu, can yield formidable power. Most J-nin dedicate their time not to the arduous pursuit of A-rank techniques, but rather to enhancing the potency of B-rank ninjutsu through chakra manipulation. Consequently, it can be said that Yuya, at present, possesses the capability to dominate over nin with relative ease. However, there lies another consideration, one that Yuya had previously chosen to overlook but has now resurfaced in his thoughts. Beyond taijutsu and ninjutsu, this world also encompasses the realm of genjutsu. Taking a moment to calm his racing heart, Yuya bowed his head in contemplation. He had deliberately disregarded this aspect before, as it is generally the case that lower-ranked ninjas can merely dispel illusions, while executing Jinjutsu proves to be quite challenging. Yet, at the Ch-nin level, Jinjutsu becomes a commonly employed method of attack. Chapter 34. Immunity to Jinjutsu. Facing the dilemma of Jinjutsu, Yuya's mind raced through all the information he had gathered about illusionary techniques. Uchiha Han, Yuya speculated that he might possess the Sharingan. Even without it, the thought of an Uchiha clan Ch-nin incapable of wielding Jinjutsu was utterly preposterous. This was a grave matter. At its core, Jinjutsu seemed to manipulate the flow of chakra, disrupting an opponent's mental state and inducing sensory confusion. Yuya faintly recalled Jiraiya's teachings in the original narrative. When trapped in a Jinjutsu, one should immediately halt their own chakra circulation. Chakra, in essence, was the fusion of physical energy extracted from the body's 130 billion cells and spiritual energy. By interfering with its flow, one could influence an enemy's psyche, inducing hallucinations and other illusions. In other words, the foundation of Jinjutsu still revolved around chakra. Stabilizing the disrupted chakra flow could dismantle the illusion. The Eight Tails Jinchuriki, Killer Bee, had once claimed immunity to Jinjutsu due to the dual consciousness within him. The Eight Tails could assist in regulating his chakra. At this realization, a flicker of astonishment crossed Yuya's eyes. Does this mean I am inherently immune to Jinjutsu? Suddenly, he recalled Might Guy from the original story, who had never fallen victim to Jinjutsu, even when confronting Six Paths Madara after unleashing the Eight Gates. Madara, with his vast combat experience, would have exploited such a weakness if it existed. The true reason was likely that Jinjutsu had minimal effect on Guy. Especially when Guy activated the Eight Gates formation, his chakra surged violently, his willpower was unshakable, and the excruciating pain from the technique itself rendered even the most potent illusions ineffective. Moreover, even if Jinjutsu could manipulate his chakra, it could never influence his tremor release. With just a single vibration, Yuya murmured softly. As his will stirred, a ripple of tremor release pulsed within him, instantly disrupting his chakra flow and bringing it to a halt. To break free from Jinjutsu, he didn't even need hand seals. Aside from extreme illusions like Tsukuyomi or Kotoamatsukami, ordinary Jinjutsu, whether targeting the senses or binding the mind and body, would be utterly futile against him, shattered in an instant. A wave of relief washed over Yuya. It seemed his long-standing concern had been unfounded from the start. From the very beginning, he had been impervious not only to taijutsu and ninjutsu of his level, but Jinjutsu as well. The tremor release Kekkei Genkai could flawlessly and effortlessly dismantle any illusion. A mere tremor was all it took to cleanse his chakra of external interference, rendering all mental assaults powerless. Although he felt fairly confident, Yuya, known for his steady demeanor, decided to seek assistance. The challenge lay in the fact that he had few acquaintances in Konoha, and it was evident that Might Guy would be utterly incapable of illusions. Ultimately, with Kushina's aid, he found someone to assist him in testing. After 2 straightforward attempts, the tester stared at him in utter disbelief. Typically, one must perform a series of hand seals to dispel an illusion, halting their chakra flow or forcibly breaking through the interference. However, Yuya seemed to bypass this entirely, exhibiting an immunity that left the ninja astonished, gazing at him as if he were a creature of myth. After several trials, Yuya was utterly convinced that illusions, barring those of the caliber of Tsukuyomi or Kotoamatsukami, were ineffective against him. Moreover, with the enhancement of his Dijutsu, should it extend its influence over the mind through chakra, he might even stand a chance against Tsukuyomi. With this newfound certainty, Yuya felt a wave of relief wash over him. Meanwhile, Kushina was filled with immense joy upon witnessing Yuya's immunity to illusions. The stronger Yuya became, the happier she felt. Previously, she had not anticipated that Yuya could triumph over Minato Namikaze and secure the top rank in the practical assessment at the Ninja Academy. Now, while others doubted his ability to defeat the Ch-nin Uchiha Han, Kushina harbored an inexplicable faith in Yuya. After encouraging him with a cheer, she refrained from further interruption, allowing him to resume his training. Thus, Yuya returned to the mountainside. As he continued to hone his physique, he also began to develop his unique techniques. Initially, he had not concerned himself with the intricacies of technique, as he found them unnecessary. However, with his growing strength and the increasing potency of his Dijutsu, he found it natural to explore the possibilities of his power. Yuya's Dijutsu enabled him to unleash a forceful strike that generated a powerful tremor in a straight line ahead. This tremor was not a mere shockwave that would push an opponent back. Instead, it possessed a tearing quality. In this regard, Yuya skillfully integrated his physical techniques,
creating 3 distinct moves. While it could be said that he developed these techniques, they were essentially simple applications of his power. The names of these techniques were Collapse, Sever,
and Pierce. Collapse involved Yuya directing the tremor downwards with an open palm, overwhelming his opponent with a force that struck both them and the earth beneath. Sever was a technique he had previously employed, where he struck with both fists outward, creating a shock that divided the battlefield. Pierce was an upward hook, an attack directed from below. Although these three techniques merely represented slight alterations in the direction of the tremor's power, their sheer strength rendered them formidable, causing significant trouble for any adversary attempting to defend against them. In the course of his simple training with these three forms of attack, Yuya unexpectedly discovered that his shockwave power, potent enough to shatter B-grade ninjutsu, could even induce an earthquake. If the techniques of collapse, fracture, and penetration pertain to the realm of air shock, then the following developed technique, the earth release, earthquake technique, clearly falls within the domain of seismic activity. While there exists a C-grade earthquake technique within the earth release, the one Yuya executed surpassed that C-grade technique in strength. It not only caused the ground to tremble and shake, but could also crack the earth itself. As Yuya adeptly mastered all these developed techniques, the time for his life and death duel with Uchiha Han finally arrived. Chapter 35. The Wrath of Tsunade. The venue for the life and death duel lies beneath the village of Konohagakure. Such an event, inherently grave, remains shrouded in secrecy. Under the guidance of a member of the Umbu, Yuya arrives at a vast expanse permeated with the scent of blood. This place serves not only as the arena for fatal confrontations, but also as a ruthless interrogation chamber, a site for brutal punishment. The concealed darkness of Konoha converges here, with Danzo's root base lurking nearby. Daily, ninjas from Konoha embark on missions, some of which involve clandestine assassinations arranged in this very location. Moreover, spies and scouts from enemy villages, upon capture, are brought here to face merciless interrogation by dreadful means. In essence, this locale embodies the convergence of all that is sinister. A chilling, sanguinary aura pervades the atmosphere. The ninjas present are either masked members of the Umbu or cold-faced individuals who pass by with an impassive demeanor. After traversing several corridors, they finally reach their destination. Yuya's demeanor grows solemn as he encounters this ominous ambience for the first time since arriving in this world. Ahead stand several ninjas from the Uchiha clan, with Uchiha Han prominently among them. Upon noticing Yuya's arrival, a palpable aura of murderous intent emanates from Han's eyes, unabashedly revealing his lethal intent. He understands that only by eliminating Yuya can he atone for his past failures and uphold the dignity and honor of the Uchiha clan. As their gazes lock, Yuya remains unperturbed in the face of Han's palpable hostility, his own eyes reflecting a calm resolve. Meanwhile, he surveys his surroundings, his brow slightly furrowing. Above them is a three-tiered corridor, but few stand upon it. Only 3 Umbu ninjas share the space with 5 Uchiha clan members, including Han. There are no others present. The absence of Sarutobi Hiruzen strikes Yuya as perplexing. Logically, such a confrontation between him and Uchiha Han would warrant the Hokage's attention. Even if he did not attend in person, one would expect a greater contingent of Umbu ninjas to be dispatched. With only 3 Umbu present, fewer than the Uchiha's numbers, Yuya feels a sense of abandonment. It seems that something significant has transpired. Yuya murmurs to himself, yet a flicker of sharpness ignites in his eyes. Today indeed marks a day of bloody conflict. Victory means survival, defeat means death. At last, the Uchiha members leap to the upper tier of the corridor, their cold gazes fixed downward. Uchiha Han slowly steps forward, coming to a halt as he faces Yuya from afar. The 3 Umbu exchange glances, then ascend to the corridor, coldly observing the impending clash. In this moment, no superfluous words are necessary in the presence of Uchiha Han, for this is not a test nor a competition, but a decisive battle determining life and death. Neither of the two spoke, nor was there any need for someone to call for the beginning. In an instant, the battle erupted. Meanwhile, within the Hokage building, in the Hokage's office, an intense argument was taking place. Why do you not intervene in this duel? This is utterly unreasonable. Tsunade glared at Sarutobi Hiruzen, nearly pounding the table in exasperation. Her nature was such that once she set her sights on someone, she would not easily let go, even though she had yet to meet Yuyuru in person after the practical ranking assessment. Tsunade had already resolved to take him on as her disciple. Sarutobi Hiruzen remained silent, taking a drag from his cigarette without directly responding to Tsunade's inquiry. Instead, he spoke in a grave tone. The Uchiha clan has dispatched 3 elite Jonin and 10 elite Chunin to join the battlefield at the borders of the Land of Fire. Is this the reason for abandoning that child, Yuru? What nonsense is this? Tsunade's face reflected disbelief. Could such matters be treated as a transaction? To her, this was simply unfathomable. With a sigh, Sarutobi Hiruzen replied, "It is not abandonment. Danzo may very well save Yuyuru should he lose. In that case, what difference is it if Yuyuru dies?" Tsunade's expression was a mix of shock and fury. If Yuyuru were to be rescued from a near-fatal state by Danzo, the outcome was all too predictable. Yuyuru would undoubtedly be manipulated by Danzo, transformed into a most loyal and effective instrument of death. Perhaps, however, that child possesses enough talent to prevail. Sarutobi Hiruzen's tone carried a hint of reassurance. Yet, this statement was one that neither Tsunade nor even Sarutobi Hiruzen himself truly believed. The likelihood of Yuyuru defeating Uchiha Han was nearly non-existent. The Hokage has begun. At that moment, an Umbu appeared beside Sarutobi Hiruzen to report. Tsunade's face immediately contorted with a blend of shock and rage. What? It has already started. Is no one intervening? Clenching her teeth, Tsunade abruptly turned and dashed out of the Hokage's office, declaring, if no one is going to manage this, then I shall take charge. Sarutobi Hiruzen watched Tsunade rush from the office in astonishment, a wry smile forming on his lips. Yet, following that, an unusual expression crossed his face. Tsunade represented the Senju clan. If she were to save Yuyuru, perhaps there might still be a turning point. The Senju clan would never fear the Uchiha clan. As an irreconcilable conflict existed between the two, Tsunade barreled out of the Hokage's office, unimpeded by anyone. She raced down to the underground arena. But just as she neared the venue, she was intercepted by an individual. Step aside. Tsunade faced Uchiha Kyoyama, the clan head, her face devoid of fear, her voice sharp and reprimanding. Uchiha Kyoyama stood calmly, his eyes revealing 3 spinning tomo. No need to rush. Why not wait here for a moment? Once the matters on that side are resolved, I shall not hinder you. You insolent fool. Go ahead and try to stop me. In a fit of rage, Tsunade was utterly unrestrained. Her fiery temperament was well known. When provoked, she would not hesitate to confront even the leader of the Uchiha clan. However, Uchiha Kiyama, as the head of the Uchiha clan and captain of the Konoha Guard, was no ordinary adversary, and he effectively barred Tsunade's advance. No matter how fiercely she struggled, she could not break through Uchiha Kiyama's formidable defense. At this moment, she was merely a skilled jonin, not yet possessing the overwhelming power depicted in the original narrative. A tempest of fury and anxiety surged within her heart, with urgency overshadowing all else. If this situation continued, it was possible that Yuya would be beyond saving. Chapter 36, Breaking the Illusion. Not far from the fierce battle between Tsunade and Uchiha Kage-san lies the arena of the mortal duel between Yuya and Uchiha Han. At this moment, the clash between Yuya and Uchiha Han has escalated into a fervent confrontation. As soon as the battle erupted, Yuya unleashed his full speed, charging directly at Uchiha Han. With the activation of 2 gates from the 8 gates of death, Yuya's velocity was astonishingly swift. Whoosh! In an instant, Yuya's form nearly transformed into a fleeting shadow, almost imperceptible to the naked eye. Uchiha Han, having previously underestimated Yuya to his detriment, was not about to make the same mistake again. He promptly activated his Sharingan. His eyes revealed 2 double tomo Sharingan. Although he had not yet reached the 3rd tomo, it was sufficient to clearly discern Yuya's movements. Whoosh! In an instant, as Yuya appeared at Uchiha Han's side, unleashing a powerful punch, Uchiha Han swiftly formed a series of hand seals, his body morphing into a wooden stump. Body replacement technique. Having evaded Yuya's strike through the body replacement technique, Uchiha Han's figure reappeared behind Yuya. Suddenly, he drew a short sword, aiming a savage slash at Yuya's neck. In the face of this assault, Yuya stood his ground, unflinching and without turning, delivering a formidable counterpunch instead. Crack! The air shattered like glass, creating fissures around them. The short sword abruptly halted, mere inches from Yuya's fist, unable to advance another millimeter. It was as if that inch constituted an insurmountable chasm. Boom! In the next moment, accompanied by a violent shockwave, Uchiha Han, wielding the short sword, suddenly coughed up blood. Yet, in the following instant, his figure transformed into smoke and vanished. It was a shadow clone. Yuya furrowed his brow slightly, his gaze flickering as he sought the location of Uchiha Han's true form. Just then, Uchiha Han's figure appeared abruptly before Yuya, his hands still poised in a hand seal. Simultaneously, the 2 tomo in his eyes began to spin wildly. It was an illusion technique. Yuya and Uchiha Han locked eyes. In the next moment, Yuya's expression dulled slightly, as if he had become frozen in place. It was over. Yes, the illusion cast by the Sharingan had ensnared the young one. Members of the Uchiha clan above in the corridor exchanged glances, their eyes glinting with a hint of coldness. Meanwhile, 3 Yimbiyu ninjas across the way, each masked, bore expressions devoid of emotion beneath their masks. A flicker of pity glimmered in their eyes. What a pity, indeed. Possessing a commendable bloodline limit, yet lacking the opportunity to mature. Under the gaze of all, Uchiha Han looked down upon Yuya with an air of arrogance, a hint of disdain gracing his features. Even if one possesses a bloodline limit, before me, he remains merely a child. Moreover, when it comes to bloodline limits, the Sharingan of our Uchiha clan is undoubtedly the most formidable. With a cold snort, Uchiha Han nonchalantly drew his short sword and hurled it directly at the chest of Yuya. He then prepared to turn away, as if he had already envisioned the scene of Yuya being pierced through the heart. However, in the next moment, an unforeseen turn of events occurred. Boom! A fist enveloped in radiant white light suddenly struck the air. The force of the shockwave reverberated in all directions. The short sword thrown by Uchiha Han seemed to sink into a quagmire, inching forward until it finally halted before that fist, unable to advance another step. Subsequently, the sword emitted a terrifying cracking sound, ultimately being twisted into a corkscrew shape. This is impossible. Uchiha Han gazed at Yuya, who had calmly retracted his fist, disbelief flickering in his eyes. Yuya had actually broken the illusion cast with the Sharingan. How could this be possible? In an instant, not only Uchiha Han, but even the members of the Uchiha clan in the corridor, as well as the 3 Yinbyu ninjas on the other side, could not help but exclaim in astonishment. How could he break the illusion without a hand seal? Breaking an illusion requires the internal chakra to flow back to normal. Could it be that his shockwave can affect his own chakra? One person murmured, while the others displayed expressions of utter shock. If that were the case, would it not imply that Yuya could be immune to or break any illusion? It was simply absurd. How could there exist such a perfect bloodline limit in the world? Before that shockwave, physical techniques could not be executed, and ordinary ninjutsu would be easily shattered. Now even illusions could be effortlessly dispelled. How incredible! The Uchiha's illusions were nothing more than this. Yuya looked at Uchiha Han, a hint of faint mockery gracing his face. In reality, he had not even broken the illusion. It had simply been rendered entirely ineffective. The chakra within him was governed by 2 cores, one in his heart and another in his lower abdomen, differing significantly from that of ordinary ninjas. To interfere with Yuya's chakra flow and cast an illusion upon him was an exceedingly arduous task. Moreover, Yuya possessed the shockwave powerful enough to directly disrupt and dispel illusions. In the next instant, Yuya's figure surged forth, charging directly at Uchiha Han. Whoosh! He appeared right above Uchiha Han's head, suddenly bringing his palm down. A circle of white light emanating from his hand. Shock release, collapse. Buzz. This palm struck the air, yet the shockwave erupted violently, enveloping the entire area beneath in a range of devastating impact. Boom. In almost an instant, Uchiha Han's expression changed drastically. The illusion had been directly dispelled by Yuya, and due to his shock, he momentarily froze, allowing Yuya to close in. The situation had instantaneously plunged into a life-and-death crisis. At this critical juncture, Uchiha Han could not afford to hesitate. Braving the onslaught of the tremulous force, he desperately formed hand seals, knowing that escaping the area of the shockwave was utterly unrealistic. As the entire region had succumbed to suppression, Earth release, Earth body flicker technique. In a moment of violent tremors, as his bones threatened to shatter, Uchiha Han barely completed the seals. In the next instant, he vanished into the earth, becoming obscured from view. Yet, despite this, the ground bore witness to ominous stains of blood. Crack. Beneath, the land fractured under Yuya's strike, resembling a spider's web as the fissures spread in all directions. Boom. Ultimately, the entire surface erupted, collapsing into a gaping pit. As he returned to the ground, Yuya's gaze flickered slightly. The earth release technique was executed with such finesse. Could one truly perform such a feat, even while being struck by the shockwave? Chapter 37. A shattering blow. Generally speaking, members of the Uchiha clan are endowed with the fire element, and may also possess other elemental affinities. For instance, Uchiha Sasuke exhibits a dual affinity for lightning and fire chakra transformations. Typically, it is only at the level of Jonin that one deliberately endeavors to cultivate more than 3 chakra transformations to adequately prepare for any unforeseen circumstances. Uchiha Han, being merely a Chunin, likely possesses a dual affinity for earth and fire. His proficiency in the earth body flicker technique is commendable, but does hiding underground truly offer him any advantage? As Uchiha Han continues to remain hidden, Yuya is acutely aware that he must have sustained considerable injuries from the previous attack. Moreover, it seems he intends to launch a surprise assault from beneath the ground. Contemplating this, a smirk of derision spreads across Yuya's face as he gazes at the earth beneath him, suddenly grasping the air with both hands and tearing forcefully. Doton. The earthquake technique. Boom. In an instant, the power of the earthquake erupts violently, transforming the ground beneath Yuya's feet into a turbulent sea, resonating with terrifying roars and tremors. The earth appears to convulse like an ocean, churning and shaking, not only this arena, but the entire region, including the ongoing battle between Tsunade and Uchiha Keisuke outside, feels the tremors. This disturbance is a Doton jutsu. Damn it. Tsunade grits her teeth, abruptly swinging her fist to shatter Uchiha Keisuke's fire technique, her eyes betraying her anxiety. It seems Yuya does not employ ninjutsu. Thus, this must be the jutsu of Uchiha Han. The magnitude of this commotion suggests that the final showdown has commenced. Meanwhile, Uchiha Keisuke casts a casual glance backward. Such sluggishness. To still be unresolved at this point, and now resorting to Doton Jutsu. A flicker of dissatisfaction crosses Uchiha Keisuke's gaze. He is well aware of Uchiha Han's chakra affinities, indeed, earth and fire. In his view, after awakening the Sharingan, Uchiha Han should have been able to swiftly eliminate that brat Yuya. Yet here he is, even resorting to Doton Jutsu. Nevertheless, it should be nearing its conclusion. Shaking his head, Uchiha Keisuke remains steadfast before Tsunade, blocking her relentless and furious advances, resolutely holding his ground. In the arena of life and death, several Uchiha clan shinobi and 3 members of the Umbu display expressions of astonishment. Such seismic activity cannot possibly affect them. They can easily maintain their footing. What truly astonishes them is the sheer terror of Yuya's seismic power, capable of propagating through the very earth itself to unleash this dreadfully powerful earthquake. This technique surpasses the strength of a C-rank Doton earthquake technique by far. Amidst the frantic tremors of the earth, fissures resembling a spider's web emerge, radiating outward from beneath Yuya's feet. Meanwhile, Uchiha Han, underground with his Sharingan activated and glowing with lethal intent, suddenly undergoes a drastic change in expression. In nearly an instant, he finds himself ensnared by the surrounding soil and rock, caught in the grip of the seismic force, being violently compressed. Previously, he had already been injured under the force of Yuya's strike, and now, having endured this latest blow, he was utterly devastated. The sound of cracking echoed as several of his ribs shattered in an instant. Struggling to regain his footing, he managed to break free from the earth and return to the surface, yet his entire being was drenched in blood. As he reemerged, he suddenly expelled a mouthful of blood. His body swayed precariously, nearly causing him to collapse. His eyes reflected a profound disbelief and horror. Even hiding underground had proven futile. He was still unable to evade the assault of that tremendous power. How could he, a seasoned warrior, be so thoroughly pressed by this young adversary, Yuya? He had assumed the battle would be easily won, only to realize he had been at a disadvantage from the very beginning. Now, he was gravely wounded, on the brink of losing his combat capability. The Uchiha clan ninjas in the corridor, along with the Umbu ninjas across from them, collectively gasped in astonishment. Could it be that Yuya would emerge victorious? Such an idea was utterly incredulous. Uchiha Han was an elite among Nin, having endured countless bloody battles. Yet before Yuya, he appeared to be on the verge of being crushed, reduced to this state of severe injury. Cursed be his own choices. Had he known it would come to this, he should have unleashed his lethal techniques from the start. However, it was not too late. Gritting his teeth, despite the excruciating pain coursing through his body, he could still gather his chakra. Uchiha Han stood as best as he could, suddenly forming hand seals against the approaching Yuya. Earth release. Earth corridor technique. Boom. The earth trembled with a resounding roar. This was the true essence of earth release ninjutsu. In the next moment, as Yuya was about to reach Uchiha Han, the ground abruptly surged upward, obstructing his path and momentarily halting his advance. In that fleeting instant, the rock solidified and encased Yuya within its grasp. With a frenzied glint in his eyes, Uchiha Han formed hand seals once more. Die, you brat. Fire release. Fire dragon flame bullet. Boom. The B-rank fire release technique roared forth, crashing into the confines of the earth corridor. Within that earthen prison, Yuya found himself with no means of escape against this formidable attack. Having executed this move, Uchiha Han finally reached his limits, collapsing to one knee. Struggling to lift his gaze, he yearned to witness Yuya reduced to ashes. In the corridor, the Uchiha clan members, who had previously been unsettled by Uchiha Han's predicament, breathed a collective sigh of relief upon witnessing this scene. Their hearts steadied. First, the earth release had confined Yuya, restricting his speed, and now, the B-rank fire release would seal his fate. The outcome was clear. On the other side, the 3 Umbu ninjas observed this turn of events, their faces reflecting deep regret. What a pity. Victory had been within reach. They had seen the glimmer of hope for triumph. Yet, it was evident that Yuya was still too inexperienced, failing to either shatter the earth release without hesitation or retreat immediately from the attack range. The 3 Umbu could not help but sigh in disappointment. Yet, in the next moment, their expressions abruptly froze. The few members of the Uchiha clan opposite them wore equally dazed looks. In the center of the arena, Uchiha Han stood there, utterly stunned. Suddenly, a terrifying roar erupted, reverberating as if it could shake the heavens and earth. The earthen corridor that ensnared Yuya's body shattered violently under the immense tremor. Meanwhile, the B-rank ninjutsu, Fire Dragon Flame Bomb, hung suspended in midair. Before them lay a vast expanse, where the air itself had been torn asunder. This space appeared to be fracturing, as if a colossal hand had seized the Fire Dragon Flame Bomb, preventing it from advancing even a fraction further. The searing heat, embodying a majestic and overwhelming force, could not penetrate that minuscule distance. A mere inch of difference became an insurmountable chasm. This was the full power of Yuya's punch. The seismic force unleashed in his complete effort could indeed shatter even B-rank ninjutsu. In the next instant, before the incredulous gazes of all present, the fire dragon flame bomb, along with the crumbling earthen corridor, was utterly obliterated. Remarkably, Yuya emerged unscathed. Not even a corner of his garment ignited, merely maintaining the posture of his punch. A profound silence enveloped the entire arena. Chapter 38. The shock of Tsunade. This is impossible. This cannot be. Uchiha Han knelt half-heartedly, disbelief etched upon his face. To eliminate Yuya, he had employed an A-rank ninjutsu. Yet, that A-rank technique was shattered by Yuya's bloodline limit with sheer force. Such a revelation was utterly astounding. Yuya had grown so formidable that even an A-rank ninjutsu could be obliterated. Nothing is beyond possibility. Yuya coldly contemplated as he advanced towards Uchiha Han, who was now visibly horrified, attempting to retreat but paralyzed by excruciating pain. His chakra was nearly depleted. At this moment, the outcome was unmistakably clear. No. No. A flicker of despair crossed Uchiha Han's countenance. At this juncture, Yuya would show no mercy. This was a life-and-death battle, and Uchiha Han had attacked without hesitation. Had it not been for his activation of the second gate, he might have been reduced to ashes by a mere flame. In that instant, Yuya hesitated not. He raised his fist, delivering a decisive blow. Boom. Uchiha Han was no more. In his final moments, regret surged within Uchiha Han. He should have disregarded all else and slain Yuya outright, denying him any chance to grow. Alternatively, he should never have provoked Yuya. That was the gravest error. In the corridor, several members of the Uchiha clan watched this scene, clenching their fists involuntarily. Some yearned to rush down, yet they restrained themselves. Their eyes reflected shock and disbelief. Yuya had triumphed over Uchiha Han. In the mere span of months, Yuya had evolved to such an extent. His talent and growth rate were utterly terrifying. Three Umbu stood there, rendered speechless. Yuya had truly emerged victorious. Their orders had not included the protection of Yuya. Their purpose was merely to observe and witness this life-and-death duel. They had arrived knowing that Yuya was considered a pawn, a sacrifice made by the Uchiha clan to preserve their honor, exchanged with the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi. Yet, this pawn had now turned the tide. What an unfathomable turn of events. Not far from this location, Uchiha Kaiusen and Tsunade were still embroiled in fierce combat. Tsunade had no desire to engage Uchiha Kaiusen. Her only goal was to push forward. However, Uchiha Kaiusen resolutely blocked her path. If you continue to obstruct me, I shall not let this matter rest with your Uchiha clan. At this stage of battle, Tsunade's fury was uncontainable. Uchiha Kaiusen's expression remained icy. Rather than yielding to Tsunade's words, he felt a surge of anger. Who did Tsunade think he was? Even if she was the princess of the Senju clan and a disciple of Hiruzen Sarutobi, it mattered not. Yet he is also the head of the Uchiha clan. Nevertheless, as he contemplated the situation, which seemed to be nearing its conclusion, Uchiha Kiyama suppressed the fury that simmered within him. He sensed that the atmosphere behind him had settled into a profound stillness. It appeared that the ordeal had reached its end. At last, Uchiha Kiyama ceased to obstruct Tsunade. Very well, if you wish to proceed, then let us go together, he stated, stepping aside, a cold smile finally gracing his features. However, Tsunade paid no heed to his words. The moment he cleared the path, she surged forward with unrestrained urgency. Damn it! If that child, Yuya, is dead, the Uchiha clan shall bear the consequences. My promising disciple, you all. Tsunade's heart brimmed with uncontrollable rage. Yet beneath it lay a deeper sense of unwillingness. Uchiha Kiyama had delayed her for so long. The battle must have concluded by now. There was no time to waste. With a silent lament in her heart, Tsunade bit her lip and raced toward the arena of life and death. Everyone, stand down. Without fully grasping the situation, Tsunade unleashed her furious command. Yet, in the next moment, her expression turned to one of sheer disbelief. What on earth is happening? Tsunade stood there, stunned, as she surveyed the scene before her. The ground lay in ruins, clearly having borne witness to a fierce battle. A lifeless body sprawled on the ground, its identity rendered unrecognizable, save for the tattered clothing that indicated it belonged to a ninja of the Uchiha clan. And there stood Yuya, momentarily taken aback, locking eyes with Tsunade in an astonishing moment of connection. How could she be here? Yuya's face displayed profound astonishment, a sense of wonder washing over him. It seemed that Tsunade had come to intervene in the conflict. In contrast to Yuya's surprise, Tsunade's heart was engulfed in a tumult of shock and disbelief. Yuya is still alive. As she gazed at the scene, Tsunade's beautiful eyes flickered with intensity as she scanned the area, ultimately confirming that this was indeed the arena of the fateful duel. with Yuya and Uchiha Han occupying the respective roles of victor and vanquished. The astonishment on her face morphed into sheer incredulity. Tsunade felt as though her mind was reverberating with thunderous echoes, as if a storm were raging in her ears. Could it be that Yuya emerged victorious? He actually defeated Uchiha Han. Though Tsunade had never witnessed Uchiha Han's prowess firsthand, she could surmise that he was at least of elite Nin caliber. Yet now, Uchiha Han lay defeated before Yuya. Undoubtedly, the victor was Yuya. What further astonished her was that Yuya bore not a single wound, not even a trace of blood. It was as if he had executed an overwhelming victory. Even an elite Nin would struggle to emerge unscathed from combat with an elite Nin like Uchiha Han. How utterly unfathomable. Just as Tsunade remained ensnared in her shock, struggling to regain her composure, Uchiha Kiyama approached leisurely. Has it concluded? What a waste of time, Han. He began, only to be abruptly halted as his expression turned to stone. Subsequently, a profound disbelief enveloped him. This is impossible. What has transpired? Uchiha Kiyama turned to face several Uchiha clan ninjas across from him, unable to restrain his voice from rising in inquiry. On the opposing side, the Uchiha ninjas struggled to conceal the shock that gripped their hearts. Captain, Uchiha Han, he has lost. One of them responded with a trembling voice to Kiyama's question. Uchiha Kiyama wore an expression of utter incredulity. Suddenly, he turned to gaze at the unscathed Yuya in the arena, an intense murderous intent surging within his eyes. This damned little brat has actually turned the tide in such a situation. Naturally, Yuya also caught sight of Uchiha Kiyama. In an instant, he deduced Kiyama's identity. Undoubtedly, he must be the current leader of the Uchiha clan, father to Uchiha Fugaku, and grandfather to Uchiha Itachi and Uchiha Sasuke. Chapter 39. The first encounter with Tsunade. Yuya's gaze was fixed intently upon Uchiha Kiyama, whose eyes suddenly manifested the iconic three-tomo Sharingan, unleashing a wave of terrifying murderous intent that struck Yuya with palpable force. For a fleeting moment, he felt his focus waver. Such formidable power. Uchiha Kiyama was undoubtedly at least an elite jonin. What do you intend to do, Uchiha Kiyama? At that instant, Tsunade, finally regaining her composure, sharply reprimanded Uchiha Kiyama. As she chastised him, she deliberately mimicked the calm and arrogant demeanor he had exhibited when he obstructed her earlier. Yuya, in this tense situation, managed to turn the tide and resurrect the moment. Her admiration for him grew, and as she contemplated Uchiha Kiyama's current state of mind, the anger she had previously felt when he blocked her dissipated entirely, leaving only a semblance of amusement. Conversely, Uchiha Kiyama's expression was as grim as one who had tasted despair. His piercing gaze remained fixed on Yuya, his murderous intent unabated. He longed to eliminate Yuya on the spot. The sheer talent radiating from Yuya filled him with a sense of dread. Yet, with Tsunade present, any attempt to act would not only be unjustifiable, but she would undoubtedly intervene, just as he had done to her moments ago. Frustration boiled within him. Ultimately, Uchiha Kiyama took a deep breath, striving to regain his composure, his face once more adopting an inscrutable coldness. Let us go, he uttered with a disdainful huff. Turning to leave, the Uchiha clan ninjas accompanying him inhaled deeply as well, forcing themselves to regain their composure before following suit. The three Umbu exchanged glances, uncertainty flickering in their eyes before they too departed. The arena was left solely with Yuya and Tsunade, and the atmosphere grew somewhat peculiar. Yuya glanced at Tsunade, his eyes momentarily wandering before quickly averting. Cough. He couldn't help it. She was simply too captivating. However, his gaze was fleeting. Deep down, he felt immense gratitude towards Tsunade for her timely intervention. Had she not been present, Uchiha Kiyama might have truly acted with lethal intent. Thank you, Senior Tsunade, he managed to say. Humph. Tsunade responded with a casual nod, her beautiful eyes sparkling mischievously. Am I really that old that you refer to me as senior? How should I address you then? Yuya coughed awkwardly, his gaze lingering on her. Simultaneously, a strange thought flickered in his mind. Tsunade seemed so concerned about his well-being, even willing to confront the leader of the Uchiha clan on his behalf. Could it be that she harbored an interest in him? Cough. This notion felt rather peculiar to him. Yuya suppressed a cough, concluding that perhaps she was merely impressed by his abilities and wished to take him on as her disciple. Aside from this possibility, Tsunade should have no reason to assist him. As for the address, Yuya surmised Tsunade's thoughts, yet at that moment, Tsunade found herself somewhat troubled by the form of address. Yuya was still considered a student at the Ninja Academy, not yet having officially graduated to become a genin. Moreover, even after becoming a genin, he would certainly have to wait until this cohort graduated before any class divisions began. It felt rather inappropriate to have Yuya call her teacher at this time, especially since she was unaware of Yuya's sentiments. Could I perhaps call her sister? Yuya gazed at Tsunade with a hint of timidity, believing that although she was older, the age difference could not be too vast. You little rascals certainly know how to get close. Tsunade chuckled upon hearing Yuya's words, her expression brightening as she looked at him. To draw our relationship so near on our first meeting? Because you are very beautiful, sister, Yuya replied earnestly, feeling that feigning ignorance was the wisest course of action in this moment. Tsunade burst into laughter at Yuya's remark. Had she not known that his intellect far surpassed that of an ordinary child, she might have mistaken him for an adorable little boy. Not only was he adept at building rapport, but he also possessed a way with words. Watching Yuya with a cheerful demeanor, Tsunade's admiration for him grew, especially after he had turned the situation around through his own efforts. Therefore, she felt no aversion to his words. Rather, she found Yuya quite endearing. Hee. Yuya awkwardly scratched his head, realizing that Tsunade was not as easily swayed as he had imagined. Who said that a few casual words could win Tsunade over? Who claimed that those with ample bosoms lacked brains? Step forward, and I assure you, you will not survive. Well, I promise that until this cohort of students graduates and classes are divided, you may call me sister. However, just then, Tsunade suddenly gazed at Yuya with a smile and uttered this phrase, leaving him momentarily dumbfounded. His mind was overwhelmed, as if struck by a thunderclap. Is it really this easy? With just a few words, it was settled. Such a klitsch plot. Watching Yuya dazed in silence, Tsunade gracefully approached him and suddenly extended her hand, curling her fingers. Bang! In the next moment, her finger flicked Yuya's forehead, still lost in thought. Ouch! Even though Yuya had activated the second gate of the 8 gates and possessed formidable physical strength, he was still pushed back several steps by Tsunade's flick. With tears welling in his eyes, he looked up at her. Yuya was momentarily unable to regain his composure and decided to continue feigning ignorance. Tsunade shot Yuya an exasperated glare and said, Hey, if you keep pretending, I'll knock the foolishness out of you. Ahem, Tsunade sister, there's really no need for that. Yuya replied, his expression tinged with embarrassment as he helplessly pouted. The words of Tsunade brought her satisfaction. Although she had a younger brother, Dai, he was considered the underachiever at the Ninja Academy, while Yuya had become a prodigy renowned throughout Konoha. In fact, after today's incident, the term prodigy seemed insufficient to describe Yuya. To defeat an elite chunin at such a tender age was nothing short of extraordinary. In any case, I need not elaborate further. You must understand. Tsunade withdrew her threatening fist, replacing it with a radiant smile. Yuya shrugged and replied, Of course I understand. After graduating from the Ninja Academy, I will undoubtedly be assigned to the class led by you, Tsunade. Precisely, Tsunade affirmed, her admiration evident as she patted Yuya's shoulder with considerable force. In an instant, Yuya felt a sharp discomfort. Woe is me, what have I done to deserve this? Could she not exert such force? I merely wanted to examine what was going on with your physique, Tsunade remarked with a light huff, her beautiful eyes revealing a hint of surprise as she circled around Yuya. Your body is indeed peculiarly robust. Chapter 40. Extraordinary strength in that recent slap. Tsunade had intentionally exerted considerable force, yet Yuya withstood it remarkably, only swaying slightly. This resilience left her in awe. The fortitude of the body is distinctly different from the potency of ninjutsu. To cultivate formidable physical strength necessitates enduring rigorous and arduous training. The path of taijutsu is indeed a strenuous one. The fact that Yuya possesses such a physique at this age is astounding. Even in her thoughts, Tsunade could envision the immense effort Yuya must have invested to achieve such feats. She couldn't help but let out another soft sigh. At that moment, Yuya gazed weakly at Tsunade and suddenly uttered a timid remark that shattered the atmosphere. Sister Tsunade, are you studying my body? Tsunade's expression shifted to one of bewilderment, nearly causing her to sputter blood. What kind of statement is this? It sounded as if she were plotting something untoward with Yuya. Behave yourself. Speak carelessly again, and I shall have your tongue. Tsunade feigned anger as she glared at Yuya, who immediately stood obediently. Well, if you wish to study me, go ahead. Being examined by Tsunade is one thing. As long as it's not Orochimaru, I suppose it's acceptable. Tsunade was indeed curious about Yuya's physique, and ultimately, she couldn't restrain herself. She placed her hand on Yuya's shoulder and infused her chakra into Yuya's body. As a medical ninja, she was quite adept at such tasks. With ease, she discerned everything within Yuya. Then, Tsunade's expression fell into a state of astonishment. This is, upon sensing everything within Yuya's body, Tsunade was engulfed in utter disbelief. Although the 8 gates technique is a forbidden art, she had studied it. In truth, many elite jonin have encountered the 8 gates, though they do not deliberately cultivate it. For instance, Kakashi Hatake can open the initial gates. The first 2 gates of the 8 gates can even be considered auxiliary techniques. It is only after the 3rd gate that the true essence is unleashed. As Tsunade perceived the 2 ignited flames at Yuya's heart and lower abdomen, her shock escalated to unprecedented levels. This was undeniably the state of the 8 gates being activated. Moreover, it appeared to be permanently open. Even more astonishing was the fact that it was the 7th and 8th gates that had been unlocked. She sensed that the first 6 gates were entirely closed. Have you cultivated the 8 gates technique? After a long pause, Tsunade asked Yuya, her face a mask of incredulity. Yuya first nodded and then shook her head. I have cultivated the 8 gates, but it is somewhat different. It is a forbidden technique that complements my SH bloodline limit. I refer to it as true 8 gates. Yuya briefly explained the principles of true 8 gates to Tsunade. This truly is the 8 gates of Duanjia, accessible only to those endowed with the rare shined bloodline limit. Others, even the esteemed Tsunade, would find it nearly impossible to master such a technique. Moreover, even if Tsunade were to succeed, Yuya would not hesitate to share the knowledge with her. Regardless of the circumstances, Tsunade has proven herself to be an ally today. Those who treat Yuya with kindness are etched in his memory. He adheres to the principle of mutual respect. When others honor him, he reciprocates tenfold. Not to mention, Tsunade has dramatically assumed the role of his sister. Whether in jest or earnestness, Yuya holds profound respect and gratitude for her. As Yuya elaborated, Tsunade remained momentarily dazed, her beautiful eyes shimmering with an extraordinary light as she scrutinized him. After a prolonged silence, she inhaled deeply and offered a wry smile. You, indeed, are quite the prodigy. Then that makes you the prodigious sister. Yuya chuckled at Tsunade's remark. She huffed, replying, Do you truly think it's so simple to become my recognized brother? Isn't that what you promised? Yuya looked at her with a hint of exasperation. A playful smile danced on Tsunade's lips as she responded, I did agree. But gaining my acknowledgement is another matter entirely. What would it take? I haven't decided yet, she replied with utmost seriousness. Yuya nearly sputtered in disbelief. So this entire time, Tsunade had been teasing him. Indeed, she embodies the qualities of a future Hokage, her strength unparalleled, and her intellect far from the stereotype of being large-chested and dim-witted. Now, continue your efforts and strive to earn my recognition. Tsunade lifted her chin slightly and gracefully turned to depart. Is this what one would call tsundere? Yuya's lips twitched in amusement. At that moment, as Tsunade turned her back to him, she suddenly flicked her wrist. With a soft thud, a scroll gently landed at Yuya's feet, and he instinctively reached out to grasp it. What is this? Staring at the scroll in his hands, Yuya was momentarily taken aback. He glanced at the already vanishing Tsunade but chose not to pursue her. Instead, he unfurled the scroll to take a look. Indeed, a glimmer of surprise lit up his face as he beheld the contents of the scroll. The training method for the extraordinary strength. Tsunade had so readily gifted it to him. Clutching the scroll tightly, Yuya gazed into the darkness where Tsunade had disappeared, a smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Imbued with an inexplicable joy, in the shadowy depths of Konoha, a masked figure abruptly flickered into existence within a darkened chamber. The intricate patterns on his mask were more elaborate than those of the Umbu. He was a ninja from the root. Danzo-sama, the mission has failed. In the darkness, Danzo opened his eyes and furrowed his brow slightly. It was the Uchiha clan that thwarted your attempt to rescue the young Yuya, was it? Well, if the rescue was not meant to be, then so be it. This time, the Uchiha clan has certainly paid a considerable price, and Yuya has met his end with dignity. It is indeed regrettable that such a seemingly perfect tool has been so utterly destroyed. Just as Danzo felt a twinge of regret, a ninja from the Foundation unexpectedly shook his head. Lord Danzo, the situation deviates significantly from our expectations. Yuya's strength surpasses everyone's imagination. He is not only completely immune to Genjutsu, but also possesses a greatly amplified power with his D-Jutsu, particularly the shock-release Kekkei Genkai. He has slain Uchiha Han. The Foundation ninjas, meticulously trained by Danzo, are devoid of emotional fluctuations, serving as absolute cold-blooded assassins. Even as he uttered such shocking words, his tone remained calm. However, Danzo could not maintain his composure. What did you say? His eyes widened in disbelief. Even for someone of Danzo's stature, he momentarily lost his composure. What a farcical jest. How could such an unfathomable outcome possibly manifest? Chapter 41. The dark side's candidate Danzo had never anticipated that Yuya could emerge victorious, let alone turn the tables on Uchiha Han. Uchiha Han was, at the very least, an elite chunin. In Danzo's mind, there were only two possible outcomes. Either Yuya would be slain, or at the last moment, his hidden root ninja would rescue the dying Yuya, providing him with aid and implanting a special technique to control him, transforming Yuya into his tool. Yet, neither of these scenarios materialized. Instead, the most improbable third outcome occurred. That young boy, in just 3 short months, had grown to such an extent. At that moment, even Danzo felt a shiver of astonishment. Yuya's talent was truly terrifying. The term genius scarcely sufficed. He was nothing short of a prodigy. Fortunately, it remained within the realm of control. Taking a deep breath, Danzo gradually calmed himself, his gaze beginning to flicker with an unpredictable light. Not far from Konoha, in a solitary base established by Orochimaru for conducting experiments, the news arrived. Lord Orochimaru, Yuya has killed Uchiha Han. A ninja reported, his eyes reflecting an overwhelming shock that lingered long after the words were spoken. Orochimaru, upon hearing this, was momentarily taken aback, then revealed a peculiar smile. Indeed, that child was extraordinary. The Uchiha clan, Danzo, and even Hiruzen Sensei had underestimated him. The unfolding events promised to be even more intriguing. Orochimaru wore a slightly sinister expression, with no one knowing the thoughts that churned within his mind. For a child of Yuya's age to triumph over an elite chunin was astonishing, yet still within the bounds of reason. The original narrative had even featured Kakashi Hitaki, who graduated from the Ninja Academy at 5 and became a chunin by 6. In the Hokage's office, the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, sat in contemplation. Even at this moment, his eyes betrayed an uncontainable astonishment. It was simply unbelievable. Indeed, that child had opened the eyes of everyone present. Someone quietly echoed his thoughts. Beside Hiruzen stood another figure, characterized by silver hair and dressed in the immaculate uniform of a Konoha elite jonin. Yet, his identity transcended that of a mere elite jonin. He was Kakashi Hitaki's father, the esteemed Konoha White Fang, Tsukumo Hitaki. Hiruzen inhaled deeply, and after a prolonged moment, finally regained his composure. Tsukumo, what should we do next? He inquired. I believe that child should graduate early and then be inducted into the Umbu. What do you think? Tsukumo pondered for a moment before responding calmly. Sarutobi Hiruzen furrowed his brow slightly and remarked, after this incident, the Uchiha clan will likely harbor resentment, and that child, Yuya, is exceptionally perceptive. How could he not deduce my involvement? Yet, Lord Hokage, if I may speak candidly, there is no need for such extensive deliberation. Kakashi Hitaki observed Sarutobi with a calm demeanor and responded, while Yuya's intellect may allow him to speculate on the events transpiring behind the scenes. Even if he were to ascertain the truth, it would bear little significance. He is a ninja of Konoha. Once he departs, he has nowhere else to turn. The challenges he now faces lie with the Uchiha clan and Danzo. It is precisely because of his keen intellect that he must recognize the most prudent path before him, becoming a direct member of your shadow division, Lord Hokage. Kakashi's words struck a chord with Sarutobi, who realized the gravity of the situation. Indeed, Yuya had nowhere else to go. Even if he comprehended that Sarutobi had relinquished him, he would still have no choice but to rely on Sarutobi's support. However, Sarutobi hesitated slightly, expressing his concern, I worry that following this incident, his thoughts will. That is of no concern, Kakashi interjected calmly, his tone exuding profound confidence. As long as I am here, he remains a ninja of Konoha, and that will never change. Moreover, a hint of a smile graced Kakashi's face as he continued, Tsunade has now established a solid rapport with Yuya. Has she not? Ah, indeed, Sarutobi nodded, finally allowing a smile to surface. Kakashi Hitaki is the current leader of Konoha's Shadow Division. With Kakashi present, Yuya's entry into the Shadow Division will be secure. Even as Yuya matures, as long as Kakashi is by his side, Yuya will always be under control. Furthermore, Tsunade is his disciple, and it appears she has formed a mentor-student bond with Yuya. With this connection, even if Yuya harbors some dissatisfaction due to this incident, it should eventually fade with time. Thus, I shall proceed to apply for his early graduation and subsequently allow him to become a provisional member of the Shadow Division. After a moment's contemplation, Sarutobi made his decision. Just a provisional member? While it is true that he triumphed over Uchiha Han in battle, he remains somewhat immature. Further cultivation would be prudent. Indeed, Kakashi nodded in agreement. With that, Sarutobi approached the window, gazing down at the tranquil village of Konoha from the Hokage building. A complex mix of emotions washed over his face. He is the Hokage, bearing the weight of the entire village upon his shoulders. Thus, he must always consider the greater good. As long as the outcome serves to advance Konoha in a positive direction, he would be willing to undertake any action. This embodies Sarutobi's will of fire. For the sake of Konoha, all can be sacrificed. Just as Sarutobi had consistently turned a blind eye to Danzo's usurpation of power, he even forgave Danzo for the assassination attempt on his life in the original narrative. This is Sarutobi Hiruzen, a legendary ninja of his era. In a secluded corner of the street, past several alleyways, lies the residence of Yuya. In a fateful duel, Yuya emerged victorious against Uchiha Han. Yet this did not provoke any significant upheaval within Konoha. Only the higher echelons of Konoha were privy to this news. The Uchiha clan, of course, would have no desire to publicize such a disgraceful event, preferring to conceal it instead. At this moment, Yuya sat in his home, gazing contemplatively at a few items on the table. Upon the table rested a ninja forehead protector, a document, and a scroll. The scroll contained the training methods for extraordinary strength that Yuya had recently acquired. The forehead protector was a notification he had received, indicating that he had been recognized for early graduation from the Ninja Academy. It was neither presented by Sarutobi Hiruzen nor handed over by a Chunin instructor, but rather delivered into Yuya's hands by a member of the Umbu. It was evident that this was a direct order from Sarutobi Hiruzen, prompted by Yuya's victory over Uchiha Han. It would indeed be peculiar for one who had triumphed over a seasoned Chunin to remain a student at the Ninja Academy. Thus, he was granted early graduation to the rank of Jinin, with no need for Yuya to submit an application. The notification was simply bestowed upon him. Naturally, this advancement held little significance for Yuya, as the status of Jinin held minimal impact. What truly captured Yuya's attention was the document that accompanied the forehead protector, which lay prominently on the table. This document was the entry notification for the Konoha Umbu, the Specialized Assassination Tactical Unit. Chapter 42. Reports from the Umbu. There was no need for Yuya to fill out any forms. His information was directly inscribed on the document, effectively amounting to a forced conscription. This was an unexpected turn of events for Yuya. Sarutobi Hizashi had directly inducted him into the Umbu. Was this an attempt to win him over? Shaking his head, a hint of indifference flickered across Yuya's face. Regrettably, having once been cast aside, any attempt at reconciliation now seemed futile, as the rift could not be easily mended. Nevertheless, faced with this notification of his acceptance into the Umbu, Yuya found he had no grounds for refusal, nor any right to reject it. The Umbu. How unexpected. He had initially believed that after the graduation of this cohort from the Ninja Academy, he could seamlessly transition into Tsunade's class. Slightly shaking his head, Yuya picked up the document and scrutinized it once more. It detailed various aspects of his profile, including his current combat capabilities, which allowed him to shatter B-rank ninjutsu with a single blow, marking him as an elite nin. In the lower right corner, his identification number was inscribed, accompanied by a few small words, alternate member. It was only upon a second reading that Yuya noticed these words, and a trace of surprise crossed his face. Alternate member? Formal members of the Umbu possessed code names. No wonder he only had a number. He was merely an alternate member. However, Yuya felt no particular disappointment at this designation. Even if he were to demonstrate greater strength, it was likely that upon entering the Umbu, he would still be classified as an alternate member. The Umbu required familiarity with a plethora of elements, including various codes and methods of information exchange. Each qualified Umbu member underwent a period of acclimatization before they could competently fulfill their duties. Official Umbu members led exceedingly busy lives, while alternate members enjoyed a comparatively lighter load. Moreover, becoming a part of the Umbu, whether as a formal member or an alternate, came with numerous benefits, all detailed within this document. Firstly, all training equipment would be provided free of charge. The Umbu was directly under the command of the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hizashi, representing the fundamental strength of the Hokage's will. As Hokage, how could he not allocate resources to the Umbu? Even as an alternate member, one could access any necessary tools and even request custom items. This was merely the first advantage. The second benefit allowed unfettered access to the records of Konoha, including all ninjutsu, taijutsu, and jinjutsu of B rank and below. In simpler terms, all ninjutsu of B rank and lower were open to Umbu members, allowing them to learn at will. This singular advantage, despite the perilous and demanding nature of Umbu duties, still drew many ninjas eager to join. Because B rank ninjutsu typically represented the elite of the core forces, techniques that required a lifetime of study and refinement. Moreover, even among B rank ninjutsu, there existed distinctions in strength. The potency of B-rank ninjutsu wielded by an ordinary ninja differed vastly from that unleashed by Sarutobi Hizashi. The potency of B-rank ninjutsu, in Yuya's perspective, can be categorized into 3 tiers: low, medium, and high. In his previous battle against Uchiha Han, the B-rank techniques employed by Han were merely rudimentary low-tier techniques, which Yuya could easily obliterate with a single punch. However, were he to face a seasoned jonin, well-versed in B-rank ninjutsu with a formidable chakra transformation, the resulting techniques would undoubtedly be at least of medium tier. While Yuya may currently find it challenging to shatter such techniques with a single strike, he could still effectively counter or neutralize them without issue. As for high-tier ninjutsu, such as those wielded by a peak Sarutobi Hiruzen or the likes of Kakuzu from the Akatsuki organization in the original narrative, their B-rank techniques exhibit a staggering level of power, nearly rivaling that of A-rank techniques. For instance, the A-rank ninjutsu performed by Uchiha Madara surpasses even standard S-rank techniques in might. At present, Yuya acknowledges that contending with high-tier B-rank ninjutsu poses a significant challenge. Nevertheless, he has recently acquired Tsunade's monstrous strength. Should he successfully cultivate this strength alongside his, it stands to reason that he could indeed sweep away even high-tier B-rank techniques with a single blow. At that point, he would truly dominate all forms of B-rank ninjutsu. Regardless, it is prudent to first report to the Umbu as instructed, after which he will commence his training in monstrous strength. After perusing the document, Yuya murmured to himself. The document concluded with a directive for him to report to the Umbu at an appointed time. Moreover, even in the absence of such a directive, Yuya would have elected to visit the Umbu. Although standard B-rank ninjutsu holds little utility for him, he is eager to explore the realm of taijutsu. Additionally, certain auxiliary techniques, such as the shadow clone technique, prove to be quite beneficial. As for A-rank ninjutsu and the even more formidable S-rank secret techniques, these are recorded within the sealing scrolls, accessible only to those with the requisite authority. However, it is not to say that Umbu members are entirely without access. By achieving notable accomplishments or showcasing exceptional talent, they may earn the privilege to study A-rank and even S-rank techniques. Nonetheless, the difficulty of mastering A-rank and S-rank ninjutsu is considerable, not easily grasped by the average individual. Not everyone possesses the prowess of Kakashi Hatake or the likes of Naruto and Sasuke. In fact, there are many powerful jonin who have yet to master A-rank techniques. Having departed from his home, Yaa made his way to a secluded area within Konoha, subsequently descending into the underground of the village. The Umbu, too, resides beneath Konoha, located almost directly beneath the Hokage Tower. Furthermore, there exists a passage connecting the two, allowing for swift transmission of orders from Sarutobi Hiruzen to the Umbu at any moment. Although the Umbu's domain is shrouded in darkness and an eerie atmosphere due to its subterranean nature, there is an underlying aura of solemnity and menace. Here, masked figures clad in black or white cloaks occasionally hurried past. Some regarded Yuya with curiosity, casting him a fleeting glance, while the majority paid him no mind, continuing on their path without acknowledgement. These individuals are predominantly elite ninjas who have endured countless battles. They remain utterly focused and resolute. As they ventured deeper, Yuya soon entered the heart of the Umbu's architectural complex. At that moment, someone approached Yuya and inquired in a grave tone, "Yuya?" "Yes, follow me." The Umbu, also adorned with a mask, spoke with remarkable brevity and clarity, leading Yuya through the Umbu's edifice. Over there lies the area for mission postings and handovers. Beyond that is the section for customized ninja tools and training equipment, all provided free of charge. Further along is the repository for various scrolls of ninjutsu, taijutsu, and jinjutsu, accessible for perusal at will. After escorting Yuya on a brief tour of the Umbu's interior, the Umbu succinctly introduced several departments. At this juncture, Yuya finally grasped a comprehensive understanding of the Umbu. Although he had previously gleaned some knowledge about this division from the original text, it paled in comparison to the insights acquired through first-hand experience. Chapter 43. Chakra attributes the Umbu, directly subordinate to the Hokage, serves as the true elite force of Konohagakure. It represents the final line of defense and the cornerstone for the village's response to any circumstance. Each official member of the Umbu is at least an elite nin. At the lowest tier of the Umbu are the reserve members, like Yuya. Subsequently, official members are organized into teams of 4, each led by a captain. All official members are elite nin, while team leaders are typically special nin. Every 3 teams form a squad, which is overseen by a squad leader, who is at least a nin and may even be an elite nin. Furthermore, every 3 squads constitute a division, with only 3 divisions in total, each led by a division leader who possesses elite nin capabilities and may wield formidable forbidden techniques, possessing strength comparable to a Kage, posing a threat to the very shadows. Above the 3 division leaders is the Umbu captain, representing an impeccably structured system. The Umbu comprises a total of 121 official members, each one a paragon of elite capability. Although Konohagakure is a vast village, and the ranks of nin and nin extend beyond the mere 100 of the Umbu, the significance of the Umbu as an organization remains unparalleled. Neither the Root nor the Uchiha clan, nor even the Senju clan, can rival its influence. The Umbu is the fundamental power from which the Hokage derives control over all matters, ranging from safeguarding the Hokage's safety to patrolling and protecting the village, and executing various assassination missions abroad. The work of an Umbu ninja is exceedingly demanding, with each member undergoing trials that far exceed those of ordinary ninjas. Conversely, reserve members like Yuya enjoy a relatively leisurely existence, engaging only in occasional assessments by the Umbu. After providing an overview of the Umbu to Yuya, the masked ninja presented him with a cat-faced mask and a gray cloak designated for reserve members before turning and departing. Though these ninjas are not as emotionally detached as those from the root, years spent beneath masks have dulled their sentiments considerably. Even in light of Yuya's astonishingly young entry into the Umbu, the masked ninja displayed little concern, fixated solely on the commands of Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen. This detachment is characteristic of most Umbu members. Upon receiving the mask and cloak, Yuya smirked slightly, noting that they had been tailored to fit his physique. After shaking his head, he donned the cloak and affixed the mask to his face. Once clad, the sensation of being an outsider within the Umbu began to dissipate, as if he had effortlessly assimilated into the environment. Observing the world from behind the mask imparted a peculiar feeling, hazy and disorienting, blurring the lines of identity and perception. However, not long after, Yuya swiftly set off in a particular direction. He first arrived at a place dedicated to the customization of various ninja tools and training equipment. "Please provide me with a chakra test paper," he requested. Yuya had always harbored a curiosity regarding the nature of his chakra transformation. Although he would not exert effort into practicing ninjutsu that required hand signs and was nearly useless to him, acquiring knowledge was ultimately beneficial. After all, there existed ninjutsu that did not require hand signs, some of which might be suitable for him. The individual in the room before Yuya was entirely different from the owner of the Konoha Ninja Tool Shop. Upon hearing Yuya's request, he silently stepped into the room and emerged just as quietly, presenting a chakra test paper to Yuya without uttering a single word. This exemplified the operational principles of the Umbu: to ask no questions, to meddle not, but to execute the assigned tasks. After receiving the chakra test paper, Yuya turned and infused his chakra into it. In the next instant, the paper wrinkled and then split in two. Wind and lightning. This is rather intriguing. Although it manifested only two types of chakra transformations, a faint smile appeared on Yuya's face. It was certainly better than Naruto, who possessed merely wind affinity. Moreover, in Yuya's perspective, the water, fire, and earth affinities held no real significance for him. Conversely, wind and lightning were more fitting. If wind had enhancing ninjutsu, it would indeed suit him well. As for lightning, one could hardly recall the lightning users without thinking of the third and fourth Raikage. Especially the third Raikage, who, through his lightning-based body-strengthening techniques, forged a physique capable of contending with tailed beasts, ultimately falling only due to exhaustion in the original narrative. Such prowess was extraordinary. That technique was something Yuya had always desired, though it was difficult to obtain. Now, possessing a lightning chakra transformation meant that if fate allowed, he could directly practice such techniques. Even if he could not acquire them, Yuya could still develop some lightning-based techniques himself. In the original story, Sasuke trained in the Chidori, achieving a speed that rivaled Rock Lee's when he removed his weights in just a month. This illustrated the substantial effects of lightning on cellular activation and physical strength. Simultaneously, measuring his dual chakra transformations provided Yuya with a more rational explanation for his shock release Kekkei Genkai. Wind and lightning fused to create the shock release. There were no longer any flaws in his reasoning. Two types of chakra transformations could indeed converge to form a Kekkei Genkai. And even when different ninjas practiced the same two affinities, the resulting Kekkei Genkai would vary. For instance, Meiterumi's fusion of water and earth resulted in lava release, while Hashirama Senju's fusion produced wood release. In summary, Kekkei Genkai is a profoundly intricate matter. Now, Yuya's shock release Kekkei Genkai received sufficient justification and would no longer be subjected to scrutiny. He turned to leave the customized ninja tool establishment. Originally, Yuya contemplated commissioning a bronze figure for his training. However, he ultimately concluded that the previous rocky terrain was far more suitable for his cultivation. There was no need to deliberately create specialized training equipment. After taking a few steps, Yuya arrived at the chamber designated for scrolls. At the entrance stood a dispassionate Yenbyu ninja. After a fleeting glance at Yuya, he permitted entry with minimal formality. It appeared that anyone donning a mask and cloak could easily blend in. Yet, in reality, the entire Yenbyu was enveloped in a unique sensory barrier. Multiple sensory ninjas consistently conducted thorough checks on every member of the ANBU, rendering infiltration nearly impossible. Upon entering the scroll storage room, Yuya beheld a vast array of scrolls meticulously organized within cabinets. They were systematically arranged into three distinct rows. The first row contained ninjutsu, the second focused on taijutsu, and the third was dedicated to jinjutsu. Chapter 44. Cultivation. Among the myriad of scrolls, those pertaining to ninjutsu were the most abundant, far surpassing the combined total of taijutsu and jinjutsu. Furthermore, within the realm of ninjutsu, there existed a meticulous classification. Attributes such as wind, thunder, water, fire, and earth were distinctly delineated. Yuya effortlessly located the scroll for the shadow clone technique he sought. Subsequently, he perused the scrolls related to wind and lightning techniques, but found no suitable ninjutsu for physical enhancement. It was reasonable to assume that any such techniques, if they existed, would likely be classified as secret arts, not easily accessible for casual examination. Indeed, one cannot expect to attain everything in a single stride. However, Yuya was not in a rush. After all, one cannot chew more than they can swallow. He still had the matter of his immense strength to cultivate. He could certainly focus on honing that before contemplating other pursuits. Approaching the second row of cabinets, Yuya briefly examined the various scrolls concerning taijutsu. Initially, he presumed they would offer little assistance. Yet unexpectedly, he discovered numerous techniques and details previously unknown to him, which proved to be immensely beneficial. The taijutsu scrolls encompassed not only offensive and defensive techniques, but also those for cultivation. Yuya bypassed the offensive and defensive categories entirely, for his fists possessed the power of shockwaves, rendering such considerations unnecessary. In the realm of cultivation techniques, he noted that some details were even superior to those typically imparted by Might Guy during their training sessions. Indeed, while Might Guy was a formidable figure adept in the Eight Gates, he remained merely a chunin, not a member of the Umbu. It was only natural that the techniques he had developed through personal experimentation could not rival the collective wisdom of many. After perusing the cultivation techniques, Yuya felt he had gained considerable insight. He believed that with this newfound knowledge, his training speed in taijutsu could increase by at least 10 to 20%. This underscored the significance of details. Lastly, regarding the third row of genjutsu scrolls, Yuya felt no desire to linger. A mere glance sufficed before he turned to leave. The scrolls were not permitted to leave the room, though recording was allowed. Yuya transcribed the training method for the shadow clone technique and other pertinent information into a blank scroll before departing from the Umbu. Upon returning to the surface of Konoha, Yuya promptly removed his cloak and mask. What a relief it was to be free from that oppressive atmosphere. After taking a moment to catch his breath, he couldn't help but voice his thoughts. The ambience within the Umbu was indeed excessively stifling, with nearly everyone being taciturn. The surface world of Konoha and the subterranean realm felt like two entirely separate worlds. Above, the atmosphere was filled with sunlight and harmony, bustling with lively crowds. Below, however, there reigned a profound silence, an oppressive air laden with a sense of foreboding. Yet, in that moment, Yuya found himself harboring a measure of respect for the Umbu ninjas. It was not admiration for Sarutobi Hiruzen, but a simple appreciation for these shadowy figures. They had spent years concealed in the darkness, silently executing various missions, protecting Konoha both overtly and covertly. It is precisely because of those shadows hidden in darkness that the vibrant flames of the Leaf Village can shine forth. Where there is light, there must also be darkness. Light and dark are opposites, yet they exist in a state of interdependence. Taking a deep breath and suppressing the emotions swirling within, Yuya clenched his fists. He wished to disregard the dichotomy of light and dark. His sole aspiration was to become the best version of himself. Before Yuya lay a singular, uncomplicated goal: to survive. One must first endure before daring to aspire for more. The time for diligent cultivation had arrived. As the impending Second Shinobi World War drew near, he would strive tirelessly to seize greater opportunities for survival. As dawn broke, sunlight ascended from the horizon, dispelling the darkness and bathing the Leaf Village in the soft hues of morning. Beneath a rocky cliff, Yuya had arrived early. Not rushing into the training of monstrous strength, he first stretched his muscles, then began to strike the rock wall with his fists. Boom, boom. The vibrations resonated outward, and with each punch Yuya delivered, his entire body quivered in response. Every inch of muscle and skin, under the tremors, seemed to tighten and perfect itself, expelling impurities and flaws. Only when sweat poured down, drenching him, did Yuya cease, taking a deep breath. After a brief respite, he retrieved the scroll on monstrous strength that Tsunade had given him and began to study it meticulously. Monstrous strength, in essence, is a method of utilizing chakra, requiring extreme control over this energy. In the world of Naruto, chakra is akin to a universal force, capable of transforming into elemental attributes such as wind, lightning, water, fire, and earth, while also directly augmenting one's strength. Monstrous strength represents a momentary amplification of power through chakra, which can also be interpreted as an explosive release of chakra. The greater one's control over chakra, the more formidable the strength. Similarly, the quality and quantity of chakra directly influence the power one can wield. Having thoroughly examined the scroll, Yuya acquired a clear understanding of monstrous strength. In terms of chakra quality, he currently possessed chakra levels comparable to that of an elite chunin, barely meeting the threshold required for training in monstrous strength. However, Yuya's chakra was derived entirely from the 8 gates, making enhancement challenging. Nonetheless, With the opening of the 8 gates, Yuya's chakra would increase in a progressive manner. Thus, he was not overly concerned about a future scarcity of chakra. What he truly needed to cultivate at present was his control over chakra. Perhaps it was time to attempt direct practice. Muttering to himself, he retained a flicker of the thought, I am a genius. Following the instructions laid out in the scroll, Yuya tightened his fists, consciously refraining from invoking shockwaves. Instead, channeling the chakra within him. Chakra swiftly flowed from his heart and lower abdomen, converging in his fists. Then, Yuya struck the rock wall ahead with a single punch. Silently. And then, there was nothing more to follow. Indeed, it was not as simple as it seemed. Yuya's lips twitched slightly as he gazed at the rock wall, which bore only the faintest hint of a crack, feeling somewhat exasperated. The power he wielded was less impressive than a mere flicker of his oscillating force. When the formidable chakra was infused into his fist, it could easily disperse if not controlled properly. Once it scattered, the force could no longer strike in a singular direction, rendering it devoid of potency. Exhaling deeply, Yuya did not succumb to despair, for he had never anticipated an instantaneous mastery of his training. Cultivating such extraordinary strength necessitated a profound control over chakra. Fortunately, Yuya was well versed in numerous techniques to enhance his chakra manipulation skills. Chapter 45, Shadow Clone and Superhuman Strength Climbing Trees, Treading Water, and the iconic Rasengan of Naruto from the original work. These training methods are all incremental steps towards mastering chakra control. This time, without aiming too high, Yuya diligently began his training with the simplest task of climbing trees. At this moment, he possessed a chakra capacity comparable to that of elite Chunin, surpassing the initial stages of Naruto and Sasuke in the original narrative. Although Yuya had previously failed in his attempt to cultivate superhuman strength directly, his chakra control was, in fact, quite proficient. On the contrary, the ease with which he mastered the body flicker technique after acquiring chakra demonstrated his remarkable talent in chakra manipulation. In less than half a day, Yuya completed his tree climbing training and could effortlessly stand inverted upon the trunk. After descending, he did not rush into practicing water treading. Instead, he commenced his physical training. Striking a balance between work and rest, he understood that while chakra control was paramount, he must not neglect physical techniques. For Yuya, physical prowess remained foundational. Buzz, buzz. A continuous resonance reverberated as the rock walls trembled beneath Yuya's punches and kicks. Due to the force of the vibrations, even a simple punch could invigorate his entire body. After a vigorous session that left him drenched in sweat, Yuya paused for a brief rest and retrieved the lunch prepared for him by Kushina. Next would be the practice of water treading. Wait. It seemed he had forgotten something. While enjoying his meal, an epiphany struck him, and he inadvertently felt the 2 scrolls tucked in his pocket. One was for superhuman strength. The other was for the shadow clone technique. Indeed, he had almost overlooked it. Besides superhuman strength, he also needed to train in the shadow clone technique. The shadow clone, not only practical in combat, but also beneficial in various aspects, proved invaluable in aiding training. The insights gained from practicing with shadow clones would be transferred back to the original body upon their dissolution. In the original story, Naruto, despite his mediocre talents, managed to catch up to the prodigies not merely because he was the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails or the reincarnation of Ashura, but also significantly due to the almost overpowered nature of the shadow clone technique. Once the clones vanished, all experiences they had undergone would revert to the original, functioning almost as a training cheat. After finishing his lunch, Yuya stood up and unfurled the scroll containing the method for training the shadow clone technique. This was considerably simpler than superhuman strength. Furthermore, having completed the tree climbing exercise and significantly improved his chakra control, it was indeed the right sequence to proceed with the shadow clone training. Shadow clone technique. Puff. A swirl of white mist appeared, conjuring a hazy shadow that shattered and vanished in the next instant. A failure. Yet Yuya maintained a calm demeanor and continued to form hand seals. Once more, shadow clone technique. Puff. Again, white smoke billowed forth. Despite repeated failures, Yuya gradually grasped the essence of the shadow clone technique. Although classified as a B-rank ninjutsu, its cultivation is not particularly arduous. In the original narrative, Naruto, who struggled immensely with the technique, managed to master it in a single night. Surely, Yuya's aptitude would not be inferior to Naruto's. At last, he formed the hand seals once more. Shadow clone jutsu. With a soft puff, a figure identical to Yuya appeared beside him. Success. A hint of a smile finally graced his tranquil visage. Curiosity lingered within Yuya's heart. Could the shadow clone harness the power of vibration? In the next instant, he attempted it directly. The shadow clone tightened its fist, preparing to unleash a punch. However, before the vibration could manifest, the clone burst into smoke and vanished. As anticipated, the attempt failed. Yuya had foreseen this outcome. so he was not particularly disheartened. Although he publicly described his vibration power as a bloodline limit of the shock release, it indeed differed from traditional bloodline limits. Moreover, it seemed the shadow clone could not bear the force of vibration. His original body could withstand the recoil, but the clone could not. Nevertheless, this was inconsequential. The purpose of cultivating the shadow clone was to assist in training. After quietly reassuring himself, Yuya produced 2 more shadow clones. Unlike Naruto, who possessed an extraordinary aptitude, Yuya found that 2 clones represented the limit of his current stage. He directed the clones to practice water treading while he resumed his physical training. With the aid of the shadow clones, his training was undoubtedly more efficient. Before long, the clone practicing water treading dissipated, transmitting all acquired experience back to Yuya. He then summoned another shadow clone, repeating the cycle until he successfully mastered water treading. Only then did Yuya cease his physical training and formally begin cultivating his immense strength. This time, training his strength proved significantly easier than before. With an enhanced control over chakra, channeling it into his arms felt increasingly effortless. However, Yuya realized that mere mastery of control was insufficient. Attention to detail was paramount. If only he possessed the Byakugan of the Hyuga clan, managing the intricacies of chakra would be far simpler. Alas, he lacked the Byakugan, so he could only proceed gradually. While the shadow clone struggled to utilize the shock release bloodline limit, it could still aid in cultivating immense strength. Yuya summoned 2 more clones, engaging in strength training alongside his original body. This, however, consumed considerable chakra. Fortunately, Yuya's chakra recovery was significantly superior to that of an ordinary person. Though he could not match Naruto's extraordinary physique, having unlocked 2 of the 8 gates allowed him to remain competitive. This is the advantage of the 8 gates, often manifesting in the finer details, which can decisively influence success or failure. With ample recuperative ability, Yuya could continuously utilize shadow clones for training, while his original self persistently honed his physical skills. The speed of cultivation was astonishingly swift. A month later, beneath the same rocky wall, Yuya stood quietly, his gaze shimmering. Suddenly, a low shout escaped his lips. Buzz! Chakra surged around Yuya's fist, enveloped by a radiant layer of white shockwave energy. In an instant, he unleashed a punch. Boom! At that moment, the rock face before him seemed to have been struck by a thunderous blow, shattering explosively at its center. Countless cracks spread outwards like a spider's web. More terrifyingly, the wall did not merely explode. It exhibited a state of collapse. An explosion sends fragments flying in all directions, while a collapse signifies a continuous fracturing, ultimately reducing it to dust. With a resounding crash, a large section of the rock wall completely disintegrated, crumbling into numerous small stones scattered across the ground. The results were entirely different compared to a mere display of brute strength or a shockwave punch. Indeed, the monstrous strength and shockwave energy could be harmoniously intertwined. Chapter 46. Assassination. As Yuya beheld the destructive force unleashed by his punch, a trace of satisfaction graced his visage. This strike, fueled by monstrous strength and augmented by shockwave energy, displayed a formidable might far exceeding that achieved through the mere application of shockwave power alone. Just as Yuya had anticipated, the amalgamation of brute force and shockwave energy rendered his fist capable of shattering even the most advanced B-rank ninjutsu with a single blow. In essence, he could effortlessly sweep aside any ninjutsu below A rank. Moreover, since the monstrous strength was propelled by chakra, it simultaneously mitigated some of the recoil effects generated by the shockwave. Coupled with the fact that the monstrous strength represented a directed release of chakra, it allowed Yuya to better control the shockwave, concentrating its force in a singular direction. Thus, even as he unleashed a more potent shockwave, his body remained unscathed by excessive backlash. Of course, it must be noted that this technique bore certain drawbacks. It demanded a considerable expenditure of chakra, far more than the pure monstrous strength alone. While his shockwave power traditionally consumed minimal chakra, the monstrous strength, as a form of chakra manipulation, resulted in a significant increase in chakra consumption when combined. Consequently, should Yuya repeatedly employ such strikes, his stamina and chakra would deplete rapidly, leading to potential exhaustion. However, executing it a few times would pose no issue, as his true 8 gates physique remained remarkably resilient. Furthermore, should he opt for a simpler approach, relying solely on shockwave energy without the augmentation of monstrous strength, Yuya would find such endeavors to be effortless. The fusion of monstrous strength and shockwave energy, while not yet potent enough to serve as a definitive trump card, currently represented his most formidable offensive capability. Gazing at his fist, he mused softly, pondering the need for a name for this technique. At that moment, a phrase from the original text surfaced in his mind: monstrous strength unmatched. Thus, he decided to adopt it for his own use. This move would henceforth be known as shock release, monstrous strength unmatched. I truly did not expect that even I, after a month of rigorous training, would finally master this technique. Stretching his body, Yuya chuckled to himself. The monstrous strength technique bore semblance to Yuya's shock release bloodline limit, representing a form of evolving power. It would grow increasingly potent as his chakra reserves and control improved. Consequently, as his monstrous strength intensified, the resultant power from its amalgamation with shockwave energy would undoubtedly become greater, a mutually beneficial enhancement. Additionally, this progression remained firmly rooted in the foundation of his true 8 gates. Undoubtedly, for Yuya, the true 8 gates had now become his fundamental strength, with the enhancement of shockwave energy and monstrous strength both building upon this foundation. Yet, Yuya regarded this interdependence as a fortuitous development. At the very least, he need not concern himself with any deviations in his path of growth. For as long as the true 8 gates of Duanjiao are present, his trajectory is unequivocally clear. The selection of one's developmental path is of paramount importance. Take Kakashi Hitaki from the original narrative, who achieved the rank of Genin at merely 5 years of age, ascended to Chunin at 6, and subsequently became a Jonin by 12. However, after attaining Jonin status, he experienced little growth until the onset of the original storyline. This stagnation stemmed from his acquisition of Obito's Sharingan, coupled with the tragic death of Rin, which left Kakashi adrift. With a limited chakra reserve and an abundance of learned ninjutsu, he found himself in a chaotic state, lacking precision. Even when confronting Zabuza Momochi, he expended considerable effort. Were it his father, the Leaf's White Fang, Tsukumo Hitaki, he would have required no ninjutsu whatsoever, effortlessly wielding the Hitaki sword technique to prevail. Currently, Yuya's path is firmly rooted in the true 8 gates of Duanjia, with the mastery of the shockwave Kekkei Genkai as its guiding principle. With a single punch, he can sweep aside all forms of ninjutsu. Yuya firmly believes that as long as he resolutely pursues this path, he will undoubtedly excel beyond all others. Having finally fused his immense strength with the power of shockwaves, Yuya did not cease his training. Instead, he immediately commenced further refinement. Before long, noon arrived. Approaching the riverbank, he casually washed his body and, as was his custom, began to rest and partake of his lunch. At that moment, however, a figure approached him. Surprised, Yuya gazed at the approaching individual. Kushina, how did you find this place? Of course, I followed you secretly, Kushina replied with a playful grin, waving her hand at Yuya. In her small hand, she held a bento. I was worried you wouldn't have enough to eat, so I brought you some. Oh, I see. Thank you. A faint smile graced Yuya's lips, yet a flicker of uncertain light danced within his eyes. Kushina chuckled, walking toward Yuya with the bento in hand. Just as she reached his side, a glint of cold steel suddenly emerged from the bento box, piercing Yuya's body in an instant. Simultaneously, the figure of Kushina transformed into a man clad in a conical hat and mask, his eyes gleaming with a chilling ferocity. Mission accomplished, it's time to retreat. It would be disastrous if Konoha's Umbu caught up. Zabuza Momochi coldly shook his head as he regarded Yuya's lifeless form. A trace of disdain evident in his gaze. Because it's Konoha, killing a mere child requires such elaborate planning. Only now is it resolved. Yet he will soon face the wrath of Konoha's pursuit. Truly a nuisance. This child has died at least with purpose. With that, he drew the blade from Yuya's body and prepared to turn away. Yet, in the next moment, Yuya's form inexplicably transformed into white smoke and vanished. Zabuza's expression shifted dramatically. A mere clone. When did that happen? In the next moment, Momochi Saki felt an involuntary shiver run through his entire body. A sense of dread enveloped him. Without a moment's hesitation, he rolled to the ground and instinctively activated his defensive measures. However, a violent shockwave surged toward him, crashing against his body with tremendous force. Suddenly, from the treetops, Yuru leapt down, delivering a ruthless strike with his palm, showing no mercy whatsoever. How could he possibly hold back against the ninja attempting to assassinate him? Just moments ago, had he not sensed something amiss with Kushina? He might have been killed by this foe. What on earth are the ninjas of Konoha doing? Even assassins can infiltrate their ranks? Chapter 47. The Dance of Death and Chaos. Boom. Yuya launched a fierce counterattack against Momochi Zabuza, striking without mercy. The ground trembled violently, fracturing into a web-like pattern that spread in all directions. Hiss. Zabuza rolled away, narrowly escaping Yuya's onslaught, yet as he regained his footing, a trickle of blood escaped his lips. Clearly, he had been deceived momentarily by Yuya's clone, only to be ambushed in return, leaving him in a precarious state. Damn, how did she see through it? Zabuza spat out a mouthful of blood, his eyes reflecting a chilling mix of anger and confusion. The aura. Yuya observed Zabuza with a calm demeanor. No matter how convincingly he disguised himself, she could sense that he was the one closest to her. His essence could never be entirely mimicked. Is that so? Zabuza inhaled deeply, a hint of regret flashing in his gaze. Had he known better, he would not have impersonated Kushina Uzumaki. Perhaps if he had chosen someone less familiar to Yuya, he might have succeeded in his ambush. Neither moved, both locked in a cold stare. Yuya was unperturbed by the passage of time. This was the territory of Konoha. Any assassin daring to strike here would inevitably expose their presence. Konoha's sensory barriers and the multitude of sensory ninjas patrolling the village were far from inept. Once exposed, Konoha's response would be swift. At this moment, the Umbu ninjas might already be racing towards them. What perplexed Yuya was how an assassin could find such an opportunity to attempt his assassination. It was indeed strange. With the second Great Ninja War approaching, spies were scattered throughout the major ninja villages. Not only were there countless spies within Konoha, but other villages also had their own operatives infiltrating Konoha. However, spies and assassins were fundamentally different. Spies typically did not engage in assassination missions. Their role was merely to gather information, making them adept at infiltration and difficult to expose. Assassins, on the other hand, executed assassination tasks, making their identities much easier to reveal. The distinction lay in the fact that spies were always focused on concealing their presence, gathering intelligence discreetly, and ensuring their survival, even when they failed to acquire information. In contrast, assassins were tasked with collecting intelligence on their targets, tracking their movements, which rendered their actions highly suspicious compared to spies, especially in a large village like Konoha. While spies could blend in without detection, it was inconceivable for an assassin to infiltrate so deeply, even daring to confront Yuya without being noticed. Undoubtedly, this was not solely an issue with the assassin. There were also problems within Konoha. Danzo, Uchiha. These names flashed fleetingly through Yuya's mind. His gaze grew colder. At this moment, none of that mattered. What was paramount was the imminent clash between him and this assassin, who would live and who would die. From Zabuza's failed strike to Yuya's fierce retaliation. Only a brief moment had passed, yet Zabuza's heart was already icy. If the assassination were to succeed in an instant, he could swiftly retreat. Even if he were subsequently pursued by the ninjas of Konoha, he possessed the confidence to evade them quickly. However, now, in a place like Konoha, it is unnecessary to create a commotion. The very act of striking would inevitably alert the sensory ninjas who patrol the village. Undoubtedly, he has already revealed his presence. The Umbu of Konoha might already be converging on his location. In such circumstances, a swift resolution is imperative. Eliminate this young boy in the next move, and perhaps there would be a chance to escape. Mizuki stared intently at Yuru, fully aware that even a slight delay might render his chance of escape impossible, even if he were to kill Yuru. Thus, he resolved to take Yuru down with him. In the next moment, Mizuki gripped the hilt of his katana tightly. A hum echoed as the pristine white blade emanated a cerulean glow, seemingly infused with wind chakra, yet possessing an enigmatic quality. Dance of the Buried Chaos. With a swift motion, Mizuki's figure appeared to leave behind a flurry of afterimages. It was not the speed of his body that astounded, but rather the sword in his hand, which transformed into countless thrusts, sweeping towards Yuru like a tempest. This was a specialized sword technique augmented by chakra. A ninja from the hidden mist? Yuru observed the scene, his gaze flickering momentarily. Yet this sword was not one of the infamous weapons wielded by the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist. Moreover, if a member of that formidable group were present, Yuru would possess no means of resistance. Presently, although the attack was rapid, Yuru remained capable of responding. Die, boy. Mizuki's face contorted with a hint of frenzied malice as chakra surged violently, manifesting into countless cerulean spikes that surged forth towards Yuru. In an instant, it was as if a lotus bloomed profusely, each petal a harbinger of death, reminiscent of a hellish realm. Yet, in the face of Mizuki's lethal assault, after a brief moment of hesitation, Yuru made no attempt to evade. He appeared momentarily stunned, yet within his heart lingered an odd thought. Is this all there is? Mizuki's strike was far from the formidable onslaught Yuru had anticipated. Yuru had been overly cautious, immediately associating the assassination with various terrifying entities in the ninja world. In reality, which truly powerful being would personally come to assassinate Yuru? Even the likes of the 7 ninja swordsmen would not dare. Not to mention the difficulty of remaining undetected by Konoha while executing an assassination. Even if the assassination were to succeed, safely withdrawing from the land of fire, and evading Konoha's pursuit would be no simple feat, the act of a strong one assassinating a weaker counterpart. Especially when risking one's life requires careful consideration of worthiness, even when targeting a genius. Yet this individual before Yuru was merely an elite chunin. Although this maneuver appeared dazzling, at its peak, it could only wield the power equivalent to a high-level B-rank ninjutsu. So, was evasion truly necessary? With a silent shake of his head, Yuya clenched his fist. A hum resonated as chakra surged forth, while the power of shock began to brew in an instant. Subsequently, Yuya charged towards the oncoming Toad Sakamoto, delivering a seemingly casual punch. Upon witnessing Yuya halt his advance and prepare to meet his blade with a fist, Toad Sakamoto was momentarily taken aback. A cold smile soon crept across his face. Having come to assassinate Yuya, he was acutely aware of his abilities and the peculiar shocks his fists could produce. However, this technique was his ultimate skill, the dance of the buried chaos. With this move, he had previously eliminated a seasoned jonin. A mere child, so naive, believed he could effortlessly thwart his signature attack. Did he think he was just an ordinary chunin? A hint of derision flickered in Toad Sakamoto's eyes, as if he could already envision the scene of Yuya being utterly vanquished by his assault. Yet, in the next heartbeat, the wind stilled. His expression froze in silent disbelief. Chapter 48. Cruelty Buzz. Not only the expression of Momochi Zaki, but also the dance of the graveyard slaughter he unleashed, seemed to freeze in an instant. The sky was filled with a tempestuous blue light, capable of shattering a person into oblivion, all suspended in that fleeting moment. It was as if everything had been captured in time. The reason for this stillness lay in the fact that, directly ahead, a fist had come to a halt. The air was calm, yet before the fist, a mirror-like fracture began to spread outward. This fissure was the manifestation of the shockwave reverberating through the air, but it appeared as though the very fabric of space was being shattered in a terrifying display. Crack! The sound echoed like ice fracturing, shattering the silence and breaking Momochi Zaki's frozen expression. A flicker of horror finally crossed his face. This was dire. Faced with such a terrifying strike from Yuya, Momochi Zaki frantically channeled all his chakra into the dance of graveyard slaughter. The two forces collided violently, entangling in a fierce struggle. Yet, the tip of Momochi Zaki's blade remained merely an inch from Yuya's fist, unable to advance any further. In the next moment, Yuya's shockwave erupted with a force that overshadowed all else. The chakra and brilliance on Momochi Zaki's sword twisted in a bizarre and terrifying manner. Though his dance was formidable, its attacks were scattered and broad in range. The concentrated power could not match that of an A-rank ninjutsu, and the area damage was even weaker. At best, it equated to a more potent version of a B-rank jutsu. Even an enhanced B-rank technique could not withstand Yuya's unmatched and full-force blow. Crack! Ultimately, Momochi Zaki's dance of graveyard slaughter was brutally shattered by Yuya's punch. His sword could not endure the collision of the shockwave and the dance, fracturing under the immense pressure. Boom! The shockwave roared forth, enveloping Momochi Zaki entirely. Even in the final moment, as he desperately attempted to retreat, he could not evade the force of the shockwave. This shockwave was no mere strike. It was a combination of monstrous strength and shock release, a true display of brute force. Even after obliterating the dance of graveyard slaughter, it retained an ounce of residual power. Puff! Almost instantaneously, as the dance was shattered, the residual shockwave propelled Momochi Zaki backward. Blood erupted from his mouth. This time, it was far from simple. Momochi Zaki was not a martial arts ninja. He was a cunning assassin type. His physical resilience was even inferior to that of an average nin. Previously, he had evaded Yuya's direct assault with skill, sustaining injuries. Now, he had been struck head-on, resulting in severe injury. Though he was not dead, he had lost all fighting capability. Blood continued to seep from the corners of his mouth as he gritted his teeth, enduring the excruciating pain coursing through his body, still yearning to turn and flee. At this moment, Yuya would not grant him any opportunity. Although the state of Momochi Sabaku indicated that even if he refrained from taking action, he could not escape the pursuit of Konoha Zumbu. However, this individual had come with the intent to kill him. Yuya would show no mercy to one who sought his demise. With a swift motion, Yuya closed the distance to Momochi Sabaku. To preserve his life, Yuya refrained from utilizing his shockwave power and instead delivered a powerful sweeping kick. Konoha Whirlwind. Bang! The severely injured Momochi Sabaku was unable to evade and was struck with tremendous force. The sound of cracking bones resonated as he was sent flying once more, blood spewing from his mouth as he crashed to the ground at a distance. Though not dead, he struggled to lift his head, overwhelmed by disbelief and resentment. He had never anticipated that Yuya would be this formidable, so powerful that he could shatter his dance of death with sheer force. One misstep led to another, fueled by hatred. It was not Yuya he despised, but rather the informant who had provided him with erroneous intelligence. He yearned to seize that person's head and demand, "Are you a fool?" The disparity in the intelligence he received was utterly absurd. The information he obtained contained no record of Yuya slaying Uchiha Han. Clearly, this event had been concealed by both Konoha and the Uchiha clan. His report merely indicated that Yuya was a genius, yet still unrefined, possessing at most the strength of a genin. At this moment, Momochi Sabaku wished to hurl those words about genin strength at the face of the informant. Yuya regarded Momochi Sabaku with a calm and cold demeanor, choosing not to deliver the final blow. Preserving a captive for Konoha's interrogation would be most advantageous. However, contrary to expectations, aware of his impending death, Momochi Sabaku subtly moved his lips and bit down on a hidden poison pill. The fate of being captured after a failed assassination was undoubtedly more tragic than death itself. Observing this scene, Yuya shook his head slightly, his eyes glimmering. This was the world of ninjas, a brutal world. In the next instant, several masked Umbu ninjas appeared in the distance, swiftly converging beside Yuya. Noticing the lifeless body of Momochi Sabaku on the ground, the Umbu displayed expressions of astonishment. Was he already dead? He appeared to be a ninja from the Mist Village, though the possibility of a frame-up by another village could not be dismissed. They resolved to take the body back for thorough examination. The Umbu exchanged glances, engaging in a brief consultation. Throughout this process, they did not speak to Yuya, yet their gazes were laden with undeniable astonishment. The infiltration of an assassin into Konoha, coupled with a successful assassination attempt, was already an extraordinary occurrence. Even more remarkable was that Yuya had not only survived the assassination, but had also forcefully countered and killed the assassin. Most astonishing of all was that Yuya seemed entirely unscathed. Is this the genius ninja? Several members of the Umbu pondered, reflecting that had they been in Yuya's position at such a young age, encountering assassination would have almost guaranteed their defeat, let alone achieving a flawless counterattack. After exchanging glances, one Umbu ninja finally addressed Yuya. "Yuya, you should accompany us to report the details." "All right," Yuya nodded, a glint of sharpness flashing in his eyes. Danzo Uchiha, who, during this process, employed some means to enable this assassination ninja to successfully execute the attack? It was impossible to ascertain. Ultimately, Yuya took a deep breath. He realized he must exercise greater caution in the future. This world was far more brutal and dark than he had ever imagined. Chapter 49. The Dark Division's training in the Hokage's office. Sarutobi Hiruzen gazed solemnly at a document before him. This report, derived from an examination of the corpse of Momochi Zabuza, contained certain conclusions drawn by the special class of Umbu ninjas, who had also uncovered some vital information from the body. The targets were identified as Yuya and Uzumaki Kushina, which posed a significant concern. Sarutobi narrowed his eyes, a fierce glint flashing within them. Although the incident involving the death of Han was kept under wraps, Yuya had earned a reputation as a prodigy during his time at the Ninja Academy, making him a worthy target for assassination. However, Kushina's involvement was perplexing. The special class of Umbu ninjas had discovered numerous pieces of information on Zabuza, revealing that his targets extended beyond Yuya. There was another individual involved, Kushina. Could it be that other ninja villages had deduced Kushina's true identity? It was a possibility. A voice responded from beside him. The speaker was Kakashi Hitaki. "Perhaps we should prepare for contingencies. Mito-sama's life cannot be sustained much longer," Sarutobi stated gravely. Uzumaki Mito, the wife of the first Hokage, was also the first host of the Nine Tails. Indeed, Kakashi replied with a slight nod. Very few in Konoha were aware of Uzumaki Kushina's status as the next host of the Nine Tails. Yet, this did not guarantee immunity from spies from other villages who might draw conclusions based on available information. After a moment of contemplation, Sarutobi inquired, "What is the status of Yuya?" "He is unharmed," Kakashi replied with a gentle smile. "That child possesses not only exceptional talent, but also a mindset akin to that of Minato, unlike any other." Sarutobi nodded thoughtfully and suddenly asked, "Is Yuya eligible to become a full-fledged Umbu?" Kakashi hesitated slightly. "Let me review this matter further. While he handled the assassination with remarkable skill, it does not necessarily indicate he meets the standards required of an Umbu ninja." Understood. In the Umbu division, after detailing the techniques employed during the assassination of Momochi Zabuza and elucidating some relevant information, Yuya departed from the intelligence department. As one of the Umbu candidates, a simple explanation of events sufficed for his duties. Upon leaving the intelligence department, Yuya was about to exit the Umbu headquarters when he unexpectedly received a summons for the Umbu candidate training. A bit taken aback, Yuya quickly surmised that this was the regular training session for Umbu candidates. Such sessions were mandatory and could not be declined. After receiving the summons, he proceeded to the designated assembly point for the Umbu candidates. Unlike full-fledged ninjas, the candidates were not burdened with numerous missions, allowing for regular, specialized training. The assembly location was a dedicated hall, and upon his arrival, Yuya discovered that many masked ninjas had already gathered within. Essentially, all are candidates for the Umbu. To elaborate, the Umbu is formally known as the Special Tactical Assassination Force, while the roots of Danzo are referred to as the Umbu Training Department. However, in reality, the training of Umbu ninjas is entirely unrelated to Danzo and the roots themselves. How could Sarutobi Hiruzen possibly entrust the Umbu ninjas by his side to Danzo for their training? Thus, while the roots and the Umbu are ostensibly united, they are, in fact, completely separate entities. The training of Umbu candidates continues to be conducted internally within the Umbu, with no connection to the roots whatsoever. As Yuya stepped into the crowd, he attracted numerous curious glances. Despite wearing a mask and draped in a cloak, his age was unmistakable. Judging by his appearance, Yuya appeared to be merely a youth. Could such a young child truly become a candidate for the Umbu? Some ninjas displayed expressions of astonishment, subtly shaking their heads. Becoming a fully fledged Umbu ninja was no easy feat, and neither was it simple to be an Umbu candidate. Sarutobi Hiruzen allocated resources to provide Umbu candidates with various necessities and training, but it was not intended for leisure. The Umbu training sessions served a dual purpose: to train and to eliminate those unqualified to be candidates, all while identifying outstanding ninjas. Those exceptional ninjas would naturally qualify for official status, while those eliminated would no longer enjoy the benefits of being an Umbu candidate and would have to return to the surface as ordinary ninjas. In the eyes of some ninjas, Yuya's youth made his candidacy for the Umbu seem excessively naive. They doubted he would even survive the first round, fearing he would be swiftly eliminated. After shaking their heads, they ceased to regard Yuya. After a while, once most participants had gathered, a ninja clad in a differently colored cloak entered. In a flash, he appeared at the forefront. He was not the Umbu captain, but one of the 3 squad leaders within the Umbu, a figure of high rank in Konoha. This training session would employ a points system, with the 3 individuals scoring the lowest to be eliminated from the Umbu, an appeal for all to take the matter seriously. The first round of training will take place in the Forest of Death. Follow me, declared the Umbu squad leader. His face was obscured by a mask, yet his voice was calm, tinged with a hint of roughness. After delivering his message, he turned and departed the hall. The candidates of the Umbu promptly set off, following the squad leader. Yuya trailed among them. The Forest of Death? Such a familiar place. A peculiar glimmer flashed in his eyes as the corners of his mouth subtly lifted beneath the mask. It seemed to be the very location of the second stage of the Chunin exams in the original narrative. Quite intriguing, to Yuya's surprise. As they followed the Umbu squad leader, they did not ascend to the surface, but instead continued their journey underground. He had not anticipated that Konoha possessed a direct passageway to the Forest of Death beneath its very ground. However, it did seem quite reasonable. Beneath the earth, the journey was shrouded in uncertainty, yet it felt as though we had arrived beneath the ominous Death Forest. The space had grown exceedingly confined, leaving only an upward passage. The members of the Dark Faction, following their captain, came to a halt. Subsequently, the captain led everyone upward, directly into the towering heart of the Death Forest, the very site of the preliminary test in the original narrative. Once all had gathered, the captain of the Dark Faction calmly raised his gaze to address the assembly of prospective Dark Ninjas. He began to outline the formal rules. Within the Death Forest, numerous traces left by ninjas could be found. By diligently following these markings, one could ultimately discover a special task item, namely the scroll that I now held in my hand.